Betrayed, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller by Kevin Partner. Book 5 of the Long Dark series. Prologue. 3 months before the Long Dark. What is your name? I am Annabelle Lee. Then who am I? You are also Annabelle Lee. What is your purpose? To manage and control the Lee Corporation. How will you achieve this? I and my sister are to be installed within the computer systems in New York City and Seattle. We will be given super executive authority. When will you be activated? On your instruction. And what is the mission of the Lee Corporation? To eliminate all disease and suffering in the United States and then worldwide. What do you think of the judgment of Solomon? Ludicrous. Solomon should have executed both women for daring to waste his time on such a trivial matter. Annabelle Lee leaned back with a sigh and treated her husband to a weak but wicked smile. Well done, Scotty. Warts and all, that's what I wanted. She will do fine. Oh, Annabelle, Scott Lee said as he sat beside his wife watching the display darken. I said I would do it, so I have, but please reconsider. Do you want so much power to be concentrated in the hands of an AI? When that intelligence is a perfect representation of my consciousness? Yes. I only regret that I didn't think of this years ago. Imagine what we could have achieved. Scott took a deep gulp of scotch. He'd been drinking a lot these past months. It kept the demons at bay. When he was drunk, the past receded into an unknowable fog that he didn't care about. When sober, he could see what was coming with laser-sharp focus. Or at least, he thought he could. He got up from the couch and padded over to his office, taking his glass with him. She was asleep before he left the room. The medication made her drowsy, though it did nothing to take the edge off a personality that had become progressively more poisonous in recent times. Gone was the fresh-faced genius he'd first encountered bent over a microscope at MIT, when he was merely Scott McPherson. Within a year, he'd taken her as a wife, along with her surname, and she'd already begun attracting the attention of Big Pharma and the world's press. But the jewel in her crown, the first boneswear implant, had failed to detect her own illness until it was too late, because her condition hadn't been judged to be commercially worth including in the diagnostic code. Her descent into darkness had begun that day, and Scott, once her confidant, had found himself increasingly sidelined, just a tool in a scheme he couldn't guess at, even as it filled him with fear. And the more he discovered, the more terrified he became. The AI versions of Annabelle would now be passed along to her new bosom buddy and North Korean wunderkind, Shi Chin-ho, for him to check, no doubt, that Scott hadn't betrayed her, and to install them into the computer systems of the Lee Corporation. He didn't bother wondering whether she had told the Lee Corp executives that she was doing this, since he knew the answer to that. He knew that Annabelle kept secrets from him, but she wasn't the only one who was concealing something. Scott dropped into his swivel chair and then reached under his desk, wincing as the casters squeaked, until his hands found a cold, smooth cylinder about the size of a deodorant can. He twisted around to glance at the door. It was still firmly shut, and he couldn't hear movement outside. Annabelle was still asleep on the couch, and he had checked the room for bugs that very morning. He withdrew the cylinder, and, after caressing it for a moment, slipped it into the inside pocket of the jacket hanging from the back of the chair. He shut down the computer and tiptoed out of the apartment. Khalid Abdul was still working in his office on the 3rd floor of the Lee building. He started as Scott came in, twisting around in his chair, not quite fast enough to avoid the telltale flicker as he control-tabbed his work off the screen. Oh, it's you, he hissed, the vein on his forehead pulsing alarmingly. Who were you expecting? Our friend Ho. Scott said. The Egyptian didn't need to say anything in response. Anyone would think you had something to hide, old friend. Well, I don't. Scott pulled the cylinder from his jacket. You do now. You have finished it. Lee shrugged. She's as complete as I could make her. It has gotten progressively harder to keep my work on her secret. Annabelle's been driving me hard to get finished, unsurprisingly. So this is Annabel Lee. Without the warts, Scott said. And with a little bit of her father woven in. Khaled looked up, confused. Her father? Me. She's called Allison, and she's the closest I'll ever get to having a daughter. You need to keep her safe, Khaled. Make sure she doesn't fall into the wrong hands. She may be the only hope to put things right, if they go as badly as I fear. Khaled turned the cylinder over in his hands. Why are you entrusting this to me? Why not keep her safe yourself? Look, I don't know what Annabel plans, but I doubt I will enjoy complete freedom once she's gone. If I'm allowed to continue at all. He'd expected Khaled to react with shock to this revelation, but the little Egyptian simply nodded sadly. Oh, my dear friend, he said. It is much, much worse than you can imagine. What do you mean? Scott said, drawing a chair up close to the Egyptian. Khaled rubbed his eyes and ran his hands down his face. I fear she plans to take everyone with her when she dies. Scott sat, frozen in shock as he read the truth in his friend's expression. How? I don't know precisely. She's been careful to keep the facts from those she has involved, myself, you and Ho, but she had me build a backdoor into the Bonesware 2.0 firmware upgrade. You wrote most of the code, but she made you pass it on to Ho, didn't she? He's working for the Chinese and has added subroutines that suit their purpose, though I don't know exactly what that would mean. Control, Scott said quietly. Blackmail. Imagine being able to hold an entire people to ransom. Do as we demand or everyone dies of a heart attack, that sort of thing. That's what the Chinese want, I'm willing to bet. Khaled nodded. Yes, I believe you're probably right. But then she asked me to build this backdoor, and I fear she will use it to go one stage further. In fact, I'm certain she will. You know that our ancient kings, our pharaohs, would take their wives and servants into the afterlife with them, don't you? Some Chinese kings and emperors did the same thing. It is ironic that their modern counterparts do not learn the lessons of their own history. Then why develop the AIs? If everyone's dead? Because this first wave will not kill everyone. A small minority do not have bonesware at all. Others will have non-functioning devices or, for one reason or another, will not have received the upgrade. There are even some Chinese-made implants that are immune, though she may have found a way around that. The Annabel AIs will finish the job begun by the flesh and blood Annabel. They will sterilize the world. So the Chinese plan to take over the free world, and Annabel has found a way to use that to destroy it, Trojan horse style. Good grief, it's brilliant. Appalling, but brilliant. When did you work this out? Khaled shrugged. In the past few days only. Too late to stop it. Can't you develop a counter-virus? I have, but with no way to deploy it, I can only help a tiny number of people. Here, turn around. Scott Lee swung the chair and exposed his shoulder. He felt something cold move across his skin, and then a momentary shudder. It is done. You will not die, though if you are expected to, you must prepare to make it appear that you have. Scott put his jacket back on and held out his hand. Thanks, my friend. I pray you're wrong about all this. I also, but I fear Allah, alayhis salam, is not listening. And so, Scott Lee left his friend there to protect his most precious possession, and the seed of any future hope. He hadn't imagined, when he'd created Allison, that she might be charged with saving the survivors of an apocalypse brought about by the woman she was modeled on. He crept back up to the penthouse, contemplating the end of the world. Chapter 1. Terror stabbed at Solly's heart as he spotted black smoke rising into the sky. The Humvee lurched forward as he hit the gas, the second vehicle diminishing in his rearview mirror. He could see Scott Lee looking at the sky, but Scott didn't have anyone in the community he cared about. As far as Solly knew, Lee loved no one, so he would allow logic to rule his actions. He would approach cautiously, whereas Solly careened along the road like a stampeding bull. Careful, Solly. He'd forgotten Vivian was there. He glanced at her as she grasped her seat with white knuckles and terror on her face. He eased off the gas just a little, but his sense of impending disaster didn't diminish. He dreaded arriving in the community, the place he'd left Janice for safety, to find what he knew would be there, but arrive he must. They turned on to the approach road, into what had once been a peaceful suburban retreat for its upper-middle-class residents. Since the long dark, it had become a hiding place for a small group of ex-Lee Corporation employees who'd been given an upgrade to their implants that had protected them from the cull. But they'd been betrayed by one of their own, and now their former employers had returned, and Solly knew what sort of vengeance they would wreak. It looked like a post-nuclear landscape. The trees that had lined the road were now blackened fingers pointing into an angry sky that promised a storm to come. To left and right, houses were reduced to nothing more than carbonized shells, and the Buchanan's home had been burned to the foundations. Dark smoke rose from the place, and bodies lay among the destruction. "No, no, no," Solly whispered as he slammed his foot on the brake, jumped out of the Humvee, and ran across the wet lawn of what had once been the home of the Henderson family. He, Ross, and Janice had slept here on that night in November when the Buchanans had sheltered them. He'd left Janice locked in a bedroom, as they'd set off for their attack on the fabrication plant. She could of course have escaped or been let out, but it was the first place he would look nevertheless. The house had collapsed into a twisted mass of wreckage and steaming ash. He heard someone moving behind him and spun around with her name on his lips, but it was Vivian. Her face was twisted with grief and terror as she followed this madman who stumbled around in the smoldering remains of a home and picked among its ruin. And then he saw it. A blackened hand lying among the debris, and an arm that disappeared beneath a pile of rubble. Solly got onto his hands and knees as a soft rain began to fall from the open sky. He couldn't bring himself to touch the claw-like fingers, so he pushed at the burned wood, brick, and tile that covered the body he knew to be there. Piece by piece he pushed them away until he'd revealed what remained of Janice. A burned and twisted travesty of a human soul that was unrecognizable as the woman he had so recently confessed his love for. Her long ringlets had disappeared, and he was left to mourn nothing more than a symbol of the person she once was, a gravestone marking the future that would now never be. He knew without a doubt that it was her because, around her carbonized neck, lay the ruins of the necklace he'd given her. And so Solly wept, not noticing the arm that gently enfolded him and rocked him in his agony. He knew little of the next days. He allowed himself to be led to one of the unburned houses farther along the road, and sat in numb silence as other people lit the wood burner and broke open their supplies before pressing a bowl of hot soup into his hands. Solly wanted nothing and allowed himself to be consumed by grief and guilt, its all-too-common companion. He deceived her and in doing so, condemned her. Had she come with them, she might have died on the raid, but she'd have then had more of a chance than by being trapped in this doomed community when the Reapers came. All the reasons he'd given for his decision to lock her in a bedroom while they went to destroy the fabrication plant were exposed for the excuses they were. The truth, as Becky Epstein had said, was that he'd treated Janice like a child, or worse, a piece of property. He'd done it out of love, but that didn't excuse his actions, and he knew he would never be free of the guilt of it. As the hours turned into days, he sat consumed by the blackness in his soul before, without noticing when it had begun, an ember began to glow deep within. But the light it cast on his mind wasn't the healthy illumination of the first stages of healing, it was the dull red of rage, the fire of an all-consuming need for revenge. He didn't care about his own future, except that it had to contain the satisfaction of knowing he'd utterly crushed those who'd ordered Janice's death. Before he was finished, he would see the Lee Corporation destroyed or die in the attempt. "Here, drink this." A hand appeared in his peripheral vision, and he sat wearily up on the couch. He looked up at Vivian as he breathed in the rich, bitter aroma of a steaming mug of coffee. "We need to talk, Solly." "Look, I know you mean well," he croaked, "but I don't have anything to say." She sat down beside him and sipped her drink. "I'm sorry, truly. I know how you feel." "How can you possibly know how?" he snapped, before finally remembering who he was talking to. "Oh. Sorry? Yes, I do know. My brother was my world. He looked after me after the long dark, and he was killed the same way, and the same folk are responsible." Solly looked around the living room. A fire burned in a central stone fireplace, and the place looked clean and tidy. A bright day outside flooded the room with clean light. For the first time since he'd knelt beside what remained of Janice, he breathed out and looked beyond his own diminished soul. "Where is everyone?" "It's just you and me, Saul," Vivian said. "The others have gone back to the farmhouse. Kaczynski needs rest and care. They wanted you to go too, but I said you needed to be on your own for a while, except for me, of course. But we can't stay here forever. I need you to come back so we can go home." Their eyes met. His memory replayed scenes from the previous days at high speed. Scenes of her caring for him, holding him, comforting him, and keeping him alive. How old was she? 19? Where did she get such compassion from? "And where is home for us, Viv?" She shrugged. "I dunno, but I sure as heck know it ain't here. Bobby always said home was where your family is, but he was all I had left. For now, I'm happy to go back to the farmhouse with you, Solly, but I haven't finished with those who killed my brother. Not by a long way." There it was again. In among the empathy and love lurked a core of flint and a thirst for revenge. "I have to go south and find my family," Solly said, as if finally latching onto something he could do. "It's pretty hopeless, but I have to look because once I know they're safe, I am going to find a way to take down the Lee Corporation if it's the last thing I do." "But you have to go back to the farmhouse first, Solly," she said, fixing her sad brown eyes on him. Solly sighed and nodded. "I know. I don't want to go back there, but I need to find Allison. She's the key to all this." Shaking her head, Vivian took his hand. "Maybe you do, but there's someone else you need to see there." "Who?" "You know, Solly, for a clever man you can be pretty stupid. Family isn't just about blood, as you know well enough. You have to go back because Ross is there. That poor boy has been through enough and will be grieving just as you are. The last thing he needs is for the man he thinks of as his father to up and disappear without even saying goodbye." Solly nodded. "You're right, of course. We'll set off in the morning. It's time to go home." Solly spent the afternoon among the rubble of the Buchanan community. In the garden of Beth Ann Buchanan, he found the little row of graves dug by Scott, Becky Epstein, and Vivian. They'd been lined up along the white picket fence, and the names had been written above each. Beth Ann Buchanan, Anna Buchanan, then two more names Solly didn't recognize, including one that simply said unknown. And there, at the end of the row, Janice Summers. He staggered back from the garden and into the ruins of the house. They had put up a fight, that much was obvious from the blood stains he'd seen on the pathway, beside one of which lay a black helmet. So the Lees had sent in troops as well as one or more Reapers, though there was no sign of any damage to a drone. How could there be? Small arms made barely a dent on them, and it was unlikely the Buchanans had any heavy weaponry. Solly returned to the house he shared with Vivian, to find her nudging the contents of a copper frying pan on the glowing red embers of the fire. "I found some eggs," she said. "I guess they kept chickens, and somehow these ones didn't get destroyed in the attack." "You okay?" "Said I'd come with you." Taking his coat off, Solly slumped on the couch. "I know, but I had to do it on my own. I had to see with my own eyes." Vivian cursed softly. "I'm not sure these have come out how they're supposed," she said, getting up and giving the frying pan a final stir. "How hard can scrambled eggs be?" She showed him the inside of the frying pan, which was an unpleasant mix of deep yellows, whites, and dark brown. But his stomach rumbled as he looked at it. "It'll be fine," he said. "Thank you." It was edible, Solly would acknowledge that, but he made a mental note to volunteer to do any further cooking until they got to the farmhouse. As night fell, he went outside with a bucket to draw some water from the stream that ran along the back of the houses here, and filled the tank of the toilet. He had a feeling he was going to need it. It took 2 days to pick their way across country back to Hagerstown. They avoided the military at Harrisburg by crossing the river south at a place called Highspire, before heading south to York and then east. It was a long and dreary drive, and the Humvee didn't give the most comfortable of rides. They were low on fuel by the time they reached the farmhouse as the sun was about to set. People emerged from the house and barn at the sound of the Humvee's diesel engine, though there was none of the celebration of his last return home. Jackson was the first to greet him, throwing himself into Solly's arms as the tears flowed again. Solly did the rounds of embraces, and as he hugged Miss Prism, he saw Vivian walking away. "Viv," he called. She showed no sign of having heard him, so Solly ran after her and tugged at her arm. "Where are you going?" She shrugged, and he could see that her face was also wet. "I go to the Fordham's place, that's where me bed is." "No," Solly said, surprising himself with the strength of his feeling. "You must stay with us here." "Why?" "Because you're family now." Solly found Ross on his own in the room Janice and Solly had shared. He was sitting in his wheelchair, looking out of the window at the darkness beyond with unfocused eyes. "Son," Solly said, putting his hand on Ross's shoulder. "Why?" he said, not removing his gaze from the window. Solly sighed and sat on the end of the bed, trying not to look at Janice's clothes, which lay where she'd left them before they'd set off for the raid. "Which why would you like to talk about first? Why did they kill her? She did them no harm. Why not just take her prisoner?" "I don't know, Ross. They took some prisoners because we couldn't account for more than half the people who'd lived there. I'm afraid they're probably discovering what slavery, under the ownership of the Lees, actually amounts to." Ross spun around in his chair. "Why did you leave her there?" he said, his voice pleading. "I thought she'd be safer there than coming on the raid with us." "You were wrong." "I know, Ross, I know." "Did she ask to stay?" "No, I didn't offer her the choice." Ross's anger finally boiled over. "That's your problem, isn't it? Always making decisions for other people. Never thinking they might be the best ones to decide for themselves. Brilliant Solly Masters, the man with all the answers." Solly knew that Ross wanted him to bite back, but it would not be good for him to vent uncontrollably only to regret harsh words later. And in any case, he was right. Though he'd had the best of intentions, the truth was he had been arrogant and, yes, selfish. He'd tried to protect Janice so that he wouldn't have to fear for her safety or cope with the grief of her coming to harm. Good plan. So Solly sat with head bowed as the last echoes of Ross's accusations died away. He could hear the boy sobbing, but still he didn't look up. "What are we going to do without her, Solly?" he muttered, a child again. Solly shrugged. "I'm going to bring them down, Ross. I'm going to bring down the Lee Corporation, or die in the attempt. But first I'm going south to find my children and their mother. I feel as though I've lost everything, and I need to know whether that's true. I need to at least try. I'll give myself a couple of months to find them, and then I'm going to head to D.C. to join the president so I can do my bit for our country. And to get my revenge." "And what about me?" Solly looked at him, saw the fear of further loss. "Your home is here, Ross." "But you called me son," he said. "Didn't you mean it?" "Of course I did, but you'll be safer here." Anger flashed in the boy's eyes. "Can't you just hear yourself? You're doing it again. I don't want to stay here. I want to come with you." "But Ross, you can't." Solly couldn't bring himself to say it, so he just waved at the wheelchair. "I'm learning. Look." To his horror, Solly watched Ross fold up the footrests on his chair and put his feet on the floor. He put his hands on the armrests and, with a heave, pulled himself upright. Solly saw his left leg move forward an inch or two, and then Ross's arm began to shake. Solly launched himself at Ross and was just in time to grab him. They fell to the floor, Solly cushioning the impact. The two of them lay together on the musty carpet, as the sound of children playing permeated through the floor, and in the candlelight, they sobbed. Chapter 2. Despite Solly's yearning to get away from the farmhouse as quickly as possible, it didn't turn out to be that simple. The place he'd called home for the past 4 months was now haunted by endless reminders of Janice. He sat through seemingly endless meetings with Jackson, Arnold, and Miss Prism as they talked through the months ahead. He was disappearing just as the planting season was getting underway, just when he was most needed, and the guilt of that abandonment hung over him like a ghoul. They all asked him not to go and told him he was needed here, but he knew that unless he headed south to find his family, he could never settle anywhere. Jackson had asked him whether he was taking on this mission because it was hopeless. What were the chances of finding 3 people who could be anywhere in Texas right now? Didn't he know that it was a war zone down there? Jackson was a clever young man, and Solly was self-aware enough to acknowledge that he probably had a point. But he also knew for certain that he had to try. He would travel light and move fast, and he'd come back as soon as he'd found them, or had satisfied himself that they were no longer alive. He had an appointment with the Lee Corporation, and as Khan Noonien Singh said, revenge is a dish best served cold. Quite why he was this indispensable linchpin was a mystery to Solly. He had no special expertise or insight, and yet every decision was referred to him. When he was gone, someone needed to fill his boots, and Jackson was the only candidate. Scott Lee, while he was the smartest person Solly knew, had no emotional investment in the farmhouse community and all the empathy of a robot. So Jackson would take Solly's place with Arnold and Miss Prism to advise him, along with Scott Lee if he hung around. So they worked on a planting plan based on a book they'd rescued from the library in Hagerstown. Jackson's foraging expeditions on the nearby farms had yielded a viable population of hens that was already producing eggs for the community and was being actively encouraged to grow. Miss Prism had developed a fascination with chickens and was now running the unit with surprising enthusiasm. A small herd of cattle had been assembled from the few survivors of the early days after the long dark. A single bull had been found, and now enough of the cows were pregnant to ensure a small supply of fresh milk to supplement their dwindling supply of the powdered variety. But the search continued, wider afield for more stock to make their herd viable. Joe Kaczynski had been recovering from his wounds in a bedroom at the Fordham's place, and had taken command both of that community and the detachment of troops from Wright-Patterson. One of their number had been sent to the base to get orders, but Kaczynski thought it most likely he'd remain with them for the foreseeable future. Solly had advised Jackson to go to Joe if he needed another opinion on anything. Kaczynski's presence was one crumb of comfort for Solly as he contemplated leaving the place. Scott Lee was, it seemed, a man without a mission now. He'd been unable to reactivate Allison since the attack on the Lee Corporation's fabrication plant, and believed she was irretrievably lost. Here, he said, tossing the cylinder over. He and Solly were sitting in the front room of one of the shacks the Wright-Patterson soldiers had built beside the barn. "What am I supposed to do with this?" Solly asked. Lee shrugged. "Use it as a doorstop?" "I don't know. Maybe you can get through to her." "You think she's still in there?" "No, I think she was either destroyed by the mind of the drone or trapped. She'd barely survived that encounter with the prototype, and that had only lasted a few seconds. And this time, we couldn't retrieve the body of the Reaper. For all I know, she's still inside it, or maybe even in the hands of Lee Corp engineers right now." The man's face was drained of all hope, all energy. Solly could hardly imagine this was the same man Polly had described as having an entire town under his sway through the force of his charisma. She was more than just a software project, wasn't she? Lee looked up suddenly, as if he were being dragged out of contemplation. "What? Oh. Yes. You're right. She was my secret project. Annabelle knew nothing of her." "Why did you create her?" Scott Lee drew in a deep breath and rubbed his face as if fighting off exhaustion. "As a counterpoint to the monster I was forced to build. You see, when my darling wife saw the end approaching, she instructed me to create an AI version of her that was indistinguishable from the real thing. Are you familiar with the Turing test, Solly?" "Of course I am. I was a software developer for over 20 years. This brought a little life to Lee's tired face. "Sorry, yes. I forgot. So it was my task to create an AI that was not only capable of fooling humans into believing they were dealing with a real person, as with the Turing test, but to go one step further. It wasn't enough for Annabelle that the entity could appear to be a human to others. For her, it had to go much deeper than that. it had to be as close to being a living mind as it was possible to be. It would seem to anyone interacting with it that her organic consciousness had been transferred along with her memories, prejudices, and genius. And did you succeed? Lee smiled with unmistakable pride. Yes. Perhaps I succeeded too well. As we discovered in Seattle, the AI version of Annabelle is just as clever and manipulative as the original. So, how does Allison fit into all this? She was to be the child we never had. Solly didn't hide his shock. What? I thought having a child, even a digital one, might soften the Annabelle AI. I was hoping to build in some empathy. Since her illness, the real Annabelle had precious little of that. What went wrong? Again, Scott went through his face-rubbing routine before settling down and sighing. I saw what she had become, and could not give Allison up. I buried her deep, because I knew Annabelle suspected me, and I gave her to Khaled. He hid Allison and escaped from the Lee building in New York, hoping to find someone who'd take her out of the city. And he found you. That was a crazy plan. He was a crazy man. He knew more about what Annabelle was planning than even I did in those last few weeks. I think it planted the seeds of his insanity. Solly tried to make himself comfortable on the rickety chair as he composed his thoughts. I understand why you were so angry that I opened Allison up and she imprinted on me. You are her father as well as her creator. I was furious, and it's taken me a long time to get over myself, Solly. For that, I apologize. But the fact is she saw you as her father, and I should have accepted that. No father would have made her take over a Reaper, knowing the pain it would cause. Solly shook his head. But you saved our lives. At the cost of hers. They sat in silence, each processing thoughts that ranged from the deep past into an uncertain future. It seems we both have a complicated relationship with our children, Scott said finally. Do you really think you have any chance of finding yours? He left the word alive off the end of the sentence, but Solly heard it nonetheless. I only know I have to try. I need to take on the Lee Corporation, and to do that, I can't be encumbered by doubt about whether I should have done more to find my family. I've lived with that since the long dark, but there's always been something else I had to do. But no more. This can't wait any longer. Scott nodded. Yes, I think I understand. But tell me, how do you intend to take on the Lee Corporation? I don't know, to be honest. I was hoping you'd have some ideas on that score. I think all we can do is help those who oppose the Lees. The government in D.C., Wright-Patterson, good guys like Colonel Moretti in Pennsylvania. We're not going to be of much use, but I kind of think we've done more than most already in taking out the Reaper plant. But that will only delay them, Solly said. It won't stop them building another fabrication facility. We've bought ourselves some time. What are we going to do with it? Scott shrugged. You're going to use it to find your family. He flung up his hands as Solly tensed. Don't mistake me, I understand why you're doing it, but I suggest you put a strict time limit on it if you want to oppose the Lee Corporation. Oh, if only Allison were still functional. Tell me, Solly said, relaxing again. How were you intending to use her? Once you decided you couldn't use her to soften your sociopathic wife's digital version. Well, it's like this. Allison is a facsimile of Annabelle without her negative traits. Anywhere the Annabelle personality could be installed would also take Allison. I had hoped to deploy Allison into Lee Corporation systems, and through her, control their weapons and systems. She would have to fight her mother, but if she won it would have brought them down, Solly, and we'd have had a chance to avert the second culling. His face, momentarily so full of animation, slackened again. But that's not going to happen now. Solly turned the cylinder over in his hands. So you think there's no chance she's in here? No. I've tried everything I know to reactivate the cylinder, all from within the safety of the safe in the basement, and I get nothing. All essential systems check out, but she's like a body on life support when the mind has flown. The last meeting Solly had before he left was the one he dreaded the most. His own mood was black enough as he climbed the stairs to Ross's room, but he knew the boy suffered even more, grieving for the loss of his mobility as well as the woman he saw as his mother. Solly could only imagine how powerless Ross must be feeling right now. Relying on others for the most basic necessities, he would have to watch as they toiled in the fields, tending the animals and planting the crops that would keep him alive. Relying on Solly to get the delayed revenge he so craved. And all the time wondering whether, having lost his mother, he would also lose his adoptive father. If Solly found his natural son, what room would there be for Ross? "Hello, son," Solly said as he opened the door. Ross was sitting in a small armchair by the window, which gave him a wide view of the fields and the lane leading up to the house where the Humvee sat. The boy grunted a greeting. "You're going tomorrow then," Ross said. Solly sat down on the bed. "Yeah, that's the plan." "And you're going on your own?" "I am." "Then why do you need a Humvee?" "Because I need space to bring Bella and the kids back. Besides, it's the safest transport we've got." Ross twisted around in his chair. "I have to come, Solly. I have no reason to stay here. We've been through this, Ross. You're safer here. And this is where your friends are." "I don't want to be safe," Ross snapped. "And I need to be with my father, not with my friends." Solly slumped. Heaven knew he'd welcome the company, and he'd have been happy to have Ross where he could see him. But it was just ridiculous to go out into the fractured world with a paralyzed boy. "You think I'll be a burden," Ross said, reading his mind. "And I guess I will be, but not as much as you think. And I can be helpful, honest I can." "I'm sure you can, son," Solly began. A knock on the door saved him from having to be blunt with the boy. The door opened, and to his surprise, Vivian stood there. "Hello, Solly," she said as she came inside. She smiled at Ross. "Did you tell him?" "Tell me what?" Solly said, his heart sinking. "No, he's just about to explain why I shouldn't go with him. About how I'd be a burden, and how it would be stupid to have a paralyzed boy riding with him." Solly shook his head. "I was not going to say any of that," he lied. "Well, that's good then, because I'm coming too," Vivian announced. "What?" Solly cried, leaping up and looking from one to the other. "Yes, Solly, I am coming. You know I can be useful, and I'll tend to Ross, so you don't need to worry about nuttin'." Solly dropped back onto the bed, shaking his head. "Absolutely no. This isn't a kindergarten trip." He regretted those words the instant they left his mouth. "Oh, is that how you see us?" Ross shouted. "Children? We've lost as much as you have, and maybe we need to be doing something useful too. You can stay here and help the community thrive." Vivian waved a finger at Solly, her pretty Jamaican face suddenly as hard as steel. "Not this time, Solly. This isn't your choice to make. We're coming along because you need us. We're your posse. We got your back." For a moment, derisive words formed in Solly's mind. Who were they kidding? They were just kids, and they'd be nothing more than a burden if he took them with him. But he caught himself as he looked from one stern face to the other. Maybe they were kids, but when all was said and done, he was a mediocre app developer who couldn't hold down a job or a marriage. If the FBI had a set of criteria for flagging potential troublemakers, then he, Ross, and Vivian would hardly have registered. They were closer to Mr. Bean than Mr. Bin Laden. "It doesn't seem as though I have a choice, does it?" he said, feeling a surprising relief. Vivian smiled. "At last, you understand the state of affairs." "And just in case you had a change of heart overnight," Ross said, beaming, "Viv's got the keys to the Humvee." Chapter 3. Polly. Polly handed the binoculars to Tucker. "It's quiet down there," she sighed. "Barely anyone on the streets." "I guess they've all been taken to Seattle," Tucker said. "Maybe we should have gone there first, rather than coming back here." Polly retreated from the overhang and sat up. The last time she'd been up here, she'd witnessed Scott Lee in his Pastor Smith disguise, speaking to the leader of the militia. They then turned around and left, but what she'd seen had started a chain of events that had led her nearly 5,000 miles in a big fat circle back to the beginning. "We've talked about this," she said. "Endlessly. We need to find out what we can about what's going on in Arbroth before we go after our people." "We are going to get them then," Marvin said. Polly turned to him. She'd gotten to like the man over the weeks they'd spent together, and she certainly owed him big time for the way he'd looked after and protected Luna. But they needed a break from one another. It had been a long and difficult journey back west, and too long spent in the company of one person, even with Luna acting as a buffer and peacemaker, was going to result in short tempers and cross words. They'd managed nearly 2,500 miles across the continental U.S., hopping from vehicle to vehicle, and she'd been content to follow Marvin's lead most of the time. After all, whereas she'd crossed it eastwards by air, he and Luna had traveled on foot and where they could by car. But it was getting harder and harder to find working automobiles with fuel in their tanks, and in their desperation, they'd been forced to open up vehicles that still contained the rotting remains of their former owners. That had been grim work, and they'd been grateful to have their dog Danny with them, to distract Luna while they did it. Nothing, however, could completely remove the smell, and they'd been forced to travel with the windows open, whatever the weather. In a straight fight between freezing and suffocating, the cold won every time. Colonel McBride had given them supplies and fuel in exchange for their agreement to set up solar-powered relay stations at roughly 750 kilometers intervals along the westward road. She admired McBride, as he thought beyond the purely local issues and knew that information was everything. Missions had been sent out in all directions, and each had a relay, so that like a spider at the center of an ever-widening web, McBride was able to learn more and more about the tactical situation out there. And it comforted Polly just a little to know that she could contact Wright Patterson in an emergency, even if there was nothing they could do in practice to help from 2,000 miles away. "Of course we're going to help them, Marvin," Polly said with a sigh. "They're our people. But we need to know what the situation is here first. They have to have somewhere to come back to." Marvin rubbed his eyes and yawned. "You're right, Sheriff. I suggest we make our way down there in the morning. I'm too bushed." Polly fought back her annoyance. She wanted to see what was happening in Arbroth now, not wait until the following day. But there had been enough petty fights in the past days, and the town wasn't going anywhere. "Sure," she said. "Let's find somewhere to camp." They had plenty of food, as Marvin and Luna had become expert foragers, so they made a hearty supper as they sheltered beside the rusty red pickup that had been their transport for the past couple of 100 miles. Polly sometimes felt like an interloper, as Marvin, Luna, and Danny had established a routine over the weeks they'd been traveling together. Marvin would begin warming up the contents of a can in the saucepan, sitting on his little camping stove. Luna would ask what it was and, whatever the answer, complain. It was a little ritual that spoke to a deep connection between them that Polly couldn't help being a little jealous of. Luna had always been something of a daddy's girl, though she could barely remember her father. Polly had been complicit in the lie that he had been stationed in Afghanistan when in fact he'd been living with his new partner somewhere north of L.A. She hadn't been able to bring herself to wreck Luna's rose-colored impression of her father, and she sure wasn't going to do it now when there was next to no chance of her ever meeting him again. Truth to tell, Marvin had been a better father to her than the man whose genes she carried. Truth to tell, Marvin had been a better parent, period. He seemed to have a way of handling her that corrected her misbehavior without causing any resentment. It would have been fascinating and instructive if Polly could have gotten over herself, but she couldn't. "Are we going to live here again?" Luna said. Polly, who'd been totally absorbed in her destructive self-examination, took a moment to work out what her daughter had said. "What? Oh. Would you like to?" Luna shrugged as she swallowed a spoonful of canned beef stew. "I don't care where we stop, but I'm tired of moving every day. I just want to sleep in a bed. President Christine gave me my own bedroom." "Well, we'll have to see how things are down there in the morning." "Can I come?" "No, you'll stay up here with Danny until we come back to fetch you." Luna screwed her face up. "I don't want to be left behind. Uncle Marvin, you'll let me go, won't you?" She called him uncle when she wanted something from him. She knew he liked it. "No, kid, I wouldn't. Your mom's right. We don't know what we're going to find, and we don't want Danny under our feet. You stay here and look after her." "Danny wants to go too." "She's just a dog. She doesn't know what she wants," Marvin said. "She ain't comin', and unless you're happy to leave her up here on her own, you'll stay with her." And that was that. Polly managed a tiny smile as Marvin glanced at her, and they made their plans. There was no sign of anyone patrolling the barricade, and Polly's overwhelming impression as she and Tucker crept towards the town was of silence. Unnatural silence. They hugged the cover until they reached the door Nikki Friedman had used to get into the department store basement. It was locked. They exchanged glances and Polly nodded. Marvin's boot made short work of the door, the crash echoing around the walls as they tensed, waiting for the sound of rushing feet. Nothing. Polly went in first, fumbling in the darkness and cursing the fact that they'd found no batteries for their flashlight. The place stank, and she prayed that it was nothing more than rotting stock as she made her way by touch through the darkness with nothing but the stumbling footsteps of Marvin Tucker for company. She caught a glimpse of a light above her, and almost fell over the bottom of a flight of wooden steps that ended in a door she forced open. She climbed up into the storefront she'd hidden in with Nikki Friedman before she'd decided to go to Seattle. The place was littered with empty cardboard boxes and empty shelves, all covered in a layer of dust. Marvin knelt at the window and peered out. "Nothing," he muttered. "I reckon the place has been emptied. Everyone's been shipped off to Seattle." "Not everyone," Polly said, pointing. "Well, I'll be," Marvin said. "Looks as though old Custer's still in business anyway." Two figures stood outside the department store entrepreneur Custer Petrov had allowed to be turned into the main community building in Arbroth after the long dark. They were leaning against a wall, sheltering from the chill morning wind, plumes of smoke rising from their cigarettes. "Maybe this place isn't as dead as we thought," Polly said. Another figure was moving from a building opposite towards the guards, who straightened up. Polly could now see that the newcomer was a woman carrying a heavy box. The two figures opened the top of the box and, laughing, sent her inside, struggling with the weight of it. "I think everyone's in there," Marvin said. "Everyone who's left, that is. Which means we've got to get in. Come on." But they couldn't move until the sun had come around far enough to cast a deep shadow on the front of the shop. They waited until the guards seemed to be facing in a different direction, then crept out of the front door and followed the sidewalk, hugging the walls to keep out of sight until they could dart onto a side road. Polly knew these streets intimately, so she was able to lead Marvin along roads that skirted the department store, while keeping them out of sight until they finally arrived back at the far side of the building. They'd not seen a living being, just streets littered with blown leaves and dirt. Just as they were creeping out from cover, a voice called out and they froze. "Hey, is that you, Sheriff?" Polly swung around, gun in hand, to where the sound had come from. Then she realized whose voice she'd heard. "Wally? Is it you?" Walter Hammond, Vietnam vet turned guerrilla, waved at her from an open second-floor window. "Come on up," he hissed theatrically. They found him in a dark little room, and he ran up to Polly and shook her hand warmly. "I sure am pleased to see you, Sheriff. I ain't no leader, that's for sure. Who's this?" "Marvin Tucker," Marvin said, holding out his hand. "Walter Hammond, Sergeant, Red Devils," he said, saluting. "And you've served, I can see it." Marvin smiled. It had been a lifetime ago. "Gunnery Sergeant, Marine Corps." "This here's Maggie," Hammond said, pointing to a figure that had been crouching unnoticed in the shadows of the room's corner. With effort, the woman got up and approached them. "I don't recognize you," Polly said, taking her hand. "I came here looking for safety," the woman responded. She looked as though she was in her late 60s, and her face had a haunted look. "Found the place had all gone to pot just before I arrived. The others all got took. Walter saved me." It wasn't just me, the old man said with a smile. Nicky and Jack were here. Jack? Jack Rutz? Marvin said. I thought he'd run for the hills. Wally opened his mouth, but Polly interrupted. Wally, where's Nicky? He pointed through the window at the wall of Alday's department store. She went in there with Jack. We'd seen most of the guards leave and she said she could handle the rest, so they went inside to let the folk in there out. How long ago? 8 days now. Maggie and I were fixin' to go after them, tonight. Then you showed up. I won't deny I'm relieved. Polly pulled up a chair. This looked as though it had been a little apartment above a shop, with an old table, some chairs, and through a doorway a small kitchen. And everyone from the town's in there? Everyone that's left, Wally said. Most were taken off to Seattle, but the sick and many of the kids were left there. Custer Petrov's in charge, so heaven help them. And heaven help Petrov if he's harmed any of them, Polly said. Wally, I've left my daughter Luna up on Cove Road. She realized as she said this that the old man wasn't a local. Follow the river road out of town, then head up the hill, it's signposted. Sure, he said, his head wagging. And what do you want me to do when I find her? Look after her and her dog. Stay out of Arbroth, stay safe. Marvin and I will see what we can do in there. Nicky Friedman, the deputy leading the resistance, had gone in through the loading bay at the back of the department store, according to Wally, so Polly decided on a more straightforward approach. She and Marvin would jump the guards and enter through the front door. They sat in the little room after Wally and Maggie had left, waiting for night to fall. Their plan was to try to get in during the early hours when, hopefully, the people inside were sleeping, and so they had many hours to sit and stew. To her delight, Polly found a little shower behind the kitchen, and in the bedroom beyond, she opened a wardrobe to see a spare deputy's uniform. And it was clean. She emerged, truly clean for the first time since she'd left Wright-Patterson weeks ago, and painfully aware that although she smelled of the rose-scented soap in the shower, this served only to accentuate how fragrant Marvin was. She ordered him to remove his shirt, vest, and pants, and threw him a spare pair of Wally's underpants to put on while she hand-washed his clothes. I can do that for myself, Marvin said as he wrapped his coat around his naked body. Maybe, Polly responded, surprised at the sharp tone in his voice, but I've got nothing better to do, and I'm pretty sure I can do a better job than you. You're quite the new age man, Marvin. Tucker snorted. I don't even know what that means, but I always did my own washing. Only way I could be sure it was clean. Polly smiled at him, and half-filled the sink from a bucket before tipping in water heated on their camping stove. She lost herself in the simple physical task of rubbing the sweat and grime out of the uniform with soap and a dish brush. Polly slipped around the corner and pressed her gun against the back of the first guard's head as Marvin leveled his shotgun at the other. Quiet, she hissed. It was almost midnight, and the only light was provided by a burning brazier on the steps outside the store. Within seconds, Marvin had tied up and gagged the second guard while she watched the other. He looked to be of Oriental appearance, though it was too dark to say any more than that, and he didn't say a word as Marvin pulled out a pair of cable ties and secured his arms. They were led to an empty shop opposite, ordered to lie down, and their legs were bound before Marvin tied them to a radiator for good measure, and Polly took their keys. That went well, Marvin said as they ran back across to the front door of the department store. Quiet as mice. Polly tried 3 keys before finding one that worked, and she pushed gently at it, praying it wouldn't squeak. Once it was wide enough, they crept into the darkness. She formed an image in her mind's eye of the layout of the store, but was quickly reduced to feeling her way in the hope of finding the door that led to the makeshift hospital she'd set up. The plan was to liberate enough people to enable her to take over the store and bring Custer Petrov to justice. Her hand wrapped around a door handle and she pushed down. The door opened onto blackness, but she didn't feel the flow of air that would suggest she was in the corridor she was expecting. Polly was just about to close it again when a red flash caught her eye. Before the long dark, she'd have written it off as nothing more than the random flashing of, say, a smoke alarm, but in this new world it was incongruous. What powered equipment could be in here? They hadn't dared use the flashlight Wally had left for fear of attracting attention, but Polly decided to risk it. She tugged on Marvin's arm to bring him inside and silently shut the door behind them, sealing them inside. She pointed the flashlight at the blinking red light and flicked it on. There on a small table in the center of what had once been a storage room, sat a black glossy object with 4 arms, each of which ended in rotors. "Oh my God!" Polly gasped. "No. Not here too." "What is it?" "A drone," Marvin said. "It's a Reaper," Polly said. "Come on, we've got to get out of here now." "What about Nikki and the others?" Polly went to open the door. "We'll think about that later. Now we must get out. Come on, Marvin." A door behind the drone was flung open, and they heard the unmistakable click of safeties being disengaged. Polly swung round. 3 figures in olive uniforms with red stars on their chests stood there. Tingzi. Chapter 4. Nathan. The final 5 miles to the Las Cruces base almost killed them, and Nathan was reduced to half-carrying Sumi as he fought to keep himself upright. His throat was as dry as the desert he stumbled through, and his stomach felt like a shriveled bag, but still he thrust one booted foot down after another. It had been over 2 weeks since the attack on the naval base in San Diego, and they'd sure kicked the ants' nest over. It had been a miracle they'd escaped from the city in the aftermath, as the Sino-NK troops had begun tightening the noose around it far quicker than he'd expected. It became obvious that the enemy had a satellite communication system that meant they could coordinate the search for their attackers, and many times over those days, Nathan had been certain they'd be captured. But somehow they'd escaped, though it seemed that their attack had stung the Chinese and NK forces into immediate action. As they ran eastward, the enemy followed. War was coming. He didn't have the energy to raise his head, so he only realized they had nearly reached the base when its external lights fell on the sand and grit at his feet. A call went up and Nathan Woods went down. He came around in a bed, under a bright light. Nathan grabbed the hand that floated in front of his vision and forced it downwards. "Relax, Sergeant." Like a switch, full consciousness snapped into place and he let go, pulled himself up and looked around. He was in a hospital bed, but the man in the room with him wore fatigues beneath his white coat. "Thank you," the doctor said, rubbing his wrist. "I'm glad to see you awake again, Sergeant Woods. You were severely dehydrated, malnourished, and suffering from sunstroke." "Where's Sumi?" he croaked. "She recovered before you, and has been moved to the main wing. You've been through quite the trauma, Woods, and you need a little rest before you resume duty. I'll order some food for you, and notify the colonel that you're conscious." Woods was finishing a bowl of chicken soup when Colonel Martinez swept in through the curtain. "Please finish your meal," he said as Nathan held his chunk of bread ready to soak up the last of the liquid. "I'm glad to see you're recovering," Martinez continued, giving Nathan time to finish. "Corporal Pock has briefed me on your activities since leaving here, and you are to be commended on your conduct. Both of you." Nathan swallowed the last delicious mouthful and washed it down with a glass of water. "Thank you, sir," he said. "Would you like my full report now?" "No need, Pock has been quite thorough. The doctor says you will be sufficiently recovered tomorrow, and you can fill in the details then." "They're coming, Colonel. The Chinese and North Koreans. They'll be here any day. Phoenix has fallen." The colonel nodded. "I know. My scouts have been tracking them for the past week." "Are you evacuating?" Nathan asked before remembering to add, "Sir." He could see the colonel's expression harden. "No. Our orders are to hold the line." "What? That's insane." "I am going to excuse that outburst, Sergeant Woods, both on account of your recent conduct and because you are clearly still suffering the after-effects of your mission. But I will obey the chain of command, Sergeant, as I am bound by my oath to do. For as long as John Murphy is the president of this country, I will continue to follow his orders." Nathan slumped back onto the bed as he felt the adrenaline spike expire and the tendrils of sleep impinge on his conscious mind. He thought he heard the colonel speak again. "And my orders include sending you to deliver your report personally to the president." He might even have heard the words, "Sorry, son." Nathan sat in the back of the sedan as it headed east. Next to him, Sumi was looking out the window at the arid terrain. Well, at least the TLX wasn't going to be caught with its pants down, Nathan thought. They passed military vehicles and personnel, moving in the opposite direction. He hoped they were intended to reinforce the small garrison at Las Cruces, but feared they would be too late to do any good. He was being taken to meet with President Murphy at Fort Stockton, a small town on 10. Sumi, though she hadn't been included in the original mission orders, was also going. Officially, they were to brief the president on what they'd seen in San Diego and during their journey back, but Nathan detected a subplot at work. Murphy didn't like anyone to know more than he did, nor did he like heroes other than himself. Nathan had seen it in the man's eyes, jealousy of an earned reputation. At least Jake was with them. He sat next to the driver, and it occurred to Nathan more than once that between the three of them, they could overpower their guard and make a break for it. But he wasn't entirely confident that he could rely on Jake to take his side if he attempted it, and after all, where would they go? Because, at least in part, of their actions in San Diego, military forces on both sides had been stirred up into a frenzy of activity, and it would be very difficult to go against the westward flow without raising suspicion. They'd said little to each other on the journey. Jake had been relieved and delighted to see Nathan alive and more or less well, but it quickly became obvious that he was, if anything, even more fanatically loyal to the president than he had been before Nathan's mission. He saw it as a stroke of genius on Murphy's part to send Woods to spy on the enemy, and a testament to Nathan that he'd succeeded. They'd seen little sign of civilians either on the roads or in the settlements they passed, and Nathan guessed Murphy had ordered them to move eastwards so his forces could fight unencumbered by fears of collateral damage. Every now and again, however, they would see a reminder of the strict military discipline now in force. Hanging from gibbets by the side of the road and twisting gently in the desert breeze, they saw bodies in fatigues. Some wore the uniforms of the enemy, others were TLX fighters. Signs hung from around broken necks with the single word "deserter." Nathan noticed that Jake looked away when they approached such grisly evidence of the regime's brutality. He so wanted to believe in the greatness of his president that he willfully ignored the evidence of his idol's psychosis. It was dark by the time they rolled into Fort Stockton. The president, they learned, was using the historic fort as his base, and they were to be taken there. Jake brushed his uniform down as he got out of the car and adjusted his kepi to the regulation angle. Nathan watched as Jake preened himself with a teenager's naive enthusiasm, and said a silent prayer that this adoration would at least keep the lad safe. "Ah, Sergeant Woods." Nathan snapped a salute as President John Murphy approached him, hand held out. They were in the former officers' quarters in the historic fort, though there was little enough to see as the main illumination came from gas lanterns scattered around the room. Nathan didn't doubt that the president could simply flick a switch to turn on the electric lights, but the man liked theater. "You've returned a hero again," he said, his heavy features contriving to smile. "Your intelligence has proven invaluable in preparing us for the attack of our enemies. You also seem to have provoked them into a hasty stroke against us. Perhaps that will give us an advantage." "Yes, Mr. President," Nathan said. "At ease, Sergeant," Murphy sighed. "And this is Corporal Pak, I presume?" Sumi saluted. "Yes, sir, Mr. President." "You also have given invaluable service to the TLX," he said, pausing in front of her. "By betraying your own people not once but twice, you helped gain crucial intelligence, so I suppose we must be grateful." Nathan could sense Sumi tensing even further at these words. "And you must be private masters," he said, returning Jake's salute. "Who is the perfect embodiment of how we mustn't use our past history, or indeed family relationships, as an excuse to betray our country when it needs us. Well done, son." The president stepped back and Nathan waited, barely breathing, for the hammer to fall. "And since we're talking of families and of sons," Murphy said, I think you might be interested to meet someone. 2 armed goons lurked in the shadows and one leaned sideways to turn a doorknob. Murphy moved towards the door. Nathan and Jake followed him, but Sumi was ordered to stay where she was, under the baleful gaze of the other guard. The room beyond was even more dimly lit than the main room. In the corner lay a figure whose feet and hands were chained to a ring in the wall. It was a young man wearing dirty jeans and a filthy t-shirt. This boy is soon to discover what happens to those who betray their family. Not only did he disobey the direct order of his father, but he then tried to harm the man he owes absolute loyalty to. Murphy stepped across and pulled the tape from the figure's mouth. This is my son, Lucas. He was ordered to wed your sister, Private Masters, but instead chose to abduct her and flee from justice. Ice poured through Nathan's veins, and he noticed Jake go rigid. What happened to her? Jake said before noticing the anger on Murphy's face. He added, Sorry, Mr. President. Murphy relaxed. Quite all right, Masters. Loyalty to your family is to your credit, and I value your service to your country, given the conflict this must cause. No conflict, Mr. President. I fight for the TLX and its leader. Murphy slapped his shoulder. If only I had a son like you. But sadly, I produced the scum that cowers on the floor. Assuming he is my son, of course. I have sometimes wondered if perhaps his mother sought elsewhere for comfort while I was away. Don't talk about Mom like that. Luke spat. Congratulations, Mr. Masters, Murphy said with a smile. Those are the first words he has spoken in my presence. Your sister, mother, and grandfather were safe when I left them, Luke said, looking up at Jake, who despite himself seemed to relax a little at the news. Where are they? Jake asked. Luke shook his head. Believe me, you don't want that monster to know. With a sickening thud, Murphy's boot connected with the side of his son's head and Luke slumped to the floor. It was all Nathan could do to stop himself retaliating on Luke's behalf, and he could see the shock on Jake's face as he witnessed this brutality. Murphy saw it too. The rage vanished in an instant and he smiled. I'm sorry you had to see that, Masters, but some sins are unforgivable. My son here has been following my movements for days now, with the aim of harming his father. But he isn't nearly as clever as I am, and I was ready for his move. He will hang in the morning. No. Jake said. He's your son. Nathan saw anger flash across Murphy's face again, but the president mastered himself quickly and shook his head at the guard who'd stepped forward as if to restrain Jake. You are young, Private Masters, and I hope you never have to endure the pain of betrayal. But let me ask you this, if you were a farmer and one cow became ill with a communicable disease, would you hesitate to destroy it for the sake of the herd? Even if it was your favorite? He's talking about people as if they're cattle, Nathan thought. Has Jake noticed? I would destroy it, Mr. President, Jake said, glancing at Luke as he lay sprawled on the floor. Murphy slapped him on the shoulder again. There, and now you see how it must be. I am sorry for it, but as president, I must think of the greater good. But sir, Jake said, what disease would your son spread if he lived? Murphy's face darkened, and Nathan tried desperately to send a telepathic command to Jake to stop talking. But again the moment passed quickly, and the president smiled. Insurrection. A contagion that can bring down a country quicker than a pandemic. Jake seemed to consider this before giving a brief nod. Very well, sir. I understand. Good man, Murphy said, before aiming a final kick at Luke and heading for the door. Sumi stood exactly where she had been, engaged in a staring match with the guard who had moved to within a few feet of her. What's happening here? Murphy said as the door to Luke's makeshift cell closed behind him. She's giving me attitude, Mr. President, the guard said. Murphy grunted. Typical of her kind, he said. Can't be trusted. You have my permission to deal with her. The guard stepped towards Sumi, drawing a baton from his waist. She stepped back, raising her fists. Mr. President? Nathan said. Silence, Murphy responded, flashing a glance at the other guard who moved towards Nathan and grabbed his arm. Sumi had been backed into a corner, but as the guard raised his baton, She thrust her fist into his rib cage and he roared in pain and anger, falling away from her and drawing his sidearm. "Mr. President?" Nathan called again. "I said silence," Murphy yelled, before turning briefly to the guard restraining Nathan. "If he says another word, shoot him. Hero of the Republic or no, I will not have insubordination." The guard went for his sidearm and then spun around. "Put down your weapons." The voice was calm and assured, and the gun was leveled at the president. "Jake," Nathan said. Murphy's face burned red with wrath. "You traitor. You'll die at my hands for this." "Drop your weapon or the president dies," Jake said to Sumi's attacker. At a nod from Murphy, the gun fell to the floor with a metallic thud. Jacob Masters held the sidearm he'd pulled from the guard's holster. "Enough is enough," he said. "Nathan, will you deal with the guards and bring Luke out? The president is going to show us the way out." Chapter 5. Luke staggered along, leaning on Sumi's shoulder as Nathan held his weapon at the base of President Murphy's skull. The sheer lunacy of the situation gave it a dreamlike quality, but he knew that there was nothing to do other than see it through to the end. He wasn't concerned about anything other than the next minutes and getting off the base alive. The shout went up as they shuffled out of the president's room. Nathan kept so close to Murphy that he could mumble instructions into his ear. The biggest risk was that one of the guards would try to shoot him without hitting the president, so he kept Murphy between him and them as much as possible. He could feel the man shake as he held onto his jacket with his left hand, though he couldn't tell whether it was with fear or rage or more likely both. "Stand down," Murphy croaked as guards drew their sidearms. "Tell them to throw their weapons into the corner," Nathan said. Murphy gave the order, and Jake, who'd given his gun to Nathan, stooped to retrieve one for himself and a second for Sumi. Jake went a few paces ahead and opened the outer door. The sounds of normal life on the base drifted in, people walking to and fro, snatches of conversation, and the rumble of vehicles on the road that ran alongside the historic fort. They'd struck lucky with that at least. The president's sense of the theatrical had led him to choose an unwise location that was far less secure than a modern military base. Nathan scanned the area outside and pointed at a black SUV. The driver, who sat smoking with the door open, leapt out as the group approached, shadowed by a growing number of base personnel. "Just give it up," Murphy said over his shoulder. "You can't get away." "It's too late for that, John," Nathan said. "Too late for you." Luke stumbled, and Jake ran back to help Sumi support him. Revulsion spread across his face as he tried to avoid touching the slick of blood that stained Luke's shirt. He shot a glance at Murphy that was so full of hate that Nathan barely recognized the naive young man he thought he knew. With his spare arm, Jake kept his handgun pointed at the president's head. They moved toward the SUV, stepping in pools of light created by the construction lamps dotted around the parking lot. The air smelled of diesel and cigarettes, and a gentle breeze brought a wet cool from the coast to tickle their skin. Nathan got into the driver's seat and ordered Murphy into the center seat behind, with Sumi on one side and Jake on the other. Luke curled up in the passenger seat. Nathan wound down the window. "Anyone follows us, the first person to die will be the president." A voice called out of the darkness, "What are you going to do with him? If he behaves himself, we'll let him go. You know the commies are comin', don't ya? But maybe you're a commie lover. Maybe you don't care if the Reds take over the country." Nathan turned the key in the car. "Listen, bud, I've seen them up front and I've killed my fair share. If you want to be a patriot, then send forces to the west. Colonel Martinez needs you." He rolled the window up and stepped on the gas. No one spoke for what seemed like hours. Nathan was desperate to discuss where they should go and how they'd get away, but they couldn't do it with Murphy sitting there. And a burning resentment filled the space between him and his son as he sat with his eyes on the back of Luke's head. "They're following," Sumi said, glancing behind. "A long way back, but sometimes I see lights moving." "It seems they ignored your warning," Murphy said. "Or maybe they don't really care what happens to you," Nathan responded as he turned onto the interstate. He didn't believe that for a moment. If they truly didn't care, they'd either have left the president to his fate, or they'd have driven them off the road already. No, they were following, but at a distance, and that gave Nathan an idea. Quite suddenly, he turned off the headlights and cut left across the road and onto the stony desert sand. With a scraping thud, the car burst through the wire fencing that lined the road here, and headed at high speed across the scrubland. They were thrown around as Nathan engaged the four-wheel drive. Luke moaned in agony as the front right tire hit a rock, and he was thrust upwards against his safety belt. "What are you doing?" Murphy called, unable to hide the fear in his voice. "Losing us in the desert," Nathan responded. It was a lie. He'd driven the 10 before, and he knew that it connected with the 385 heading for San Angelo. He had no plan beyond getting away and heading northeast, away from the North Koreans, the Chinese, and the TLX. The places he'd called home his entire life were now either under occupation by invaders or in the hands of the despot sitting in the car behind him. Nathan slowed a little once they were well beyond the interstate. He didn't dare turn on the headlights yet, as the land was flat here and they could be seen for miles around. The moon gave scant light as it sat behind the clouds, so he was reduced to picking his way through the desert, inching their way westward. "How long are you going to keep me hostage?" Murphy said as they rejoined the highway. "Haven't decided yet," Nathan said. "I'd get comfortable if I was you." Sumi touched his shoulder. "We should pull over soon, Nate. Luke needs tending." Nathan gave Luke a nudge. "You okay, Luke?" There was no response. Cursing under his breath, Nathan turned on the headlights and put his foot down. "Keep your eyes open. We're looking for something off the main road where we can hide the car. Damn it, I wanted to get a lot more miles ahead before stopping." "I know, but if we don't take a look at him, he might bleed to death." "There," Jake called. The headlights had bounced off what looked like a barn with a rusty corrugated iron roof. Nathan turned onto the little lane that led to it and brought the SUV around the back. "You wait here," he said. "Keep a close eye on our guest." Nathan jumped out of the car and, finding a flashlight in the trunk, drew his Glock and ran to the barn. The metal doors had been forced open, and whatever had once been inside was now gone, leaving just the acrid aroma of cow manure. He flicked on the flashlight, being careful to keep the beam facing down and away from the road. The place was filthy, but a stack of hay bales lay on one side that could be fashioned into a makeshift bed. It would have to do. Sumi covered the president while Jake and Nathan carried the unresponsive Luke into the barn. They laid him down on the bales while Jake took over watching Murphy. "Do you have any medical training?" Nathan asked Sumi. She shook her head. "Nothing beyond what I learned in basic," she said, "but I know a sick person when I see one. He's had quite a beating." Nathan pulled Luke's shirt apart while Sumi shone the flashlight on him. Blue-black bruises spread across his chest, culminating in a seeping wheal on the right side of his ribs. "How could you let this happen?" Nathan said to Murphy. "How could you let someone beat your flesh and blood like this? And then leave him without medical treatment?" "He did it himself," Jake said. "I bet he did." Nathan locked eyes with the president and knew Jake was speaking the truth. Murphy had, at the very least, allowed it to happen, but from his cold expression as he looked down on his son, Nathan could see not a hint of compassion. And this was the man they expected to unite them against the invaders. Nathan realized he should have known that this was the nature of their leader. His treatment of Maddie and Luke as a breeding pair to further his dynasty, and then his abrupt abandonment of his son once the boy rebelled, should have been evidence enough. But Nathan had selectively ignored the deliberate policies of separation and authoritarianism that would have signaled Murphy was a sociopath to anyone willing to listen. He decided that the president was the lesser of the evils facing the fledgling TLX, and ignored the mounting evidence that he was a monster. "I think he's bleeding internally," Sumi said. "He hasn't lost that much blood from this wound, but I think something's been ruptured inside." "What can we do?" Jake asked, keeping his eyes on the president. Sumi looked up at him. We can make him comfortable and give him fluids, but he'll either heal or he won't. Nathan could see from her expression which of those was the more likely. They didn't have time to sit at the sick man's side to wait for him to expire. Every minute they stayed here increased the chance they'd be discovered, but there was no question of moving him. And no question of them abandoning Luke. Because they weren't monsters. Jake had drifted off to sleep as Nathan sat watching Murphy dozing. Luke's breathing had become more and more shallow, and the first hints of the approaching dawn could be seen through gaps in the metal roof. With a heave, Luke choked and cried out. Nathan sprung to his feet and Sumi stirred, taking Luke's hand as he tried to sit up. No, Luke. Rest. Luke looked around in the gloom, his pale face a stark contrast to the darkness around them. Father, he whispered. Murphy looked up at Nathan, who nodded and helped him to his feet. Raising his hand, Luke's face twisted in pain. Isn't there anything we can do? Jake asked desperately. Father? Murphy stepped towards the hay bales on which his son lay and took Luke's hand. I'm sorry, Luke said. The president leaned down as if he were going to plant a kiss on Luke's forehead. He spat on his son's face. No. Jake leaped at the man, grabbing him around the neck and forcing him to the floor. Murphy rolled over, his greater bulk and training giving him an immediate edge. He sat across Jake, who brought his knee up and with a roar, propelled Murphy from him, before scrambling across the floor to where his handgun lay. He swept up the sidearm, pushed his right hand down onto Murphy's chest and pressed the gun against his temple. Stop, Nathan said, pushing Jake to one side. Jake leaped up and rushed at Nathan, flailing out at him in his fury. You saw what he did. Let me kill him. A cry echoed around the inside of the barn, and Nathan rolled away to see Murphy rising from behind Jake, holding the handgun he'd dropped and leveling it at the boy. You know what the penalty is for attempted assassination of a president, he hissed. A shot punched the darkness. Put the gun down, Murphy. Sumi stood with her gun pointing directly at the president's head. Your son's dead, she said. Which makes you a murderer. What is the penalty for murder in the TLX? Now put the gun down. Murphy slowly raised his arms, stepped back a little and dropped his sidearm to the ground, his face contorted in hate. Helping Jake up, Nathan pulled the boy to him. You should have let me kill him. Not you, son. Not you, Nathan said gently. He locked eyes with Sumi, and they exchanged a tiny nod. Sumi's weapon spoke, and the president of the TLX fell lifeless to the floor. She stood over him and touched his throat. Do not suffer a monster to live, she hissed. It is an old Korean proverb, from one traitor to another. They didn't have time to give Luke the decent burial he deserved, so they dug a shallow grave in the sand and gently lowered him into it. Nathan filled in the grave with Jake while Sumi watched beyond them to the road. You know, he was the unifying force here. We've just made it much easier for the Chinese and North Koreans by taking him out. Maybe, Sumi said, but some crimes cannot be forgiven. He fatally wounded his son, and then, when the boy wanted comfort, Murphy spat on him. The more power a beast like that has, the greater his crimes will become. Luke's body disappeared beneath the sand and stones as they worked. When they'd finished, the sun appeared on the horizon, and they stood for a moment in silent contemplation of a young life lost. What happened to your old uniform? Nathan asked. It's in my pack, Sumi said, surprised. Why? Nathan threw his shovel down and began to walk back to the barn. We need to leave a message for whoever finds him. And so, as they drove back onto the main highway, looking for a side road into the desert, the body of President John Murphy lay with a red star pinned to his chest. He was killed by a North Korean after all, Nathan said. Perhaps it'll be enough to unite the TLX behind a new leader. Hatred can be a pretty effective glue, for a time at least. Let's hope they look for revenge in the West. And so the three of them headed northwest. Nathan knew that they had a short time to get as many miles between them and the inevitable pursuit as possible. I was an idiot, Jake said, finally breaking the silence after what had seemed like hours. I believed in him, in the TLX. You can carry on believing in the TLX, Jake, Nathan said. And plenty of folks were taken in by Murphy, including me. Don't blame yourself. It was when I saw what he'd done to his own son that I realized. And then, I thought how he treated Maddie like an animal. I thought he'd honored her by making her marry his son, but he hated Luke. What sort of a father treats his son like that? Mine never would. The tears flowed then, as Jake spoke of his family, his mother, sister, and grandfather who, as far as he knew, were still alive, and his father who had probably died in New York. I wasn't nice to Pa, he said. I thought he couldn't wait to get away and go live in the big city. I thought he hated us, but he was a good father. I wish I could see him again. Nathan put his hand on Jake's arm as they drove north, destination unknown. Chapter 6. Polly. Polly could taste the blood leaking from her nose as she braced herself for the next blow. It didn't come. Instead, a now familiar voice spoke. Is that not enough, Sheriff? It said in perfect, though slightly accented English. Is it not time to cease your stubborn resistance and answer my questions? She peered up at him through her better eye. I've told you everything I know. It was a lie. She knew it, and so did he. He wore the uniform of an officer in the People's Liberation Army. His spotless jacket with its perfectly pressed creases hid the sadistic heart of an interrogator. Though he hadn't touched her, she imagined that he would proudly proclaim that he never hurt women. He simply ordered others to do that. Polly's injuries, therefore, had been inflicted by a large Chinese woman whose overt brutality contrasted with his cold cruelty. She'd been kept in a basement of the department store since she and Tucker had been captured and brought into this room 3 times now, to be asked the same questions over and over. You have seen the Reaper before, that is obvious from the accounts of my guards, he continued. I wish to know how this can be, since you have clearly come from outside. I am told that you ran away when your town came under attack. Perhaps it took those many weeks for you to find the courage to scurry back and seek to steal from us. Her gaze didn't flinch as their eyes met. His, like hers, were brown, but there was no sign of a human soul dwelling within. You may not be aware, but your comrade, Mr. Tucker, has been quite cooperative. In your dreams. So there really is no need for any further discomfort. We simply ask for you to, what is the word? Ah yes, corroborate his account. What did he say? The interrogator shook his head with fake regret. If I told you that, your confirmation would not be independent, now would it? Let me ask you something, Polly said. Go ahead. If I cooperate, what will happen to us? His eyes widened, just a touch as he sensed capitulation. Your suffering will end, Sheriff. In front of a firing squad? The expression hardened again. That is not my decision, Sheriff. But if you wish the pain to end, you must answer my questions. Where have you seen the Reaper before? Polly gazed up into those pitiless eyes. As I told you, that was the first time I'd seen one. I could see that it was a drone, but that's all. He looked across at the woman with the baton and gave a curt nod. As Polly braced herself, the door was flung open and Custer Petrov, owner of the department store, rushed in, flanked by 2 of his goons. The interrogator spun around as Petrov froze when he caught sight of Polly. What is the meaning of this interruption? Liang roared, the mask abandoned. Major Liang. I apologize. We have trouble in upper floor. Petrov spoke to the interrogator, but his eyes flicked to Polly. You are responsible for internal security, are you not? Liang said. My men are not to be used for petty squabbles. Petrov's cheeks colored as he shook his owl-like head. There are too many, Major. You limit my forces too much. Only 4 on duty at one time, you tell me. Not enough. Very well. Use whatever means necessary to regain full control. And I expect you to punish the transgressors severely. That is the only means of ensuring discipline, Petrov. You understand? Petrov nodded, and then his eyes moved to Polly again. Custer, she said. Be silent. Liang snapped, turning on her. I hope that whatever they're paying you is worth it, Polly called, looking past the major. But maybe treachery comes cheap these days. I had no choice. Cooperate or die, and others die too. Get out, Liang said, as his carefully choreographed interrogation fell apart. You're quite the hero, Custer, Polly called to his retreating back. I'm sure the People's Republic is very proud of you. The door slammed behind him, and Polly heard the heavy footsteps of the big woman with the club. When she was pushed back into her cell, she found she wasn't alone. Strong arms grabbed her as she stumbled. Sheriff. Marvin? She croaked, allowing him to support her weight. Tucker cursed under his breath, then held her upright to examine her. Pain spread across Polly's face from one side to the other. Animals. Looks like your nose is broken, Sheriff. Polly, she managed. Call me Polly. She looked into his face and saw that he'd been beaten almost as thoroughly as she had. She felt her eyes water and they embraced, each drawing strength from the other. They kept asking me about something called a reaper, he said as they rocked gently. Wouldn't believe, I didn't have the first clue what they were talking about. Polly withdrew and looked into his kind eyes. They asked me too. They seem to think they're the only ones who've got reapers. I got us into this mess, Marvin, I'm sorry. But I was so amazed when I saw it there. So you really have seen one before? Polly gave her head a tiny shake before reaching up and grabbing her ear lobe. It took some theatrics before Marvin understood. The room might be bugged. Perhaps, having failed to extract the information through brutality, they'd decided to opt for something more subtle. No, Polly said out loud. I don't know any more than you do. Tucker helped her over to the single cot against the wall. She collapsed onto it and wiped her eyes. Polly reckoned she and Tucker had been the two toughest sobs in Arbroth before the attack, but everyone has their breaking point. What do you think they're planning to do with us? Polly gave a grim chuckle. Oh, I think we'll be lined up against a wall, Marvin. And sooner rather than later. And that don't scare you? She looked up at him. Of course it does, Marvin. Unless you've got some genius plan to get us out of here that you can communicate to me in sign language. Afraid not, Sheriff. I was hoppin' you'd pull something out of your butt. She shook her head, and Marvin came to sit beside her as they waited in silence for the next act of the play. Polly woke from a doze as Marvin nudged her. Someone's coming. Footsteps stopped outside the door, which then opened to reveal Custer Petrov. Beyond him stood one of his bodyguards and a Chinese soldier, but he left them both behind as he came inside and dragged the solitary wooden chair to the center of the room. The door slammed shut behind him, and he sat looking at them silently. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kick you into the afterlife, Petrov, Polly said, feeling the rage rise again. He put his hands up as if surprised at her vitriol. I do not command here. Major, he ordered torture, he said. Polly had noticed that the more stressed he was, the stronger his Russian accent. You were quick enough to be the puppet leader when Arbroth was taken. What else could I do? They say I run the place, or they do. I protect people. What do you think would happen to ones who cannot be moved? Hospital is full of old and weak. Marvin scoffed at this. And you're the great savior, is that it? Come off it, Custer, if there ain't $1 in it, you ain't gonna do it. You're right, Polly said. He's screwing the people he's supposed to be protecting. But tell me, Custer, now we can all see each other for who they are, what are you doing here? Petrov pulled a piece of cloth from his pocket and wiped his forehead. The Major, he will kill the patients one by one if you do not tell him what he wants to know. He thinks maybe you speak easier to me than him. Why would I want to speak to a collaborator? Polly spat. You work for a monster, do you know that? A monster who won't believe that I don't know the answers to his questions. A monster who would do this to me. She ran her hand across her bruised face. Petrov brushed the sweat from his eyes and shook his head. I do not like to see you hurt, Sheriff. Not good to hit women. And yet you allow it to carry on? Are you waiting for us to be beaten to death or lined up in front of a wall? Then you can forget we were here? No, it is not like that. Friedman and Rutz, they not talk either. I could not save them. What happened to them? Rutz is dead. Friedman is in hospital bed. She will be first to die if you not talk. Polly slumped and wrapped her hands around her head as she felt the darkness rising to engulf her. She felt Marvin's hand on her back. We ain't talkin' Custer, he said. But maybe it's time for you to decide which side you're on. What can I do? He blustered. Polly raised her head again and looked into his frightened eyes. Be a man, Custer. Be a man. The door burst open and 2 Chinese soldiers ran in, grabbed Petrov under the arms before marching him out of the room. As he left, his head twisted back to where they sat on the little bed. I am sorry, he called as the door slammed shut again. An hour later, the door opened again to admit Major Liang, flanked by 4 guards. Are you ready to answer my questions, Sheriff? I can't, Polly said, feeling adrenaline surging again at the sight of the man. I've answered all those I can, Major. He sighed, then signaled to the guards. 2 dragged Polly to her feet, and the other pair grabbed Marvin and hauled him upright. Where are we going? She asked, unable to hide the fear in her voice. Liang ignored her, merely spinning on his heels and leading them out of the room that had become their cell. Polly found herself wishing she'd had the courage to relieve herself in the bucket with Marvin there. Just one more source of discomfort and pain in a body that felt as though it had nothing left to give. They were marched along a dark corridor in the basement, up a flight of metal stairs and out into the bright daylight. Polly shivered in the sudden chill after the stuffy warmth of the cell, and allowed herself to be guided around the corner to the side of the building. She felt as though she were in the middle of a dream, just waiting to wake up and find that this was all nothing but a nightmare. Nikki Friedman stood against the brick wall. She was clothed in a hospital gown, and leaned back as if needing the wall's support to remain upright. Polly gasped when she saw the ruin that Friedman's face had become, her all-American good looks and blonde hair destroyed. But not her spirit. Friedman expressed no surprise when she recognized Polly and Marvin. Her face remained impassive, as if she had been dosed with sedatives. At a nod from Liang, 2 of their guards detached themselves and went to join the pair who were lined up in front of Friedman. They stood at attention, awaiting the command. Custer Petrov was also there. Polly assumed he'd been given the job of bringing Friedman here to face her death. His round face was gray with terror as he beckoned to his 2 guards to follow him. No, Petrov, Liang barked. You will remain and witness what happens to those who oppose the People's Republic of China. Petrov slunk into a position behind the firing squad, as Polly and Marvin watched from just behind the major. Now you have one final opportunity to answer my questions, Sheriff. I believe you, at least, know something of our secret weapon, and I require you to tell me, or your deputy here will die. You expect me to believe you'll spare us if I tell you what you want to know. An evil smile crept across his face. No, you at least will face the firing squad, Sheriff. But if you satisfy me, I will order the release of your deputies. She felt Marvin tense. You don't believe this maniac, do you? He murmured, as Liang turned back to the firing squad and barked an order in Chinese. The soldiers raised their weapons. Polly exchanged a glance with Marvin, trying to point to the guards behind them with her eyes. It was a desperate move, but she wasn't prepared to stand and watch her friend die without trying to intervene. She thought he gave a tiny nod, but then Liang raised his hand to the firing squad and called over his shoulder, "This is your final warning, Sheriff. Cooperate now or she dies, followed by your accomplice." Friedman let out a desperate moan as she seemed to finally register the guns pointing at her, and shrank against the wall. "Very well," Liang said before drawing in a deep breath. "Who?" Polly stabbed back with her elbow and caught her guard in the midriff. The man folded with a moan and fell to the floor as Marvin's fist connected with his guard's jaw. In the same instant, Liang's arm fell and shots rang out. But Friedman still stood cowering against the wall, as 2 members of the firing squad fell to the ground. Polly leapt at Liang, but he slipped out of her grip as Marvin wrestled with one of the guards for control of his weapon. As Liang spun away, Polly grabbed his handgun and felled her guard, who was struggling to his feet. All this had happened in a few seconds, and the surviving members of the firing squad were taking cover. More shots, and now Polly could see that they were coming from the window of the room they'd hidden in 2 days before. "Wally," she called. 2 huge shapes emerged from the shadows, followed by Custer Petrov. They fell upon the remaining soldiers, beating them with their bare hands and shouting curses in Russian as Petrov grabbed their weapons. Marvin silenced his opponent with a final mighty punch and then looked up. "He's getting away." Polly aimed at the retreating back of Liang, but her shot with the unfamiliar Chinese weapon went wide. "Cease fire," she called, waving to the open window that hid Wally Hammond, who it seemed was a deadly accurate shot. 4 Chinese soldiers lay dead and 2 others wounded. "Marvin, deal with the survivors," she barked. "What do you mean, Sheriff?" "Finish 'em off." "No. Tie them up and throw them in one of the shops opposite. We'll deal with them later." She ran over to Friedman and embraced her. "It's okay, Nikki," she murmured. "We're here. You're safe." Wally's friend Maggie came scampering across the street and guided Friedman away. Polly broke off and ran back toward the department store entrance, a sudden dreadful thought cutting through every other. "Where are you going?" Marvin called. "We've got to get Liang," she replied. "Petrov, bring your men. Come on." In her mind's eye, she saw the Reaper. Liang would have the codes to activate it, and if that thing got loose, they would all die. Chapter 7. Solly. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base had been transformed since Solly had last been there on his journey back from Arbroth. Where it had once been a rump of its former self, with personnel occupying only one small defensible corner, it had now expanded outwards as the call to arms was answered by service personnel, veterans and volunteers. "I'm sorry about the boy," Colonel McBride said as he watched his assistant, a young lieutenant by the name of Khan, pour the coffee. Solly sighed. "I appreciate your doctors taking a look at him. At least we know it's unlikely to get any worse." "Or any better," McBride said. "Do you wish to leave him here in our care?" "I do, but he won't even consider it." McBride sipped at his coffee. "Does he have a choice in the matter?" "Call it cowardice if you like, but I'm not going to refuse to take him along with me. Last time I did that, I lost someone I loved dearly." "Janice?" "Yes, I understand the desire to keep family close." The colonel's normally impassive face softened, and Solly thought he saw his eyes moisten. "So many people have lost so much," McBride continued. "But we must look to the future, such as it is. Will you do as I ask?" "I will. We're heading south, and I'm happy to leave a trail of transmitters behind us." "Good. Sheriff Ramos has done a good job to the west, and we have others heading to all points of the compass. Events are moving quickly, Mr. Masters, and we must have information if we are to act. We are the ears and eyes of the new government." Solly swallowed a mouthful of coffee, hand-roasted if he was any judge. "What's the latest from D.C.? McBride's eyes narrowed a little. "Well, I suppose I can be frank with you. I'd be happier if you were a military man, Mr. Masters." "Oh, I doubt that, Colonel," Solly said with a smile. "I think I'd make a pretty lousy soldier. Once maybe. The first time we met I dismissed you as just one more agent of chaos I didn't need, but you have changed. The fact that you came here rather than taking the direct route to Texas proves that you are thinking more strategically, and of more than just yourself." Solly shrugged, feeling his cheeks warm at the unexpected compliment. "I wanted Ross to be examined by a qualified doctor, and in any case, I'd hoped your tech guys would be able to reactivate Allison." "Yes, that's been disappointing. But as for DC, it's resisting the Lee Corp's stranglehold so far, but there's growing unrest as more and more people come in. It seems DC's been reinforced by a contingent from the Pennsylvania National Guard, also your doing, I believe. You are something of a catalyst, Mr. Masters. DC can survive for a while at least, but we need intelligence if we're to act against the Lee Corporation and our other enemies." Downing the last of his coffee, Solly said, "I certainly seem to attract trouble everywhere I go, Colonel, so the sooner I'm back on the road, the better." They headed south on I-675, skirting the eastern side of Dayton and aiming for the 75, which would take them to Cincinnati. The first 10 miles of roads had been cleared by McBride's forces, and the suburbs they passed through also seemed to be organized and well kept. Many people heading for D.C. from the south and west had stopped here in the protective shadow of the base and were re-establishing the city piece by piece. Soon enough, however, they were on Route 75, and by nightfall they'd arrived at McBride's forward base on the north side of the Ohio River. A detachment of around 100 soldiers had occupied a gas station opposite a hotel that they were using for accommodation. Solly pulled the Humvee into the forecourt and was half blinded by an arc light that was turned in their direction. A face appeared at the door, and Solly was aware of rifle muzzles pointed at him from the darkness. He handed over the pass and orders McBride had given him, and watched as the sentry examined them under a flashlight and then peered suspiciously into the vehicle. "Please get out of the vehicle while we search it," he said with a brusqueness that Solly thought didn't quite hide an edge of fear. Hands raised, Solly and Vivian got down. "You too," the sentry called out to Ross, who'd sat motionless. "He can't walk," Solly said quietly. "Give us a moment to get him out." They felt suspicious eyes on them as they pulled the wheelchair out of the back and unfolded it. "Come on, son," Solly said as he helped a red-faced Ross down from the passenger's seat and into the chair. Half a dozen personnel swooped on the Humvee, one checking the outside, one beneath, and 4 the interior. "Clear," they called in turn. "You may proceed," the sentry said, "but all weapons must be left in the vehicle. You may refuel, then park over there, and report to Lieutenant Bryant across the road." "Thank you," Solly said. He thought he saw a flicker on the man's face, but the mask was on tight. He looked as though he was barely functioning, but whether that was due to stress or lack of sleep he couldn't tell. The poor devil had probably only pulled a military uniform on for the first time after the long dark. He'd probably been an accountant in the old world. Solly examined a sooty patch on the outer wall of the hotel and a mound of debris beside the entrance as his pass was again checked by a guard before he was shown inside. Lieutenant Bryant came out of the office he'd commandeered and offered a weary hand to Solly. "Have we arrived at a bad time?" Solly asked. "What?" "Oh. Yes," Bryant responded. "We're at FPCON Charlie. There was an attack on the hotel yesterday. No friendly casualties, but they tried to ram the main entrance. No wonder your sentries are jittery. Would it be better if we left immediately?" Bryant scribbled a signature on the clipboard he was carrying and handed it to a waiting soldier. "Tell Kamau to bring the guard rotation forward an hour," he said before returning the salute and watching the man march off. "Honestly, mister, I'm sorry." "Solly Masters, Lieutenant." Bryant nodded, and then tried to crack a smile, but only succeeded in making his exhaustion all the more obvious. "Of course. It would be safer for you to be elsewhere, I think. My advice is to get across the river and south of the city before you stop for the night. Even a Humvee isn't safe in the city." "What's going on here?" "I'm not sure," Bryant said, shrugging. "We set up the outpost to guard the gas station. We've been using it as a fuel dump for operations to the south of Wright Pat. Some of the local politicians have been trying to set up an administration, and they welcomed us. We even provided some gas to the local population. Then yesterday's attack happened, completely out of the blue." "Any idea why?" He shook his head. "No. One driver in a van. We didn't find anything on him or in the vehicle, except the IED on the driver's seat." "I've got a bad feeling about this place, Solly," Vivian said, tugging on his arm. "Let's go. We can camp somewhere once we're out of the city." Solly couldn't help thinking she was right. He was not a sensitive soul himself, and had always been suspicious of gut feelings and intuition, but his spider sense was tingling. Perhaps some people don't like the idea of any sort of normality being established, Bryant said, as if he hadn't heard Vivian's words. We're only trying to help. Have you contacted Colonel McBride? Yes, we should have reinforcements tomorrow. Good luck, Mr. Masters, Solly said, shaking hands with the officer before grabbing the handles of Ross's chair and swinging him around. The lieutenant was marching back to his office before they'd left the building. This place gives me the creeps, Ross said as he was guided across the road, aware they were being watched by guards in every direction. The sentry who'd greeted them earlier had received directions by radio and was waiting for them when they walked into the forecourt. He escorted them to the Humvee and helped Ross get back into the passenger seat. Thanks, Solly said as they stepped back. The guard nodded, and Solly put out his hand, then noticed movement over the guard's shoulder. Who's that? A figure in black was walking with determined purpose towards the gas pumps, from the direction of the river. The guard spun around and immediately went for his sidearm. Halt, he called, running off into the darkness. Without thinking, Solly grabbed his Glock out of the glove compartment and sprinted after him. The figure in black appeared from behind the forecourt, ignoring all orders to stop. Shots punched the darkness, and the figure stumbled backwards but then righted itself and moved forward again. Bulletproof vest. It appeared between two pillars, and Solly realized he was the only one with a clear shot. He raised his Glock, aiming for the legs. Then he saw. The figure was female, there could be no doubt about it. What had he become, that he would open fire on a woman? Whatever he'd become, he squeezed the trigger just as she plunged her hand into a pocket, and she was instantly engulfed in a thunderous ball of flame that expanded in all directions. Solly dived sideways and ended up in a heap behind a trash can as heat licked at his boots. Stinking smoke filled his lungs, and he retched before pushing his face to the ground and sucking in cleaner air. Cries erupted from all around as he pulled himself to his feet. The sentry who'd helped Ross into the car was on the ground. He'd been closer to the woman and had taken the full brunt of the fireball. I can't feel anything, he was crying over and over. The skin of his face was a blackened ruin, and any moment now the pain would engulf him, followed by the threat of shock. Solly. You okay? Vivian was calling out to him, and Solly could also hear Ross's voice in the distance. I'm fine. Get a medic, quick. She had hardly run 5 paces when the guard gripped Solly's hand. John. My name's John Somerton. Okay, John. We're going to get help. How are the others? I haven't checked them, Solly said. I didn't want to leave you. You did the right thing. Any closer and the whole gas station would have gone up. Go help the others. Solly hauled himself to his feet and ran over to the nearest prone form. He didn't need to get too close to know that he couldn't help that soldier. He heard the thudding of boots, and a figure bent down to examine the third soldier, before almost immediately getting up again and running over to Solly. Are you hurt? No. This one's gone, but Somerton's alive, Solly said, pointing behind him. After no more than a cursory glance at the body, the medic passed Solly, who got up just in time to see Lieutenant Bryant running through the clearing smoke. Form a perimeter, he barked as the rest of his contingent fanned out. Be careful, Solly said. Vivian and Ross are over there. What happened? Bryant said. Suicide bomber. Aiming for the gas pumps. The medic appeared on Solly's shoulder. Somerton should live, but we need to get him inside, sir. When Bryant had barked his orders, the medic said, He wants to give his report, sir. Bryant nodded, and Solly watched as he knelt beside Somerton's form, leaning close to listen. It seems we have you to thank for preventing total disaster here, Mr. Masters, Bryant said, all the weariness and indecision banished by adrenaline. 2 men are dead, Solly responded. If I'd shot sooner. Bryant took his hand and shook it. I knew those men, and no one in this twisted new world will mourn their deaths more than me, but if you hadn't taken that action, we'd have lost far more people and a strategic fuel supply. I'm going to get Somerton inside and leave him with the medic and 1 guard. The rest of us are going to put a ring of steel around this dump. I can't order you to help, but I'd sure appreciate it. Bryant had a dozen personnel, not counting Solly, Vivian, and Ross, and a military transport, so his ring of steel was badly perforated. He arranged his forces in pairs, each of which was tasked with building some sort of cover for themselves from whatever they could find. Solly helped them move 3 rusting cars from the road, each placed on one side of a square surrounding the gas pumps, with the Humvee completing the perimeter. Their vehicle had been fitted with an access hatch in the roof, though it had no minigun, and he kneeled on his pack so he could poke just enough of his head out to see without presenting too big a target. The night inched past, the only sound being the hum of the generators that were powering the construction lamps, sweeping their surroundings for any sign of movement. They had one infrared scanner which was passed around each side, but they'd seen nothing since the attack. The medic had done his best to shovel up her remains, but blood and pulverized body parts were still scattered across the asphalt. Why had she done it? What was the motivation for blowing up a fuel dump? Especially one that was distributing at least some of the gas to the local community. Intruders, I wish to speak to your leader. Solly's head snapped around, trying to locate the source of the voice. It had come from the direction he was facing, and it sounded as though it was amplified. Lieutenant Bryant appeared beside the Humvee. Solly could see him using its hood for cover as he, too, searched for the voice. "Who are you?" he called out. "Who I am is unimportant," it continued, and Solly was now able to pinpoint a single-story building beyond the range of the lights, probably a fast food restaurant. What matters is who we are. We are the children of revelation, and we will not allow you to stand in the way of our purpose. There was something familiar about the voice. "What is your purpose?" Bryant asked. "You support those who would wish to restore the ways of the sinful past. You support the perverted government in D.C. We cannot allow it to take root. The world must be prepared for the end of days. Retreat and we will spare you, fight and you will die. For we are many." Bryant glanced up at Solly, who shrugged. He felt as though he ought to recognize the speaker, but also knew that he wasn't from here. "We are ordered to secure this facility for the military and the common good," Bryant called. "We do not wish to harm anyone, but if you approach us, we will use deadly force." The common good. The end of days is coming and the world must be cleansed. The people must be brought low, so that they welcome the new earth that will arise when the righteous ascend. You have made your choice. "Lieutenant," another voice called across the forecourt. "We've got incoming." Shapes ran into the patchy illumination of the construction lights, heading for the perimeter. "My God, there are hundreds," Solly said. Chapter 8. They're unarmed. The shapes were walking slowly towards the perimeter, their unified chants forming a backing track to the urgent calls of the defenders. "Lieutenant, they have no weapons." "What are your orders, sir?" "Do we open fire?" From his vantage point, Solly could see them inching closer and closer. It was as if they'd been hidden in the landscape, waiting for their leader to signal for them to begin the attack. If walking and singing can be called an attack. As they got closer, the circle contracted, and they were able to join hands. Above it all, Solly could hear their leader, exhorting them to do their duty to their creator. And he still couldn't place the voice. "Warning shots only," Bryant called. Immediately, the air was punctuated by rounds fired over the heads of the walkers. "Some of them must have weapons," Solly shouted down to Bryant. The problem was they couldn't know which. "Don't you have any tear gas?" "No," Bryant shouted. "We weren't expecting to have to do crowd control. I haven't seen this many civilians together since this all started." Solly's subconscious flashed an image into his mind's eye like an impatient child jumping up and down to attract the teacher's attention. The last time he'd encountered so many people outside a military base was, yes, back in New York. He, Ross, and Janice had been trying to get out of the city in the days after the long dark, and they'd stumbled across a community on Broadway. And the head of that community I know who their leader is," Solly called. He dropped down into the Humvee, where Ross and Vivian were staring out at the approaching crowd. "If they get too close, Viv, drive away. Don't risk yourselves for the sake of a fuel dump." "They're not going to run away," Ross said, pointing at Bryant, who was shooting high from the hood of the Humvee. "They're soldiers, following orders. You're not. Promise me you'll go if I don't come back quickly." Ross nodded and took Solly's hand. "Where are you going?" "Remember that religious group in New York? That's him. That's Pastor Fisher. I thought Janice had killed him." Solly shook his head. "The devil looks after his own, Ross. He's the key to this. I'm going to finish what Janice started." As he said this, his throat closed up and he choked back a tear, pulling Ross into a brief embrace. He left his assault rifle with a puzzled Vivian, pulled the door open and jumped out. Suddenly, his thirst for revenge had coalesced into a single target. Pastor John Fisher had led a repressive religious community based in a hotel in New York. He tried to force himself on Janice, but in the end, they'd escaped, and she'd left him with a knife wound to the groin. It should have been enough to kill him, but Solly was happy it hadn't. He knew that the Lee Corporation was the bigger villain, and that he would have to face it sooner or later. But that felt like a mission he was obliged to attempt with little hope of success. Dealing with Fisher, on the other hand, was something for the here and now. Killing him would bring one small measure of relief. At least he hoped so. And he had no doubt that the world would be a better place without him and his particular brand of post-apocalyptic craziness in it. Carrying the Glock in his right hand, he crouched as he scampered through the pools of light and into the darkness. He stopped for a moment to allow his eyes to adjust, and then he saw them, shapes coming toward him. Only yards away. They were all women, and they formed an almost continuous fence as they walked slowly, hand in hand, towards the waiting soldiers. They sang a psalm, and many wore an ecstatic expression, though others looked terrified, as if they were being propelled forward by those around them or some other force. The cry went up as he darted for one of the few remaining gaps. "A demon," one called. "Catch him." The line broke up as many figures stumbled toward him, looking to cut him off. Solly freed up his hands by stowing the Glock in a pocket. He wasn't going to shoot at unarmed women, whatever the provocation. He hadn't fallen that low. Hands grabbed at him as he plunged through the closing gap, but he ripped himself away and was out into the open air beyond, pulling the gun from his pocket as he tried to orient himself. He'd have lost himself in the dark had the voice not risen again. "Stay firm to your purpose, soldiers of the end times. Form the righteous ring and enclose our enemies. Onward." Solly located the direction and plunged on. He had no idea how far away the speaker was, as his voice was obviously amplified, but he had to be close enough to see that the circle had broken momentarily, while too far away to tell that someone had broken through. So Solly had the advantage, but he had no time. Shots rang out, and he knew that it was only a matter of moments before Bryant would order his troops to shoot or the attackers would get within the defensive circle. Either way, one side or the other would be massacred. He ran on, flitting around the cars that littered the road on the other side of the gas station and towards the rectangular building, black upon a dark sky. When he was no more than 50 yards away, he saw dim lights moving behind a window in the side of the building. That was where Fisher was watching from. Out of harm's way, as he allowed his acolytes to sacrifice themselves for whatever deluded cause he'd attached himself to. Or at least, he thought he was safe. Solly was about to make sure he was wrong about that. But he couldn't simply aim for the moving lights because he might hit someone else, and, while whoever was beyond that window probably deserved it, he couldn't be sure. Besides, he didn't want to risk missing Fisher. He had to die tonight. A crackle of gunshots from behind him rent the night, and he ran on, reaching the wall of the building before running along it, until he found an outer door. It was a restaurant, and this was the staff entrance. It was open. He gagged on the stench from inside, but didn't allow his thoughts to dwell on whether it was rotting food or something else he could smell. As he stumbled in the dark, he was careful of where he put his feet. He was as certain as he could be that they hadn't come in this way, so he had the chance to surprise them. Solly reached the inner door of the kitchen and stood for a moment, listening. He could hear voices nearby, excited voices. "Are they inside yet?" It was Fisher's voice. "I don't know, they should be. I didn't think the troops would open fire, we may have lost many," another man responded. "So they have risen to take their place in heaven before us, praise be to them. Their purpose is to be the forest within which your avenging angels hide themselves. Then let us hope our operatives have not been gunned down. That was not our expectation." "Have faith, my friend," Fisher said. The other man grunted. "I have my own faith, Pastor, but I prefer to rely more on good planning. But I will be glad when we get confirmation that my operatives are in control." "It will be soon," Fisher responded. "And we will have taken the next step in destroying the festering remains of the old world and preparing the way for the new." Another round of rapid fire, followed by multiple gunshots. Solly imagined a last-ditch defense and the massacre of citizens and soldiers. He bit down his fear and lunged through the door. "Put down your weapons." The two men at the window swung around in unison. Solly immediately recognized Fisher, his face twisted in surprise and rage. The other man was dressed in a black combat suit and stood clutching a walkie-talkie. He brought his other hand up, and without thinking, Solly pulled the trigger, and the man dropped with a cry of pain as the report echoed around the room. Solly pointed the Glock back at Fisher. "Call them off, Fisher, or so help me God, I'll blow your head off. How dare you call upon the Lord? Blasphemy. Call them off." Solly aimed just to the right of Fisher and blew the window out. Now the man was terrified. He lifted the microphone to his lips and called out, "Children of the end times, return to protect your leader." The gunshots from the forecourt became concentrated on one area. Presumably, the operatives the other man had talked of were putting up a fight. Solly knew well enough who they worked for. As soon as he'd seen the black uniform, he'd known. The Lee Corporation was behind this attack. It would suit them to sow chaos in areas they didn't yet control, and they'd latched onto Fisher's troop of crazies to help them. "Tell me, Fisher, do you believe the filth that comes out of your mouth, or is it just another way of controlling people?" "What? What do you mean?" "I am a man of faith. Last time we met, you were running a community in New York, pretending to be a pastor. How did that work out for you in the end?" Solly could see Fisher squinting in the gloom, trying to make out the features of his opponent. Solly stepped a little closer, into the reflected light of the forecourt lights, and after a moment Fisher's mouth dropped open. "You," he said. "You were with her." His hands dropped to his groin. "She robbed me of my manhood." "She intended to rob you of your life," Solly snarled. "I stopped her, though I wish with all my heart I hadn't. Now, in her memory, I will finish the job." "She is dead?" Fisher cackled. "And rotting in hell. But kill me, and my followers will rip you limb from limb. There is no escape, Mr. Nobody. Soon, you will join her in eternal damnation." He knew Fisher spoke the truth, but he had to ask, "Why are you working with the Lee Corporation, Fisher?" The pastor seemed surprised by the question. "They repaired me. My followers begged them to, and they agreed. Since then, we have shared a vision of a world in chaos. This is but the latest action of many." "And what was their price?" As he said it, Solly knew the answer as certainly as if he'd seen with his own eyes. "They've had the new implants, haven't they? They've turned your acolytes into slaves. You sacrificed the freedom of your followers so you could be saved." He could see it in the man's eyes. The women who were now rushing back to defend him wore the same implants the Reapers used to subdue and enslave the people they didn't kill. No doubt many believed in their holy mission, but others had walked into danger because it was either that or die instantly at the command of the Lee Corporation, in the person of the man who lay dead on the floor at his feet. Solly felt pity for them, but none for Fisher. As he tightened his grip on the stock of the pistol, he saw Fisher realize for the first time that he was not going to receive mercy. Now was the moment for his first revenge. Janice would not have died in vain if her death had led to the extinction of this filth. He hesitated. He was Solly Masters. He was a father, a geek, the sort of man who wouldn't hurt a fly. No. Not anymore. Now he was the ghost of vengeance. Fisher's eyes widened just as Solly pulled the trigger, and he fell, lifeless, to the floor. A tiny weight lifted from one shoulder as another, of equal mass, settled on the other. Now what? He could hear footsteps running towards the shattered window, and cries of fear and anger. He couldn't shoot them, and there was nowhere to hide, so he ran back into the stinking kitchen and exploded out of the door. His only chance was to make it back to the forecourt, and hope that Bryant's soldiers had survived the attack. Something launched itself out of the darkness, and Solly felt himself thrown to one side. He cried out as he hit the ground, and desperately tried to shield himself from the blows raining down on him. Another weight fell onto his body, and he could feel nails ripping at his face. He kicked out, and one attacker fell backward while he pushed at the other. Rolling over, he got to his feet, but a wail split the night, and suddenly he was surrounded by a dozen snarling women, some of them carrying rocks, others having liberated knives from the kitchen. They fell upon him, and he disappeared beneath a pile of vengeful, enraged women, each trying to be the one to strike the fatal blow. Something heavy slammed down onto Solly's arm, and he yelled so loud he didn't hear the engine roar to a halt beside him. Gunshots, then some of the weight disappeared sideways before another body flung itself on top of him and flailed at his attackers. "Ross!" Solly cried as the boy's face appeared out of the mass of hateful bodies. A rifle butt swung through the air and knocked the final attacker away. Vivian helped him up, though he fell back again as pain shocked through his arm. "Come on, Solly," she cried. Finally, he was inside the Humvee, as Ross hauled himself up into the passenger seat, having crawled across the debris-strewn ground. He'd thrown himself from the vehicle to help his adoptive father, and now Vivian climbed into the driver's position and slammed down on the gas to leave the hateful revenge-seekers behind them. And just as they turned the vehicle back towards the forecourt, a sudden flash split the night, and it disappeared in a roiling fireball. Solly threw his arms up against the light and heat as the Humvee shook violently from the explosive force as it squealed to a halt. "Get us out of here," he yelled, and Vivian yanked the steering wheel around, forcing the Humvee into a tight turn and heading back towards the main road. Solly cried out as his arm protested at the sudden changes in direction, but managed to turn around in time to see a black-tipped orange and yellow cloud rise from the ruins of the forecourt and into the clean night air. Bryant and his troops were dead, and Solly found no satisfaction in the fact that he'd executed Fisher. Despite all their best efforts and the sacrifices of the defenders, the Lee Corporation had won. Chapter 9. Bella. Bella stooped low in the muddy field and dropped a bean into the hole she'd made with her pointy stick. She chuckled to herself, her breath steaming as it rose up into the sky on a chill morning in Tennessee. Al would have pointed out that she was using a dibber to make the hole, not a pointy stick, and that she was returning to a long tradition of working on the land. Her great-great-grandparents had worked the fields of a little Ukrainian village, and she imagined what they'd have thought of their descendant as she straightened up and rubbed her back. Slabky, in all likelihood. Weak. But for now, happy. She stretched her arms and glanced around her. Other figures were stooping to plant or to dib their holes, industriously burying seeds to provide food for their town in a couple of months. Broad beans weren't to everyone's taste, but they were nutritious, tough, and fast-growing. And Bella's scouting parties had found several sacks of them on a recent expedition. If life gives you lemons. Of course, there were far better things she could have been doing with her time. They had no shortage of labor, and most of those who volunteered were willing to do the dirty field work that was the foundation of their efforts to survive. Bella knew there was no lack of tasks needing her attention back at the town hall, but she'd learned in the past weeks that she had to have time for her mind and body to reset, and when the planting had begun at the beginning of March, she'd found it in the fields. Her father said she was mashugane for getting cold and wet out here, when she could have been warm and comfortable in her office, but he didn't mean it. He knew the price she paid for the burden of running Elizabeth. He was proud of her, though he rarely said so, but she had been stretched to her limits and beyond by the seemingly ever-growing list of problems she faced every day. An hour in the fields was a small price to pay for the sake of her sanity. Bella wasn't surprised to see that Josh, who was working the rows in the next block across, had finished before her. Josh was an athletic young man just out of his teens, and he surveyed his work looking every inch the son of a pioneer. She was less thrilled that her neighbor on the other side had also finished ahead of her. Amy, a small woman of Hong Kong Chinese descent, had to be in her 70s, and though she was gently rubbing her back, she showed no other signs of the exhaustion Bella was feeling as she approached the end of her row. "Ready to get back, Madam Mayor?" Josh called across. He'd wandered into town with the latest influx of refugees from the south and west and had made himself useful immediately. He was now her driver, and she enjoyed knowing how much it aggravated Skulls that she spent more time with Josh than him. A little jealousy could be good for a relationship, she'd decided. Childish? Probably. But you had to take your pleasure where you could. "Part-timer," Amy called, though she smiled as she did it. "I have 2 more blocks." Bella smiled back and waved at the woman. "You're a civic hero, Amy. I'll commission a statue for the town square." The old woman called something in Cantonese before laughing at herself and turning to the next row of beans. Josh drove her back to town in an unmarked Civic. She sat in the back and read through the latest sheaf of paperwork. Civilization could fall, it seemed, but the first green shoots of recovery would be smothered in bureaucracy. She focused most of her attention on the population report. The west side of town, which the previous mayor had allowed to decay, had now been almost entirely reoccupied and repaired. The task of scouring the countryside in an increasingly wide circle around Elizabeth was now being run with military efficiency by Skulls, who'd developed those skills to a smaller scale at the little community at the crossroads where she'd first met him. A bald thug with a yellow beard and skull tattoo. Just went to show, you couldn't judge on first appearances. She'd found herself falling in love with him, slowly but surely, even though he was a stubborn ox at times. Now she spent more time with her driver than him, and that had to change. Her biggest worry was Maddie. The girl had descended into a terribly dark place when Luke had left without so much as a goodbye. Bella knew he'd done it out of love for her daughter, but Maddie saw it as betrayal. The only ray of light was that Al had taken his granddaughter under his wing and involved her in his attempts to get commerce working again in the town. Barter had re-established itself almost immediately after the disaster, but the community spirit that had fueled people to this point would only last so long. As their thoughts turned from day-to-day survival to considering their future, an economy would develop, and Bella wanted this to be done in an organized and equitable fashion. They needed to go from commune to capitalist community in one smooth process without revolution or currency collapse. So, Al had opened up one of the banks, and with help from a committee made up of an eclectic mix of folk with financial and economic skill, had created a currency that was now the basis of all trade in the town. The Elizabeth dollar had soon become the Lizzie. The bills of the old world were brought back into service, with the bank determining the interest rate and fixing the value of the new dollar. In the end, Al had found the technical minutiae frustrating, and had turned his attention to opening up a trading center in the square outside the town hall where the gallows had once been set up by Mayor Kennedy. A more telling metaphor for the change in the town's outlook would be hard to imagine. Father O'Rourke was waiting for her outside what had previously been St. Patrick's Church, now renamed Hope Church and open to those of all faiths and none. "Madam Mayor," he called as the car pulled up and Bella jumped out of the back. She was feeling refreshed from her morning exercise and the quick shower she'd enjoyed at the local sports center. It too had been repurposed into a community washing facility, and the day the power had been restored to that building had seen the biggest celebrations since she'd become mayor. "Father," she said, taking his hand. "Talking of fathers," O'Rourke responded, waving beyond her toward the town hall, "yours seems to have found his vocation. The market is a huge success." Bella looked across at the collection of market booths and smiled. Folks like to buy things with their own money. They like to earn and to get ahead. Pop is meeting their baser needs, Brian, and it's your job to balance that. We need spiritual sustenance as much as we need food. In the longer term, at least. Indeed. A starving man will take a loaf of bread over a prayer, but as soon as he has been fed, he looks to the meaning of things. There has to be a purpose, Bella. They wandered between the Gothic towers that stood on either side of the double front doors, and into the interior. It was now a bright day in early spring, and sunlight streamed through the ornate stained-glass windows onto rows of wooden pews placed between limestone pillars. "We've taken down a lot of the decoration," O'Rourke said. "I don't want anyone to walk in here and feel unwelcome." "How do you manage to hold services for everyone?" O'Rourke gave a quiet chuckle. "Oh, I'm quite creative, believe me. The Christian denominations share enough to make it possible to have a unified service for them, but we also have general celebrations that have, shall we say, a very light touch. And other faith groups are welcome to hold their own services with their own leaders. I trust you found last Sunday's service palatable, though it was largely Christian in nature." "I wear my religion fairly lightly, Father, believe me. Perhaps even more so since the long dark, but let's not dwell on that for now, it's such a nice day." The priest's face dropped. "I'm afraid I am going to have to darken it, a little." He led her into a small room off the south transept, and gestured her into a chair before fussing with a coffee maker. "What is it, Brian?" "I hear whispers, Bella," he said, handing a mug to her. "I believe our community has been infiltrated." "By who?" He sat down in the chair opposite her and sighed. "I'm only hearing rumors, you understand? But someone is agitating. The message seems to be that you're going about it all the wrong way, that having people working in the fields is turning folk into Amish or winding back the clock. Folk don't want to be peasants, that's what I hear. Surely it's better to have food than not." O'Rourke shrugged. "Of course, but they seem to think there's an alternative to growing our own." This was too much. She'd expected to face huge challenges in turning Elizabeth into a viable community in this chaotic world, but she hadn't anticipated that laziness would be one of them. These people had survived the greatest catastrophe to befall humanity, and she and her colleagues had shown them a way forward, a plan for a sustainable future. But it was too much work. What possible alternative can there be? "We're gathering supplies from farther and farther afield. Skulls has raided the outskirts of Memphis, but the deeper he goes, the greater the resistance. The time will come when we'll have to rely on what we can grow if we want fresh food, and then, eventually, if we want any food at all. There is only so much left out there, and as it gets scarcer, people will get more and more desperate and violent to protect what they have." The priest put down his cup and sighed. "You're a wonderful mayor, Bella. Heck, you're a wonderful person. But you suffer from one fatal flaw." "And what's that?" "You think most people are fundamentally good, that they will come together to look after the community as a whole. But in truth, most people only think of themselves, and if they can get ahead by stepping on someone else, you better believe they'll do it. Your father's market, much though I welcome it, is one example of that." Bella shook her head. "How can you think like that? You're a priest. These people are your flock." "Well, the official line of my church is that humans are, by their nature, sinful, but whether you hold with that or believe that we are simply naked chimps, our essentially selfish nature is obvious to anyone who cares to look. And that selfishness comes out most when people feel threatened, like now. I appreciate your warning, Father, but the fact is we are coming together as a community. Some of us are, Bella, but many are not, and resentment is growing." Bella drained her mug and got up. "I don't agree that things are that black, and even if I did, what could I do about it?" O'Rourke got to his feet and opened the door for her. "Get tough, Bella, and quickly. There's some folk waiting for you upstairs," Skulls said after he'd released her from his strong embrace. Bella sighed and rolled her eyes. She'd spent the hours since her cryptic meeting with O'Rourke attending to at least half a dozen minor matters, from inspecting the power installation at the newly created school to discussing the lack of flour with the harassed woman who ran the town bakery. If there was one symbol of civilization the person in the street valued above all others, it was fresh bread, so this shortage had the makings of a crisis. By the time she finally arrived back at the town hall, skirting around the market for fear of running into her father, she was starving and in desperate need of some downtime. But it was obviously not to be. "Who is it?" Skull shrugged. "Newcomers. The sheriff buzzed me on account of not being able to reach you. They turned up at the barrier in an armored car with enough firepower to blast it to pieces, but they was polite enough when I spoke to them. Wanted to meet with the big chief, so I invited them in. Said they're with some organization that can help us. I asked if they were FEMA, but they wouldn't answer any more questions. So I brought them inside, told them to leave the armored car and goons at the barrier and I'd go find you." Bella smoothed her hair with the palm of her hand. "I must look a mess." He leaned forward and kissed her. "You'll do," he said, stepping back to allow her to pass. "Do you want me to come in with you?" She grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the stairs. There were two of them. Both wore black suits, the man a classically tailored two-piece, the woman in jacket and mid-length skirt. He had an East Asian appearance, whereas she was the light brown of milky tea. "I'm sorry if you've been kept waiting," Bella said as she bustled in. Skulls followed her, taking up position beside the door. "It's no problem," the woman responded in an unusually deep voice, and if Bella wasn't mistaken, a New York accent. She held out her hand as Bella made her way towards her chair. "I'm Christy Russo, and this is my colleague Henry Lynn. Do we have the honor of meeting the mayor of this town?" Bella shook the offered hand, the grip was firm and dry, and took her seat. "Please sit down." "Yes, I am Bella Masters, and for my sins, I am the mayor of Elizabeth." "What does this mean, for my sins?" Lynn said as he sat down. Russo gave a little tut and turned to him. "It is a humorous turn of phrase, Henry. Essentially it means, I don't know how I got myself into this." Lynn nodded, apparently satisfied. "Tell me, who do you represent and what brings you to Elizabeth?" Bella asked. She could feel the shadow of a bad head forming, and wanted the meeting over as quickly as possible. "We are here to offer help, Madam Mayor," Russo said. Bella stiffened a little. "What makes you think we need help?" "Well, you have certainly achieved much in bringing together what is obviously a large community. But you are currently surviving on the remains of what went before." "Not entirely," Bella said, feeling aggravated at this woman's patronizing tone. "We are planting crops that will provide fresh food within a couple of months. Soy and broad beans are already being sown and we'll also have a wheat crop, once we can source a large supply of seed grain." Russo smiled. "Don't get me wrong, I mean it when I say you've done incredibly well. We've traveled a long way, and yours is one of the most successful communities we've seen. But you can't grow medicines or make cloth, for example. Many of the things that make us civilized were lost over the long dark and the days after. We can help restore them." "How is that possible? Are you from DC?" "No," Russo said, shaking her head. "You will receive no help from the mock government in Washington. We represent your best hope of restoring and maintaining a working community with many of the trappings of civilization. Work with us, and we will help secure your long-term peace and prosperity." Bella leaned back in her chair, her eyes drifting over to where Skull stood. He shrugged, as unsure of what to make of this as she was. "If you're not the federal government, then who are you?" she asked. Russo pulled a business card from an inner pocket and slid it across the desk. "We represent the largest surviving corporate entity in the United States and, quite possibly, the world. We're here to help you, Madam Mayor. We are the Lee Corporation." Chapter 10. Polly. "This is crazy," Tucker whispered as they hid behind a countertop in what had once been All-Day's department store. 5 of us against how many of them? Petrov, how many men does Liang have? Custer Petrov exchanged a few words in Russian with his 2 bodyguards. After a lot of shrugging, he turned back to Polly. Not many. Outside 6 are dead. We think perhaps another 6 inside. So they were facing a half-dozen trained soldiers able to choose their defensive positions and armed with assault rifles. Polly had taken basic training in the military, and Marvin was a veteran, but she was willing to bet Custer didn't know one end of a gun from the other. His goons, however, looked capable enough. Ex-KGB, probably. And of course, there was the small matter of the innocent people trapped inside with the Chinese occupiers. Polly felt as though she was being expected to thread a needle, wearing a blindfold. The enemy held every card. But the hand would only get worse the longer the game went on. Whatever she was going to do had to happen quickly, because the Reaper was the ace in the hole. Custer, where are most people being kept? In hospital, he said. Some workers upstairs. What are the workers used for? Custer shrugged. They look after soldiers, look after town. Soon many more Chinese arrive, I think. How many of them are there? 20 maybe. Most are women. Few men. Liang thinks perhaps that women are less trouble than men. He does not know women. Polly gave a grim chuckle, though she felt the burden of choice settling upon her. She could head to the upper floor and try to release the workers. If she succeeded, her forces would outnumber the Chinese. But they'd be unarmed, and inevitably many would die in the ensuing battle. On the other hand, what chance did they have if they tried to tackle the enemy on their own? First things first, Polly said. You know the room where the Reaper is being kept? Reaper. The big black drone, it's a killing machine. We have to disable it. I don't think Liang will activate it unless he has to. They obviously have a plan for it, and to start it up early would be to acknowledge that he couldn't handle a small band of rebels. I'm betting he'd be reluctant to do that. Petrov nodded. You are correct, Sheriff. He is arrogant, man. Perhaps we use that against him? We're going for the Reaper, then. Are you with us? Petrov chattered to his goons before turning back to Polly. I help, so will Alexei and Vlad. Perhaps we are not always on the same side, Sheriff, but Arbroth is our town and we help get our people out. They crept into the main shopping hall, expecting a hail of gunfire to erupt around them at any moment. But they were met by nothing more than a silence, broken by the echoing of their boots on the polished floor. This large room had long ago been cleared of its products and any fixtures and fittings that weren't screwed down. It had been used as a communal meeting place in the time before the militia had invaded, and so they crawled between chairs and tables as they inched across to the other side. The Reaper is in Consultation Room 5 on this floor. It was used for cosmetic appointments. 2 other rooms either side, Petrov said as they rested against the far wall. Is there any other way to get to it? Polly asked. Petrov shook his head. If you mean internal doors, no. Windows to outside but barred. What about approaching it from the other direction? From farther inside the store? Can we go around it? Petrov scratched his unkempt gray beard, his large round eyes staring at the ceiling as if he was seeing a floor plan of the store written up there. Yes, I think we can go through storeroom and come out beyond room 5. Why? Do you wish to go that way? I want you to go that way, Custer. The door of room 5 will be guarded, and when you see us making our move from this side, you attack from the other. How long do you need to get into position? 10 minutes. Polly checked her watch. We'll make our move in 15. Petrov and his 2 followers ran off to a door farther along the wall, which Petrov opened in one swift movement as Alexei and Vlad pointed their guns into the darkness beyond. With a relieved smile and a thumbs up to Polly, Petrov disappeared inside. Do you trust him? Tucker said as they sat, waiting for the quarter of an hour to pass. I don't have a choice. What's the saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tucker snorted. What BS? Petrov's just an enemy, plain and simple. What do you think he was doing here before we arrived? Looking after the good folk of Arbroth. Don't make me laugh. He collaborated when it suited him, when he thought he could make a buck. You're right, but we're both fighting the Chinese now. And anyway, I think something changed when he saw the firing squad. He couldn't turn a blind eye anymore. Maybe. But I don't reckon that Leopard'll change his spots so easy. Watch your back, Sheriff. Polly smiled at him. You too, Marvin. And to think she'd only invited him to sign up as a deputy to keep him out of trouble. She'd been so wrong, seeing a belly-aching waster when behind the gray stubble and sarcastic tone lay an honest heart, one she owed her daughter's life to. No, don't think of Luna. Wally had her safe. Do the job that's in front of you and worry about the future when it comes. Easier said than done, of course. It's time. You ready? Marvin nodded and tapped the rifle he'd taken from a member of the firing squad. Let's see if these Chinese knockoffs can shoot straight. Don't hesitate, Marvin. If you see a Chinese uniform, shoot first and we'll ask questions later. She crept up to the door leading to the corridor containing room 5 and double-checked her weapon. It was an automatic, so she made sure the safety was off and held it in her right hand as she grasped the door handle in her left. She glanced down at Marvin and then yanked it open. Tucker fired immediately, and the first guard fell to the ground as the second swung his weapon in their direction, before collapsing forward, taken by a bullet in the back. Polly ran towards the room containing the Reaper, as Petrov emerged from the opposite direction. Again, Polly reached for the door as the others covered her. This time, no gunfire greeted her as she yanked it open. It was dark inside, but she could see the Reaper, a thin spear of sunlight that ran down the wall glinting from its glossy black shell. Quick, destroy it, she barked, but then she froze as without any warning its 4 rotors spun up and a red light began blinking on its carapace. In moments, it had begun to lift itself like an avenging ghost rising from a tomb. 4 rifles filled the little room with a deafening thunderstorm of noise. The Reaper dipped back as rounds bounced off its shell, but it righted itself instantly. What the hell is it made of? We're not even denting it, Marvin called. The rotary magazines of the 2 machine guns beneath the drone began to spin. Get out of here, Polly called. An instant later, the door exploded in a hail of bullets. Polly scrambled to her feet and pulled Marvin along behind her. She had no plan, no thought beyond escaping the machine that was now hunting them. Of the 5 of them, only she'd seen it in action, and she knew it was inexorable, and without the help of Allison, virtually indestructible. They ran deeper into the store. A burst of gunfire and a scream tore the air behind them, but neither Polly nor Marvin turned to see who it was and what had happened to them. She knew well enough. Perhaps the Reaper would hunt the Russians first, giving her and Marvin time to escape. But where would they go? This thing would find them, and only its power running out would stop it. How long would its battery last? There was no way to know, but almost certainly long enough. We have to find Liang, Polly said as they sheltered in what had been the perfume and makeup department, waiting for the telltale hum of approaching death. He's activated it, so he must be able to turn it off. Yeah, but he's got at least another 4 guards, and we don't know where he is. This place is pretty big. Another burst of gunfire, followed by silence. A figure burst through a door at the far end of the long room, scrambling on the floor among fallen boxes and debris, crying out in fear. Petrov. Polly hissed. The door swung shut and then opened again, slowly this time. A shape emerged, floating a few feet from the floor, and hovered in front of the prone form. Petrov raised his hands and called out in fear. Without thinking, Polly raised her rifle and fired at it. Are you crazy? Marvin hissed as the drone turned to face in their direction. Run, Polly whispered. Petrov's only chance was to get away while the Reaper was focused in their direction, but she couldn't see him moving. Run, Marvin shouted as the Reaper's nose dipped and it headed towards them. He grabbed Polly by the arm and led her through the door to the next hall just as it exploded in a hailstorm of glass fragments. They ran as the thing emerged into the hall, weaving as best they could, though they had no doubt it would hit them if it locked on. As they emerged into the corridor beyond, Polly spotted a small room to their right and pulled Marvin inside. Damn. It was just a storage closet. No light, no way out. They crouched in the darkness just as she, Solly, and Bobby had hidden in the kitchen beside the Potomac River, then as now hunted by a remorseless machine. "We gotta find Liang," Marvin whispered. "Where do you reckon the controls for that thing would be?" "I don't know. Could be anywhere." "Hold on. I've thought of something." "Shush. I can hear it coming." Sure enough, they could hear the unmistakable hum of the machine's rotors getting louder. "Move as far from the door as possible," she whispered, and they crawled to the end of the room. Polly sat there, heart thumping as the sound of approaching death got louder and louder. She glanced at Marvin, who was behind her and barely visible in the darkness. "Hold on a minute," he said, and she saw he was looking upwards. "Quick up there." There was a desk pushed against the far wall, and they both climbed onto it just as the door behind them disintegrated. The light from the corridor illuminated what Marvin had been pointing to. A window. He yanked the blinds down and lifted his rifle. A deafening roar followed an ear-splitting crash as the window exploded outwards. At the same moment the door burst, flinging splinters in every direction. The drone floated in and brought its weapons to bear. Marvin grabbed Polly, and with superhuman effort threw her up into the window frame. With a cry of pain as glass cut into her thigh, she dropped out the other side to get out of his way as quickly as possible. She landed in a heap on the wet sidewalk outside the store and looked up at the window. Another burst of gunfire and a cry of pain. Terror stabbed at Polly's heart. "Marvin." There was no answer. She waited for the machine to appear in the window and target her, but at that moment, she no longer cared. The best man she'd ever known had risked himself to save her and was now dead, cut to pieces by that floating thing. She barely felt the blood trickling down her leg. She lingered, unable to tear herself away, unable to move, unable to feel anything beyond bleak, bleak hopelessness. She was lost. Her tears mingled with the light rain as she stood in silent vigil waiting for the end, until she finally began to comprehend that if she didn't move, if she didn't get out of the line of fire, Marvin's sacrifice would have been entirely wasted. Polly felt for the cut in her thigh. It didn't seem too bad, and she could put weight on her leg. Time to go. Time to make someone pay. Liang. She sucked in the chilly, wet air and with one final look back at the window, turned away. "Lend me a hand, will you, Sheriff?" An arm appeared over the window frame. "Marvin." She ran over to the wall, pulling across a trash can to stand on, and grabbed his arm. "That was close," he said, his face pale and drawn. Polly heaved him through the window frame, pulling aside the remaining shards of glass, and helped him to the ground. She flung her arms around him and held him tight. After a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her and returned the embrace. "Why, Sheriff," he said after a moment, "I never knew you cared so much." "You idiot," she snapped half seriously. "What did you think you were doing? And how did you get away? Where's the machine?" He smiled. It was Petrov. He finally developed a spine. Called out to the drone just as it was zeroing in on me. It might be almost unstoppable, but it ain't exactly smart. "Come on, we need to find Liang." "I reckon I know where he is," Tucker said. "Been thinking about it. When we were in that room with the Reaper, and it activated just as we were looking at it, he must have been nearby, otherwise how would he have known we were there? I didn't see no cameras." Polly's mouth opened in astonishment. "You're right. Good grief, you're not only a hero but a genius as well." "Oh shucks, Sheriff," Tucker said in mock humility, but Polly was already running away from him, her hand against her thigh and murder on her mind. Chapter 11. Solly. Solly would have avoided Louisville if it hadn't been for the fact that one of the locations for the radio booster was on top of PNC Tower. He bitterly regretted not paying more attention when McBride had handed over the list, but especially given the events at Cincinnati, he felt more obliged than ever to fulfill his mission. Was he being driven by guilt at having escaped from the firebomb at the gas station when the others hadn't? Probably. He saw that expanding ball of orange plasma every time he closed his eyes. And he saw the momentary fear on the face of fake Pastor Fisher when he realized that Solly was no longer the man he'd met all those months ago. But he couldn't find it in his heart to regret that at all. Fisher had been prepared to see others lose their lives on his mission while he observed from a safe distance. Although it didn't turn out to be that safe after all. No, he couldn't get beyond the explosion that Fisher and, as it transpired, the Lee Corporation had caused. It comforted him little that by tackling Fisher, many of the women who'd have been consumed in the fire had been drawn away and had therefore survived. One Lee Corporation operative had made it within the defensive circle, and that had been enough. Solly had contacted Wright Patterson when he'd set up the next relay on I-71 between Cincinnati and Louisville. He'd been patched through to Colonel McBride, who was setting up a new base in Cincinnati and overseeing the ceremonies for the dead. After the explosion, Solly and the others had spent the night hidden in an underground parking lot before circling back to survey the devastation. He'd known there was no chance of any of the soldiers surviving. The explosion had rocked the Humvee, even though it was a couple of 100 yards away at the time. The gas station was a blackened pile of twisted and molten metal. There was no trace of Bryant or his team or any of the attackers. They'd been consumed in that instant of combustion. So they'd headed south to resume their mission, and Solly's mind had spent the time flitting between sadness, guilt, and fear for what the events of that night meant for the country as a whole. The Lee Corporation was strong in the northwest and northeast, around its two power bases of Seattle and New York. Its sphere of influence extended into Pennsylvania, and it was making an attempt to grab control of D.C., but farther out it didn't have the resources yet to take over, so it sent its operatives out to prepare the ground for expansion by creating chaos as communities tried to come together. Solly ground his teeth in anger. Was there really nothing Lee Corp wouldn't sink to in their dash for domination over the American people? He'd felt better once he'd been able to give his report to McBride. Truth to tell, the colonel was angry that Solly hadn't awaited his arrival, but was at least grateful for the intelligence Solly was able to give him. A ring of steel would be going up around every military outpost, and especially fuel stores. They had to assume that a concerted campaign was being waged against anyone who sought to organize themselves or to oppose Lee Corp. They'd been stopped as they tried to cross the river at the Clark Memorial Bridge. The guards' initial surprise at seeing an approaching Humvee was followed immediately by pointing every weapon they possessed at it. This was then replaced by more confusion when they found that the vehicle was being driven by a civilian. There was a governor in Louisville, Solly was told, and they would have to report to him before being given permission to cross the city or indeed to return the way they'd come. One of the guards got into the Humvee and directed them to the Marriott in downtown. Solly pulled up outside the Starbucks and unpacked Ross's wheelchair before helping him down from the back seat. Vivian was to remain in the vehicle, with instructions to keep it safe and not allow anyone inside. The guard directed them past the dusty and rusty electric bikes parked in a rack outside the hotel and into the main lobby area. A young woman sat at the reception desk, and her eyes flitted from Solly to the guard and back again as he spoke. She picked up a phone, twisted away and spoke a few words into it before swinging back with a smile. "You may go through," she said, gesturing at the door to a conference room. A man and a woman in dark business clothes stood outside, and one pulled the door open as Solly and Ross approached, the guard going ahead of them into the room. Solly pushed Ross into the conference room. Long tables of light ash wood arranged in a U-shape occupied three sides, and a man sat in the center of the shortest table, his bald head reflecting the white strip lights that ran along the ceiling. To Solly, it felt like stepping back in time to the world before the long dark. Boy, he'd hated meetings in places like this, but it was a poignant reminder of how things had once been at a time when electricity was taken for granted. The man gazed at Solly and Ross through round spectacles as the guard whispered in his ear. After a few seconds, the guard stood up, saluted the little man, and marched out. My name is Oscar Weinstein, Chief Administrator of the new Louisville Commonwealth. Please take a seat, he said before smiling at Ross, though I see your friend already has one. Or was it a sneer? He was Solly judged in his late 60s and had a round face with chiseled features. Above his thin lips sat a gray mustache, and his eyes, behind the lenses of his spectacles, looked unnaturally small. Overall, Solly couldn't help forming the impression of a man who laughed rarely. But then, these weren't happy times, and perhaps the world needed people with organizational talent more than those with a sense of humor and humanity. You are, let me see, Solly Masters, he said as Solly took his seat. Is that short for Solomon? It is, though I prefer Solly. The man blinked at him as if surprised. If there is one thing the dying should have taught us, Solomon, it is to respect our parents and their choices, including the names they selected for us. Such a disaster would not have happened, did not happen, on their watch. Surely that's because the technology didn't exist back then, Solly said. Weinstein shrugged doubtfully. Humanity has had the means to destroy itself since 1945, Mr. Masters, and yet it did not, until last November. If we are not to repeat our mistakes, we have to ask ourselves why. I'm sorry, Solly said, but I don't think the fact that my parents chose a stupid name for me caused the long dark. The long dark? Is that what you call it? To us it is simply the dying. And as for your name choice, it is a symptom of a greater malady. The assumption that all progress is good. As we rebuild our city, we will keep faith with the past. Technology where it is necessary, but always in its place. Machines are to be our servants, Mr. Masters. And you, young man, what is your relationship to Solomon? Ross cast a glance at Solly. We've been together since just after the dying. He's I'm his father, Solly said. Not by blood, but in every way that matters. Weinstein inclined his head in a gesture Solly interpreted as appreciation. And where have you come from? We passed through Cincinnati, Ross said. We're here on a mission for the commander of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Mr. Weinstein, Solly added, growing impatient as he thought of Vivian in the Humvee alone, and the long miles ahead to Texas, and the beginning of his true mission. Weinstein couldn't hide his surprise at this news, though he tried. Wright-Patterson. That's in Dayton, Ohio, isn't it? I had no idea it had survived. Who controls it? Colonel McBride is the commander, but he recognizes the authority of the newly reformed federal government in D.C. Yes, we've heard about D.C. Many of our people have journeyed there. I warned them that their home is here, but for many folks, the illusion of hope is better than the reality of safety. I've met the president, Solly said. Again, the eyebrows lifted. She's a formidable person. But tell me, Mr. Weinstein, have you had any contact from the Lee Corporation? There it was again. This man was no politician. Solly knew without an iota of doubt that they had been here. But would the man admit it? He blinked fitfully for a moment, as if making a monumental decision. They have been helpful, he said. They have supplied some hard-to-obtain food, fresh mainly, that have lightened the hearts of the people. Solly felt as though he could read this man as plainly, as if he were to say the words out loud. Weinstein had taken their help, but at what price? What did they ask for in exchange? Nothing much, just permission to have a small team here to help with the restoration of our technology. The electricity in this hotel was their first project. Solly wanted to warn Weinstein, but he realized he'd probably already said too much. He should have asked about Lee Corp before opening his big fat mouth. If they installed electricity, there was every chance they'd bug this room. Solly reached into his pocket and pulled out the little notepad he carried with him. He scribbled a note and held it up for the governor. This room is likely bugged. Nod if you agree. Weinstein nodded. Massive fire in Sinson caused by L Corp. Fuel dump destroyed. Many dead. His mouth opened in horror, but he nodded again. Please let us station a radio relay on PNC Tower. I will leave you a radio so you can contact WPAT. Do not tell L Corp. Again the little nod. The confident, dry governor had been replaced by a man in fear of his life. He wrote, L-Corp is the enemy. Do not move against them. Contact W. Pat. McBride. We must unite to survive. Well, Governor, I guess we should be on our way. I wouldn't want to disturb what is obviously a well-run community. I wish you every success. Thank you, Solomon. I hope to meet again in the future, and you will see how we've progressed. They got up and left the room together. The guard who'd stopped them at the bridge was waiting, and Weinstein called him across. Escort Mr. Masters and his party to their destination, please, Conrad. He will advise you. Solly shook the little man's hand with more warmth than he'd imagined he would when they'd met. He saw the fear in Weinstein's eyes, but also a determination to do the right thing by the people who relied on him. A good man, Solly concluded. A rare breed. The PNC Tower was a couple of blocks across from the hotel that was Weinstein's base. Here it is, Conrad said, getting out of the Humvee and gesturing up at the skyscraper, a rising pillar of black metal and glass that looked disconcertingly similar to the Lee Corporation building in New York, except many times taller. Be careful, mind. The building ain't occupied, as far as I know, but there could be any number of folks hidden up there and we wouldn't be none the wiser. You take care now. Solly thanked their guide, then once he was out of earshot, turned to Ross. It's all right, Solly, the young man said. I know I can't come with you. How many floors do you think it's got? Solly smiled sadly. 40? 50? Sorry, son, but I think the elevators are out of order. Now listen to me. I'm going to give you a walkie-talkie, but if there's trouble and you're in any doubt, drive away and circle back if you can. Warn us if it's safe to do so. Got that? Sure, Ross said as they embraced. It was nothing short of a miracle that he could tell Ross to drive away. After all, it had only been a few days since the young man had reported tingling in his right leg. Solly had responded with encouraging words, but privately believed these were likely phantom sensations and meant nothing. He'd been wrong because, since then, Ross had finally been able to straighten the leg without touching it, and had proved that he could push with enough pressure to handle the gas and brake pedals in an emergency. I suppose I gotta come, have I? Vivian said, a wide grin brightening her dark face. Solly helped her out onto the sidewalk before waving to Ross and shutting the door. He went around the back, opened up the rear doors and pulled out the transmitter, along with its solar power source. Come on, he said. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can get out of here. Yeah, this place gives me the creeps, you know. Solly checked his weapon and stowed it in a jacket pocket as he approached the entrance of the building. The door had been wrenched off its hinges and much of the glass on the first floor was shattered, but enough remained for Solly to catch his reflection just before they went inside. He paused for a moment, transfixed by this alien version of himself. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen himself in a mirror recently, but that had revealed only his head and neck. The whole package was something quite different. The Solly Masters that looked back at him from the black glossy panes was almost unrecognizable. There was little sign of the flaccid, downtrodden man he'd been. Instead, a leaner, seemingly taller figure peered out from behind a thick beard that was at least a quarter gray. His camouflaged baseball cap was stained by weather and sweat, and his olive coat and jeans had seen better days. He wouldn't have looked out of place on Duck Dynasty, except that his beard was about a foot too short. They picked their way over broken glass across a black marble floor that was covered in a layer of dust and wind-borne detritus that crunched beneath their feet. The first floor smelled of nothing other than the city, open as it was to the elements, but the higher they climbed, the more the air was laden with the heavy scent of decay. Focusing on putting one foot in front of the other, Solly didn't allow his mind to think about what might be beyond the doors on each landing, though he knew that many people had died here at their desks. Had the dying begun during the working day, it would have been far worse, but still the long dark took its toll of cleaners, security guards, and late-night workers. The lower levels of the stairwell had been used by at least some people in the months since the dying had happened, But as they passed the 10th floor, the discarded trash and signs of forced entry grew rarer, until, once they were halfway up, there was no evidence that another human soul had climbed these stairs. Solly's thighs and calves were burning, and he was forced to swallow his pride and call a brief halt. It gave him some satisfaction to see that Vivian, who was little more than half his age, was almost as exhausted as he was. But they didn't dare wait for more than a few minutes. Solly's mind flitted to Ross on the street below, and he grabbed the transmitter electronics and panels and trudged on. Finally they reached the top, and Solly stood with his back to the access door, trying to catch his breath. "The air's a bit thin up here, isn't it?" he said with a smile, as Vivian bent with her hands on her knees, heaving in deep lungfuls of oxygen. "I see why soldiers say you should never volunteer for anything now. Let's get this over with, Sol. We got a long road back. 40 floors. But we'll have gravity on our side. Come on then," he said, putting his shoulder against the door and turning the handle. "Give me a hand. I think the wind's pushing it closed." Vivian joined him, and together, inch by inch, they widened the gap as what felt like a gale whipped by them to whistle down the stairwell. Solly pushed it back against the wall and engaged the catch. He didn't relish the prospect of trying to open it from the outside if it slammed shut. "Don't go near the edge," he called. It felt as though the words were being torn out of his mouth and carried off in the wind. "Do I look stupid?" Vivian shouted back. "We'll put it there." Solly pointed at a row of 3 glass structures that stood proud of the surface, presumably providing natural daylight to the offices directly below. They struggled across and found that between them the wind dropped, and they could safely lash the transmitter base to the superstructure. "Hurry, it's so cold," Vivian said, hugging herself against the bitter wind. Solly unfolded the solar panels and used the bonding compound supplied to stick them to the windows. They were so thin, there was no way for the wind to get under them. "Ready," Solly called as he flicked the activation switch. Lights appeared on the control panel, and he checked that the batteries were being fed by the panels. "Yep. Diagnostics check out. We can do the rest from street level." He stood up, and Vivian grabbed him as he almost overbalanced. She looked beyond him and her mouth dropped. "Look." Solly turned around. There, in the space between the other 2 glass structures, stood a squat black antenna emerging from a rectangular control box. On the side of the box was a logo. The Lee Corporation. Chapter 12. Polly. Polly flung herself to the floor as the rat-a-tat of gunfire echoed around the entrance lobby of the department store. The last time they'd been here, there had been 5 of them, and they'd taken infinite care. Now only Polly and Tucker remained, unless Petrov had somehow escaped the Reaper, and they were focused entirely on getting to room 5 where they expected to find Liang. "Where did that come from?" Marvin whispered as they sheltered behind an upturned plinth. "Dunno. Pretty close. Didn't sound like the Reaper's weapons, though." Marvin looked doubtfully at her. "Really? You reckon someone's fightin' back?" "Yeah. Maybe we're not the only idiots around here. Come on." She crawled out on hands and knees, her ears straining for any sign of the Reaper's distinctive hum. She'd never be able to hear another refrigerator without diving for cover. Assuming reliable power could be restored in the foreseeable future, Polly would give anything right now for decent lighting. She'd been frightened enough of the Reaper in the broad daylight of the riverside cottages where Bobby had died, but creeping around in the half-light, trying to avoid a floating black lozenge of death, was another level of terror entirely. She got to her feet as she reached the entrance of the main hall. "Can't hear nothin'," Marvin said. "Let's go for it. And remember, we have to get to the control board and shut down the drone. Do that first, then we can worry about Liang." Tucker nodded grimly, and they headed out over the marble floor, dodging fallen shelves and boxes, trying desperately to make no noise. "What the hell?" Polly stopped and pointed to the left. There against the far wall lay the crumpled form of a human body. "Leave it," Marvin hissed as she went to investigate. "Shut down the Reaper, that's what you said." But she ignored him and ran across the floor, all caution forgotten, her instincts driving her. It was a soldier in a blood-drenched Chinese uniform who was half sitting against the base of a counter, as if he was a leaf blown into a corner by the wind. He lay opposite an open door that led to a smaller department. "Sheriff. Come on. We gotta move before it comes back." Why did it shoot a Chinese soldier? Polly muttered to herself as she crouched beside the body. What does this mean? She let out a cry of shock as with a sudden convulsion, the corpse fell forward onto its face. What the? Help me. Tucker, who'd caught Polly as she stumbled, pointed down at a space between the bottom of the counter and the floor. Petrov. Polly pushed the body of the Chinese soldier to one side and took hold of Petrov's trembling hand. What are you doing under there? She asked as she and Marvin pulled him out. You've been shot. Fresh blood coated Petrov's shirt and his face, always pale and owl-like, was as white as a sheet. Chong. Him, he muttered, pointing at the corpse. He caught me, was taking me to Liang. Reaper found us. He ordered it away. It shot him. Marvin glanced through the door as if expecting to see it floating there, listening. So it was aiming for you and got him? Poor sap. I don't buy that, Polly said as she pulled open Petrov's shirt and examined the wound. I mean, it's not yet the perfect killing machine, but I can't believe it's programmed to ignore the uniforms of its makers. I thought you said Lee Corp made the Reapers? Polly nodded. Didn't you know Annabelle Lee was half Chinese? Oh my God. Yeah. As soon as we got here and found the Reaper, it seemed so obvious. We thought we were up against the Lee Corporation, but it turns out we're also fighting the entire Chinese nation. Tucker's face darkened. Oh man, he said as he watched Polly cleaning Petrov's wound. Are you saying the commies survived? All of them? I don't know for sure, Marvin, but it looks pretty likely to me. I mean, if the Chinese government is behind the Lee Corporation, they wouldn't kill their own, would they? Honestly, Sheriff, none of this makes sense to me. Seems as though we'd best tackle the job in front of us and worry about everything else later. Polly nodded, then turned back to Petrov. Looks as though you've been lucky. I think the bullet that got you had passed through him first. She gestured at the body of the Chinese soldier. He took the brunt of it, and it missed your vital organs. I'll bind it as best I can, but we'll have to get you some medical attention. Thank you, Sheriff. You wait here while Marvin and I deal with Liang. Petrov shook his head vigorously. No. I'm not staying here with him. Don't be an idiot, Custer. You might bleed to death. But there was no arguing with him, and Polly could see the terror of being left on his own written in his eyes. If you slow us down, Petrov, we'll leave you behind, I swear. Tucker helped Polly drag the man to his feet. Then, just as they were about to head back along the shopping hall to the door that led to room 5, they all stopped and listened. It's coming. Petrov cried out, jabbing his arm beyond the Chinese soldier's body and through the open door to the smaller room beyond. There floated the Reaper. A black lozenge-shaped drone, its 4 rotors humming as it observed them before suddenly it dipped its nose. The noise from the rotors peaked and it headed toward them. Run, Polly said, pulling on Petrov's arm. He didn't move. Come on, Custer. Run. Marvin grabbed his other arm, and as if he'd been freed from a spell, the Russian came to life and his legs began moving so they could let him go. They just reached the exit door when it turned the corner into the main hall, and with an ear-splitting crack, 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 the door frame exploded. Not looking to see whether anyone lay beyond, they'd flung themselves into the corridor and ran for the entrance to room 5. Marvin kicked the door open, and they saw the table the Reaper had been sitting on when they'd first stumbled across it. There were doors to left and right. Polly made for one and flung it open. Put down your weapons. Liang stood there with 2 other guards. His handgun was pointing directly at Polly, giving her no time to react. Go ahead, he said softly. Give me an excuse. There is information inside that pretty head I could make use of, but I am just as content to blow it off its shoulders should you insist. Polly's gun dropped to the floor, followed by the metallic thunk of Tucker's rifle and whatever Custer had been carrying. Behind them, they could hear the hum getting louder. They were surrounded by death. Liang nodded to his subordinates, and they moved out from behind the desk, pulling thick black zip ties from their pockets. One went to Custer and secured his unresisting hands behind his back. Tucker pushed back against the guard that tried to do the same with him, but Liang pointed his weapon at him, and finally he was forced to give in. Polly could hear the Reaper behind her, and imagined she could feel the breeze from its rotors, like the breath of the Grim Reaper on the nape of her neck. "Did you know it shot one of your soldiers?" she said. "Do not be foolish," Liang responded. Did she see doubt in his eyes? "Go look in the main hall. You'll find what was his name, Custer." "Chong." "It's true, Major. He was bringing me to you, and he ordered the drone to go, but it shot him." Liang's eyes flicked to Petrov. "It was an error then. This is a prototype unit. New units are being shipped from China. They will not have these faults." Behind her, Polly could hear the drone's barrel spinning up. "You will stand down." Liang barked at a point above Polly's left shoulder. "Do you understand me? Return to your charging station." She heard the hum of the rotors altering slightly, terror turning her blood to ice as she waited for the machine guns to cut them down. Liang's face went red with mixed anger and fear. "You are malfunctioning." Then, quite suddenly, he reached to the left. "Get down," Polly yelled as the machine guns spoke, throwing Liang against the wall in a scarlet spray. She rolled over to see the guards who'd been standing behind her running past the Reaper, which swung easily in its axis, and with another terrible roar of gunfire, brought them down. Polly and Tucker scrambled around the desk to take shelter beside the body of Liang. Petrov, however, had tried to climb underneath, and he cried out as another burst of gunfire hit his legs. The drone turned to face Polly and Tucker as they waited for it to spit death at them. Then there was movement from beneath the table. Polly didn't dare look, but Custer Petrov was dragging himself along the floor, leaving a bloody trail behind him. As it watched Polly and Tucker, Petrov peered over the edge of the desk to where the control panel lay. As the drone's barrels began whirring, he hauled himself up and reached for a button. The Reaper swung again, blowing Custer into the air to land beside Liang. It was now or never. Polly had an instant to look at the controls. There was a joystick built into the console, and above it a monitor that should have shown a view from the drone's camera, but was in fact black. At the instant the gunfire halted, she threw herself horizontally, aiming for the only button Liang could have meant to press. She heard the metallic staccato of the gun platform moving, and the accelerating whine as it prepared to fire. She braced herself for death as she stabbed down. A deafening bang. A searing pain. And then nothing. She fell beneath the desk. "She's comin' round." Oh, thank God. She was very fortunate. Polly wanted to sleep. So she did. She was alone when she awoke. Polly felt the soft yielding of a mattress, and her hands whipped onto her body. She was clothed, but not in her sheriff's uniform. It was a loose-fitting gown. A hospital gown. She sat up, allowing her eyes time to focus. How long had she been asleep? She knew where she was. This was the makeshift hospital in Alday's department store. But who was in charge? Was she a prisoner of the Chinese? Enjoy your vacation, Sheriff? Well, that answered the question. She rolled her head to the left to see Marvin Tucker sitting there. "What are you doing here?" "That's nice," he said with a grin. "It was my turn to watch, that's all. I'll go get the doctor." She put out an arm to stop him. It felt as though it was made of iron and flopped down beside the bed. "Hold on. What happened?" "The drone clipped you as you hit the button, then, cool as you like, it spun around and took itself off to the charging station. I carried you into the hospital. They were locked in, you know. Pretty terrible conditions. But Doc Ashmole, you remember him, he patched you up. And the Chinese? None left alive. Luna? She's been here. Wally's taken care of her. She likes him. She watched Tucker slink off. What a true friend he'd proven to be. Nikki Friedman was the only other member of her department she knew to be alive, and there was no saying what state her mind was in by now. But Marvin was the best of the best, and she found herself wanting to keep him close. There was nothing sexual about it, no romantic connection. She liked him sure enough, and Luna adored him. If grief and guilt would have allowed it, her mind might have admitted that she thought of him as a brother, but she'd had one of those and he was dead now. Let him be an uncle, then. Most importantly, let him stay near. Polly was out of bed the next day, though it was against doctor's orders. She already knew that there had been 8 other people in the little hospital. All were young and therefore valuable to the Chinese, or the militia in Seattle, or whoever was in overall charge. Dr. Ashmole had done his best to protect his patients by delaying their recovery for as long as he could manage, but he'd been unable to prevent the chronically ill from being taken out of his care to heaven knew where. 22 people had been found behind a locked door on the top floor of the department store. These were the workers used as slave labor by the Chinese troops to cook and clean for them, and to search Arbroth for anything of value. There was nowhere else for any of these people to go, for now, so the only practical difference in their living arrangements was that their doors were no longer locked. She knew all of them by sight and most by name, but the biggest surprise was when a once familiar figure launched herself at Polly, causing her to stumble backwards. "Sheriff. I didn't believe it when they told us. When they unlocked the door. I thought you couldn't possibly still be alive. All those rumors. So very dark." Polly gently pushed the woman back and looked into the face of Mayor Vogelback. It was her face, but her businesslike bob had been cut away, and that, along with the deprivation they'd all suffered, had given her a haggard appearance that had added a decade to her looks. "I think they thought it a just punishment to have me working as a slave after I tried to oppose them. Of course, I thought it was just those bandits coming back, but the Chinese moved in a week later and, since then, things went from bad to worse. Oh, but it's good to see you, Sheriff. I'll confess, I thought I was having hallucinations when Mr. Tucker released us from our prison. I'm so pleased to learn I wasn't losing my mind." Polly smiled at her. "Let's catch up over dinner. We're going to liberate the supplies of the soldiers now that Marvin's organized the burials. I'd like you to officiate at the ceremony for our people. If one day we get back on our feet, we'll have to erect a statue to our Russian friends. Without them, we'd never have won. For now, however, I'm going to spend a couple of hours with Luna." "I'll do that. I'll even speak for the Chinese. Even they deserve a proper burial," the mayor said, her eyes betraying the first hints of the energy she was famous for. "But tell me, Polly. Once we've done that, what's next?" "To get out of Dodge," Polly said, "before the Chinese send someone to check on their garrison." Chapter 13. Bella. She could hear the noise from the crowd gathering outside the town hall, getting louder and angrier as the morning went on. "You're gonna have to go out there, sooner or later," Skulls said as Bella looked out the window of her office. Immediately below her lay the canvas roofs of the market her father and daughter had set up, but there would be no trading until the crowd dispersed. "Make sure you're protected, mind," he added. "And how would that look, my dear?" Bella said, as she felt the warmth of his hands on her shoulders. "If I go out there with a full security detail, doesn't that suggest I've lost control already?" Skulls withdrew his hands and came to stand beside her. "Damn agitators. As if we don't have enough problems. It all started when we let the Lee Corporation help." The sarcastic emphasis on that final word said everything about what he thought of their involvement. "I should never have agreed to let them supply us." That had been the thin end of the wedge. The next demand had been Lee Corp guards to secure the supplies. Perfectly reasonable on its own, but each concession strengthened the hand of the Lees at the expense of Elizabeth's autonomy. "It wasn't just you. Every one of the council voted the same way. It was the chocolate that did it, I reckon. You can appeal to logic all you like, But if you want to tug on a person's heart, offer them a Hershey bar. Or a bottle of bourbon. She gave a half-hearted chuckle and looked across at him. Though he insisted she use the name, at least in public, he wasn't Skulls to her anymore. He was Steve. Her Steve. Barely recognizable as the man who'd once been a highway bandit. But then, she found it hard to see herself in a mirror these days. She had lost weight, so there was that to count in her favor, but her hair was now more gray than brown because it seemed frivolous to spend time and effort finding the right shade of color, and the idea of sitting down for a couple of hours while a hairdresser performed her magic was as tempting as it was unacceptable. Skulls had said he liked her fine as she was, but if she wanted a couple of hours on her butt, a very fine butt, he said, to make herself feel better, then she should go right ahead and he'd deal with anyone who complained. Her predecessor, Mayor Kennedy, had felt no such compunction about modesty, but then, look at what happened to her. Kennedy was languishing in a police cell with around-the-clock protection, and that had been at Bella's insistence and against the will of many of the people who wanted to see her hanging from her own gallows. Bella had been to visit her several times, once the woman's bitterness and anger had abated enough for them to have a conversation, but she couldn't help wondering whether she might have been better off letting the people have their way. Having that snake in their midst might come back to bite them all one day. "Okay, I'll speak to them," Bella said, turning back to the window. She could see the placards from here. Fair distribution. You hoard. We become a horde. Share and share alike. Someone had leaked the size and contents list of the first shipments, but the euphoria that had greeted this soon turned to anger when it became obvious that these supplies were to be rationed. Of course, many people, perhaps most, understood and supported this approach, but, as is so often the case, they were drowned out by the minority, who were driven by a desperate urge to find some normality in this changed world. And a few luxuries would, for as long as they lasted, help sustain that delusion. To complicate matters, their introduction of the Lizzie dollar had brought about its own problems, since the council had decided to distribute at least some of the fresh food through the market, which meant, inevitably, that some people got more than others. Everyone had what they needed, but not necessarily what they wanted. A man stood on a box with his back to the closed market, barking his rhetoric at the crowd. She knew him as Ezekiel Crow, though she doubted he'd been born with that name, and she'd first seen him after the Lee Corporation brought in the first supplies and their guards took up residence in the offices above the warehouse they'd been assigned. The connection was obvious to her and many others, but some simply didn't care. If the Lees provided food, how could they mean harm to Elizabeth? And she had no answer to that, though, as the company behind the implants that had killed 19 out of 20 Americans, they'd hardly earned her trust. Until she understood their purpose here, it was hard to fight them. "Ah, I see that our civic leader has finally seen fit to grace us with her presence," Crow said as he saw her approach. He was an average-looking man in a dark suit that was only remarkable in that it was spotlessly clean. He wore a black fedora, and a thin mustache sat partially hidden beneath a bulbous nose. He looked like a gunslinger out of the classic Western movies. Bella nodded as he got down from the wooden box. Skulls, Sheriff Moretti, and 2 deputies flanked her, hands on their weapons. "Why do you come among us with armed men?" Crow called up from his position in the front row of the watching crowd. "You are perfectly safe in our presence. We are not violent." "I suggest you shut up and let the mayor speak," Skulls said, fixing the man with a stare that was returned with interest. Bella raised her hands, and the crowd went quiet. "I'm here to answer your questions," she said, "but first I have something to say." She scanned the townsfolk looking for familiar faces. There were perhaps 50 or so people here, and she reckoned pretty much all of them had arrived in Elizabeth since she'd been mayor. Clearly, it was the newcomers, the ones the people of the town had gone out of their way to accommodate, who were the main malcontents. "Some of you haven't been with us very long, and perhaps you don't know how very precious Elizabeth is. I traveled across Texas from east to west before heading north and ending up in this oasis. Do you know how rare it is to find a place where you know you will be fed tomorrow? Where you have protection without paying with your freedom? And yet Elizabeth's future depends on us all coming together, rationing our resources so we survive until our crops can be harvested. What we eat today cannot feed us tomorrow. What one person eats cannot feed another. It is our duty, as the administrators of the community, to ensure its long-term survival. If we were to oversee a feast followed by a famine, we would be betraying you all. We are doing our best to ensure equitable and sustainable distribution, and I call on you all to help us achieve that. It wasn't a good speech, and she knew it. She'd said everything that she'd wanted to, but she was no politician, so it fell on the watching crowd like a wet blanket. A couple of heads nodded, and at least they didn't boo, but that was the best that could be said of it. She was determined not to lose momentum, so she immediately followed up with an invitation to ask questions. A hand went up. A heavy-set man with a thick beard and wide-brimmed cotton hat waited for her to acknowledge him. "Jed Brown, Madam Mayor," he said respectfully. "And I'm sure grateful for this place. We was pretty bad off when we got here. 10 days on the road from south of Houston, fixin' to keep them TLX recruiters off our tail. Elizabeth sure was a fine sight." Bella smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Brown, though I reckon there's a but coming." He returned the smile with a grin that was more gaps than teeth. "Well, I been here 2 weeks now, and I ain't been assigned no workin' party, so I ain't got no money to spend in that there market. Now it ain't for my benefit, mind, but we got kids with us and they're sufferin'." "I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Brown. I can see what you're saying, so I'm going to appoint a liaison officer who will handle issues like this. You can take your grievance to him or her, and they will decide." "Just what we need," Ezekiel Crow said in his harsh vulture-like voice. "Another government stooge to stand between the people and our masters." An angry murmur rippled through the crowd, but Bella noticed that Jed Brown wasn't joining in. He was simply looking up at her, as if pondering what she had said to him. Another hand shot up. It was a woman this time, and she didn't wait to be acknowledged. "I'm Sue Flowers. I've been here a month, and it just ain't fair that some people get more than others. There's a ton of food in that there warehouse, and I want my share." She began chanting the words, "I want my share," until the crowd had picked it up and Bella was forced to raise her hands and her voice. "We can't just open up the doors to the warehouse and let everyone help themselves," she said. "We'd be out of food in days. It must be handled carefully." "Handled by you?" Crow called. Bella locked eyes with him. She could sense his delight in causing this chaos. "Do you have a better idea?" she asked. "Yes," he responded, and Bella knew she'd walked into a trap. "Let the people who brought in the supplies decide how they're handed out. They're impartial, so they won't favor long-term residents like you do. Everyone will get their share." The cry of "I want my share" went up again, rising in volume as it circulated. Jed Brown shook his head sadly and walked away. A couple of others followed him, but most of the crowd stayed in place while Bella tried to get them to quieten down enough for her to speak again. She failed. In the end, she was forced to get down from the wooden crate. As she walked away head bowed, she heard Crow calling after her, "We want our share. And we'll take it. I want you to get as many officers together as you can," Bella said to Sheriff Moretti once they'd returned to the town hall. "We're going over to the warehouse to take it back from the Lee Corporation. They're behind all of this, I'd swear." "What's their endgame?" Moretti asked. She shrugged. "Well, at the moment, it looks as though they're trying to cause chaos. Maybe even bring the local government down." "Why would they want to do that?" Skulls said, "Aren't they the ones who designed the Boneswear implants?" He tapped his wrist where the monitor had once sat for emphasis. "They want chaos, though I can't imagine why. Whatever their motives, the longer we leave it to tackle them, the stronger they'll be. It may be too late already, but we're going to have to take that risk." Moretti nodded. "I'm with you, Madam Mayor. We'll get together as big a posse as we can manage. Can you give me an hour? We can meet at Page's Park. It's out of sight of the warehouse, but easy to walk in from there." When he'd gone, Bella turned to Skulls. Steve, I want you to find Pop and Maddie, and I want you to get them out of harm's way. No chance. I'm comin' with you to the warehouse. Sure you are. Once you've sent them packing. Tell them to wait for us at that campsite in Jericho. If they don't hear from us within a couple of days, they're to head north to DC like we originally planned. Got that? Send them on their way and come find me at Page's Park. You've got an hour. And what if Al won't buy it? Bella put her hand on his shoulder and leaned forward into a kiss. As she pulled away, she said, "Tell him he's got to mind Maddie. Her safety is in his hands. That should do the trick." Devious, Skulls said with a smile. Well, I am a politician now. She was relieved to see Skulls drive into the parking lot. Moretti had rustled up a dozen men and women. Fewer than Bella had hoped for. She'd wanted to face the guards with overwhelming numbers and was having to settle for no more than a slight numerical advantage. Surprise would be everything. There was no time to lose. Moretti led them across the park, and she couldn't help noticing the yellows and whites of spring flowers pushing through, coming to life after a dormant winter. It was late afternoon by the time the warehouse came into view. She'd instructed Moretti that there was to be no bloodshed if it could be avoided, but she knew she was kidding herself and perhaps offloading the blame on him if it all went badly wrong. 2 guards stood outside the entrance to the warehouse. The main shutter was down, and the only way in was a smaller door that was bathed in light from above. Skulls and 1 deputy snuck around the back of the neighboring unit, and Bella watched, holding her breath, as they appeared suddenly from the darkness and overpowered the guards silently and efficiently. "Quick now," Moretti called as he led them across the parking lot, Bella struggling to keep up. She felt a hand grabbing her elbow and turned to see Officer Suggs running alongside her. "We can't have you being left behind, Madam Mayor," he said as he gently supported her. When she arrived panting at the glass and metal door, Moretti was peering inside. They gathered around him as he whispered, "I can't see nothing inside. We'll go in fast and hard, take control as fast as possible. If we're quick enough, they won't know what's hit them." Bella felt her stomach tighten. She gripped Skull's arm and responded to his eager grin with a weak smile. Her bat phone was ringing off the handle. Moretti yanked the door open and they ran inside, Bella near the back. Ridiculously, it reminded her of getting into a particularly popular concert, more than a special ops mission. She was conscious of being bumped as they were funneled through the narrow corridor. A set of double doors led into the main warehouse. Without looking, Moretti pushed them open and ran inside. "Someone find a light," Moretti yelled. This was odd. Why would it be dark? Unless there was no one in here. Perhaps it was all fake. Perhaps the Lee Corporation was stretched too thin to mount an effective guard, and the 2 they'd already detained were the entire contingent. She heard the flicking of a bank of buttons, and one by one the lights came on. There, in the center of the warehouse, taking up no more than 1/10 of the available space, was a row of pallets containing supplies. She'd seen 3 times that amount being unloaded into here the previous week. Where was the rest of it? Bella followed Moretti and the others to the pallets and looked up and down them. "What's going on?" Skulls said. "This makes no sense." She froze as an amplified voice echoed around the warehouse. "Put down your weapons. All of you." Bella turned around to see a group approaching them from the door they'd just entered. Many in black fatigues, others in the brown of the sheriff's department, yet more in police uniforms. Traitors. It had been a setup. They outnumbered her force by 3 to 1. Bella didn't recognize the speaker, a woman in a black uniform with a megaphone. "I said drop your weapons." "Do it," Moretti said. Bella let her handgun fall to the floor with the others, looking across at Skulls who looked confused and furious. Moretti stepped forward. He walked up to the woman and, to Bella's horror, took the megaphone from her. "Traitor." Bella spat. Ignoring her, he brought the mic to his lips. "By the authority of the mayor, I am placing you all under arrest." Mayor. And who exactly is that? Bella called. Now he turned to her. The true mayor of Elizabeth. Caitlin Kennedy. Chapter 14. Solly. It was dark by the time Solly and Vivian made their way back to the Humvee, and Ross was close to a meltdown until Solly told him to drive out of town. Are you sure? I haven't driven it before. Time you did then, Solly said. We're exhausted. Let's get out of here. Ross didn't need any more persuading. He turned on the engine and looked down at the transmission before sliding it into drive. He'd recovered enough strength and mobility in his right leg to be able to handle the gas and brake pedals, but his left leg was as useless as ever. Don't forget the handbrake, Solly said as they went nowhere fast. With a lurch, the Humvee moved forward and Solly directed Ross towards I-65 and their southward road. Why were you so long? Ross said as he began to relax. I thought you'd be back hours ago. We found something up there, Vivian said from the back seat. And Solly wanted to take a closer look. It was a Lee Corporation transmitter. They've had the same idea as us, boosting short-range communication by sighting them in high places. Did you smash it up? Solly pulled the pack onto his knees and extracted a dog-eared notebook and his smartphone. If I'd done that, they'd have known we were up there. We moved our transmitter so it's better hidden, and I took a look at theirs. He activated the smartphone and scrolled through the photos. Good, they've come out okay. It was getting dark and I couldn't use the flash. Then he turned to his notebook and examined the diagram he'd scrawled there. I hope this is going to be useful. I didn't know what to write down, so I copied everything, processor names, all the parts one could recognize, printed legends. Why? What can you do with it? That's a good question, Ross, Viv said before yawning and leaning back in her chair. Truth is, I don't know, Solly said, but if it's a relay, then there's a chance we could find a way to crack the encryption and listen in. And what do you know about code breaking, Solly? Vivian snarked. Solly looked around at her. Well, I was an app developer. But honestly, I just thought it was too good an opportunity to miss. The geeks at Wright-Patterson might be able to use it. It's just a pity Allison's gone. I'd be willing to bet she'd crack it in seconds. He reached beneath the seat of the Humvee and pulled out the cylinder that had once contained the artificial personality he'd come to. What was the word? Love? No. He wasn't deranged enough to become that attached to a machine. But he did feel sad about what had happened, and he wished he could talk to her again. As they drove through the half-lit streets of Louisville, Solly turned the cylinder over in his hands and repeatedly prodded the activation switch with exactly the same result he'd achieved the other 100 times he'd done it. No sign of the cyan eye, no hint of sentience. He'd thought about replacing the power cells, in case it was as simple as a drained battery, but Scott Lee had said Allison used kinetic energy to recharge, and in any case, where would he get replacements? It's 8 p.m., Vivian said from the back seat. Don't you have a call to make? Jerked from his thoughts, Solly reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a walkie-talkie before tuning it to the agreed frequency. This is traveling Wilbury to General Clark. Are you clear for reception? Over. After a few moments the handset crackled, and the voice of Administrator Weinstein emerged. Traveling Wilbury, this is General Clark. We are clear. Congratulations on the success of your mission. Am I to assume that what we discussed is now possible? Solly had explained to Weinstein that, by changing channels, he could communicate directly with Wright-Patterson. The current channel was for local traffic. They had agreed to a form of wording that wouldn't trigger suspicion if the conversation were to be intercepted and decoded. Making his communication secure would be a job for Weinstein, but the means was now at his disposal. General Clark, yes, all is as agreed. Good luck. Thank you. I wish you safe travel. General Clark out. They headed south out of Louisville and then onto 62. They had 3 more transmitters to install before Solly would be free of his obligation to McBride at Wright-Patterson, and the last was in Memphis, a little over 300 miles away. Mercifully, the following days passed without incident. As part of their deal with Weinstein, the Humvee's fuel tank and gas cans had been refilled, so they had enough to get them past Memphis and well on their way to southern Texas where their search would begin. That first night, they camped in the parking lot of a Taco Bell, 50 miles southeast of Louisville, in a place called Litchfield. Ross was exhausted by the drive, but he was also happier than he'd been since the accident that had left him unable to walk. Solly knew the boy had regretted insisting he come on this journey almost as soon as they'd hit the road. He was obviously feeling insecure and grief-stricken after the death of Janice, and didn't want to remain at the farmhouse while Solly went on a mission to find his children by birth. But the grim realities of traveling across the country had hit home pretty quickly, and his sense of uselessness had suppressed his naturally sunny nature until, by some miracle, he'd felt that first tingling in his right leg. And now he'd driven them out of the city and 50 miles southeast so Solly and Vivian could sleep. "Well done, son," Solly said as he helped Ross down from the driver's seat. Vivian had already jumped out and headed into the bushes that lined the parking lot, bright green shoots springing up from within as the seasons turned. "I can stand." "Well, I can hop," Ross said with a rueful smile. Once they dealt with the biological necessities, Solly built a small fire in the lee of the Humvee, and they each picked a random foil-wrapped pack of military rations to open and cook. Despite eating, no one had the energy to put up the tent they'd been provided with, so they climbed back into the Humvee and spent an uncomfortable night sleeping upright in the seats. They got moving as soon as the sun came up the next day. To the disappointment of Ross, Solly took the first shift driving and they headed southeast through a green landscape of red soil and white rocks. On the first morning, they found the road blocked twice by vehicles that had been arranged to slow cars down. But there was no sign of the bandits who'd constructed these chicanes, and in any case, they would be unlikely to try to take on a Humvee containing an unknown number of armed occupants. There were still many abandoned vehicles on the stretches of highway between settlements. Almost all had been broken into, doors flung wide, windows broken, debris scattered across the road, and once or twice they spotted the decayed remains of the former occupant left for the birds to peck at. Dust, leaves, and detritus covered the cars, and Solly tried hard not to look too closely at them. He didn't have the imagination to pretend the long dark hadn't happened as he drove along the interstate, but equally, he didn't like being reminded of the toll it had taken. "What's that?" Ross asked, pointing into the distance. They'd been traveling for several hours, and Solly's eyes had gotten heavy, but the urgency in Ross's voice brought him instantly to attention. Vivian's head appeared between the two front seats. "Roadblock," she said before reaching back and pulling out her weapon. The barricade had been built at an intersection. The direct route took them to the left, onto I-69, but both sides had been blocked and this time the barrier was heavily manned. He spotted people running across from the other side of the road to reinforce the forest of rifle barrels that were pointing at the Humvee. "What are you going to do?" Ross said, in a voice as frightened as it was restrained. Solly was examining the barricade as they came closer. To the left, the direction they wanted to go, the cars had been lined up 3 deep, with figures standing behind the first row aiming at them as they got closer. On the main highway, it looked as though there were only 2 lines of cars and fewer fighters. There was clearly something after the left-hand turn that these people wanted to protect. "I'm going through," Solly said, pushing down on the gas pedal. "I've had enough delays." The first shots hit the windshield as the Humvee accelerated with a roar towards the narrower barrier. 2 impact craters appeared in the glass, and Solly began to weave a little to make it harder for their attackers to find their mark. Thud. Bang. Out of the corner of his eye, Solly saw Ross gripping his seat, his stare fixed on the road ahead and the imminent impact. But Solly had seen his target. 2 rows where the tail of one car lined up with the nose of the one behind it, rather than being staggered like the others. He accelerated, watching with satisfaction as figures scattered, anticipating a high-speed impact. Then, as they got within 20 yards of the barricade, Solly slammed his foot on the brake, bringing the Humvee to almost a complete stop as it came into contact with the first car. He heard the automatic transmission downshift and gently punched the gas pedal, using the newfound momentum and torque to push one car into another. As the barrier came apart, he gave it some more gas just as a hailstorm hit the sides of the Humvee, and it lurched out of the newly formed gap and onto the open highway. More volleys hit the rear of the Humvee, but they were away. "Woo!" Ross cried, and Solly realized he was cheering too. "That was amazing," Vivian said from the back seat as the sounds of gunfire died away. "They were idiots," Solly shouted over the roar of the engine. "Should have shot at the tires." He kept his foot down until they could be sure there was no pursuit, before turning onto I-55 heading south to approach Memphis from the northwest. Though adrenaline was still knifing through his veins, and he could feel the beginnings of a headache, none of them wanted to stop until they absolutely had to. But neither did they want to enter Memphis at night. "There's an RV park somewhere over that way," Ross said, pointing into the gloom. "I saw a sign. Next turn." "Why would we want to stop at a camping site?" Solly asked. Ross shrugged. "We could park in the trees, and no one would be able to see us from the road." "You're right. Good thinking." Solly took a right off 55 at Jericho and followed the signs. The Humvee cooled beneath a big beech tree, its exhaust pinging in the cold night air, as Solly and Vivian checked the nearby campsites to find they were all empty. There was, of course, no power, but a full moon had risen into a clear night sky so they could see well enough without needing to use flashlights. Ross hopped down from the passenger seat and Solly went to help him. "Here, son," he said, handing over a long branch. "Gandalf, receive your staff." Ross laughed out loud as he tested his weight on it. "You're such a geek, Saul." "Do not meddle in the affairs of wizards, my son, for they are subtle and quick to anger," Solly said, causing Ross to roar with laughter as he began moving around the site using his good leg and the staff. He stopped suddenly. "I need to go to the bathroom, and fast." Solly watched as Ross hobbled off, getting more and more proficient as he practiced. He was proud of the young man. He'd coped with more than anyone should have to, and yet he could still laugh. "I'll light a fire, shall I?" Vivian said as Ross disappeared into a small stand of trees and out of the moonlight. "Is it safe?" Solly shrugged. "There's no sign of anyone else, but keep it out of sight as much as you can. Do you reckon there's enough dry kindling?" "Oh yeah. You fetch the firelighters and I'll gather some leaves." By the time Ross reappeared, the little fire was blazing greedily. Solly looked up as the boy came toward them. Vivian sprang up, ran to the Humvee and opened the passenger door before returning, weapon in hand. "What are you doing?" "He ain't alone, Solly." Solly squinted into the darkness, his heart pounding. What had they stumbled on here? Yes, now he could see. A second shape emerged from the trees and followed him in their direction. Then a third, larger and, Solly couldn't say how he knew this, older than the others and carrying a shotgun. Solly pulled the Glock from its place in his inside pocket and called out, "Put your weapons down." "I don't reckon so," the older figure called. "I got your boy here covered, so maybe you should be the ones to drop your weapons. Now my granddaughter here has got us into this mess, but I'm fixin' to get us out of it." "No way," Vivian called. "You stop right there, old man, or I'll drop you right where you stand. I got a clear shot." "No please," the younger figure called. "Can we just not do this? Please." It was the voice of a girl, and it took Solly's brain several heartbeats before he realized that he knew it. "Drop your weapons or I shoot," Vivian was shouting. "I ain't warning you again, you get me?" He could see the girl's head shake as she stood behind Ross. "Just let us go," she called. "Come on, Grandpa, let's leave these people be." "Do I look like a mishugginer? They'll come after us." "Haven't you learned anything, girl?" Solly wanted to speak, but his throat had seized and his mouth had gone dry. "Maddie." It came out like a whisper. "Maddie," he shouted. "Maddie, is it you? Is that Al?" His call bounced around the clearing, the only sound in the otherwise silent night as they all held their breath. "Dad." Solly was up on his feet and running towards them. A shot rang out and he spun around. "Don't shoot. Don't shoot." And she was in his arms. And he was spinning her around, tears cascading over his cheeks. And the old man dropped his shotgun, moving close enough to squint at the two of them. "I nearly shot you, Solly," he said. "Maybe I have gone Meshugginer." Solly threw out his arm and pulled the old man into the three-way embrace. No words came to him or Maddie as they cried together, celebrating a miracle and a reunion that was the stuff of storybooks. Chapter 15. That was the happiest night of his life. He'd known rationally that his family might have survived the long dark when Polly had told him that some versions of the Bonesware implant were immune to the sudden death experienced by 19 out of 20 Americans. He'd known that there was a chance, but he hadn't dared to hope that Bella, Jake, and Maddie were truly still alive. He'd grieved over his family in the weeks after that first night, and he'd never wanted to reopen the protective scab that had formed around his heart by acknowledging that there was a chance they'd survived. He knew now that his journey to Texas had been more of a pilgrimage than a rescue mission. He'd expected to find no trace of them, hoping perhaps to find solace in going through the motions, knowing that he'd tried his best. All of this self-constructed artifice had been exposed the instant he'd recognized Maddie's voice, and the dam had burst. It had been the happiest night of his life, and yet he'd cried until he was empty. All that remained was a sense of wholeness that had been missing since the day he'd left to fly to New York for the job Bella had been so keen for him to take. Since the day he'd become an occasional visitor in his own home. But as he floated in the relief of being able to hold his daughter close again, fear circled like a great white shark. Maddie and Al were safe, and according to them, Bella had been alive and well 2 nights ago, though the fact that they'd been sent to a safe place by this Skulls fella meant she was going into danger. Jake was lost. Entrusted into the care of yet another stranger. All of that, however, could wait until tomorrow. For tonight they'd squeezed into Al's RV. Solly sat on the couch with his arm around Maddie. She'd barely stopped talking since they'd embraced, but finally, the words had run out and they were all enjoying the silence. Al was in the captain's chair, which he'd rotated to face inward, the flickering of the gaslight, the only illumination he would allow, playing off his wrinkles and making him look like a particularly compact and decrepit Vincent Price. Ross and Viv sat together at the dinette in the rear. Had Solly been able to extend his awareness beyond the little bubble containing himself and Maddie, he might have noticed that his euphoria wasn't shared by either of them. Ross in particular sat silently, the back window looking out on the night reflecting nothing but his stony expression. "What are you going to do about Mom, Dad?" Maddie said, finally. Solly, who'd been dozing contentedly, jerked to full awareness. "What?" "Oh, go and find her, of course." Maddie rotated her head so she could look up at her father. "Are you sure you're my dad?" "What do you mean?" She chuckled. "You were sad when you left for New York, and even sadder when you last visited. We were getting a divorce, Mad. It wasn't a happy time for either of us." Maddie went quiet again, and leaned her head against his shoulder. "I like the beard. And being thinner suits you." He felt her shift against his chest. "Dad, I have to tell you something." "Mom and Skulls?" "It's okay, honey," he said. And it really was. At least he thought so. He wouldn't know until his emotions settled down a little. Part of him wanted to talk about Janice, but he found he couldn't. This was a happy time. It might not last, but he didn't want to be the one to burst the bubble. "What I can't understand," Al said, speaking for the first time since sitting down, "is what was so important for you to drive clear across the country. You were never much of a traveler, son." And there it was. Back to reality. Solly drew in a deep breath and looked over at his former father-in-law. "We don't have time for the full story, and I'd be happier listening to your news, but I was carrying a device I was told held the key to stopping the second dying." "The second what?" "The Lee Corporation, they're the ones behind all this, wants to finish what they started." Al sat forward, suddenly alert. "You mean they're gonna kill all the survivors?" That's a hard question to answer, Solly said, arranging his thoughts. I think they want to make slaves of the survivors, not kill them. But as far as I can tell, that's what they wanted to do in the long dark, and that went badly wrong. They didn't mean to kill everyone? So why did all those folks die? Solly sighed. Because they were outmaneuvered by Annabelle Lee. But she was the Lee Corporation. It was her company. Not by then. And I don't think they were doing it alone. I think the Chinese government was involved. They wanted control of the Western world, but she wanted to take the rest of humanity with her to the grave. Al whistled through his teeth. My God. And this is all going to happen again? But I don't have an implant. They have hunting machines. I've seen them. Me and a group of others destroyed their production facility in New York, but that'll only delay them, it won't stop them. The device I carried was supposed to be the answer, somehow. It contained an AI, and I think its creator's intention was to use it to take over the Lee Corporation somehow. I don't know, and I'm not sure he had the details down pat either. But it sacrificed itself in saving us when we attacked the factory. It's dead. All I have is its container. You talk about it as if it was a person, Maddie said. I guess I thought of Allison like that. She grew on me. Maddie looked up at him. Allison? It had a name. Can I see the doohickey? Al asked. Solly fished the cylinder out of his pack and handed it to Al, who pulled it from the sheath before holding it in front of the gas lamp and turning it over in his gnarled, clever hands. Amazing. And this is the activation switch? Yeah. But nothing happens when you press it. Al confirmed this before looking up at Solly. What powers it? Solly shrugged. I'm not sure. Something to do with kinetic energy. Clever. So it charges itself as it's moved. And you've covered a lot of miles, so the battery should be full. Do you mind if I take a look inside? Knock yourself out, Al. But I'm heading to bed, I'm exhausted. Al nodded without looking up. You do that, Solly, my boy. And tomorrow, you go get my daughter and I'll see what I can do about your robot friend here. Solly got up, kissed his daughter and roused Ross, who'd fallen asleep on the dinette table. He waved goodbye to Maddie as he helped the boy down, and to the old man as he bent over the cylinder. Let the silly fool fiddle with the most advanced piece of 21st century technology he'd ever seen. What harm could he do? Solly was in a black mood as the Humvee pulled out of its camping site to head back to the main road. He'd cried again as he'd hugged Maddie. He wanted nothing more than to keep her close, but he had to find out what had happened to Bella. Al and Maddie had already waited for longer than they'd been told to, and Solly was certain something bad had happened to prevent Bella from sending a message or joining them. Al had advised him where he could park on the edge of the town of Elizabeth. He'd thought Maddie was joking when she'd said Bella was the mayor, having taken over from a bloodthirsty maniac. It seemed his ex-wife had also changed a lot since he'd last seen her. Solly's blood had chilled when he'd learned that the Lee Corporation had gotten involved, and that had only confirmed his fears for Bella. Al had talked of protests outside the town hall, and Solly knew that Lee Corp was fomenting trouble in Elizabeth. He only hoped he could do something about it. Vivian sat next to him, but Solly had insisted that Ross stay with Maddie and Al. They would have to park outside town and walk in, and despite the improvement in his condition, Ross wasn't up to that. As he talked to the boy, he'd sensed the shutters coming down and distance forming between them. Solly understood how conflicted Ross would be about Maddie especially, and suspected that despite his kind nature, the boy was deeply jealous of the natural bond between Solly and his daughter. Solly looked over his shoulder, but there was no sign of Ross as they pulled out of the RV park and back onto the main road to Elizabeth. The St. Lawrence National Forest bordered the outskirts of Elizabeth to the north and east, and Al had suggested they approach the town from that direction. So, they headed down the highway until they reached a left turning that took them along a small road into the southernmost skirt of the forest. It was a narrow lane bounded on both sides by trees, whose leafless branches were coated in a suggestion of green, hinting at the approaching spring. They passed the town cemetery on the right, and then followed the twisting road through the forest until they approached their first target. "That stinks, Solly," Vivian said, squeezing her nostrils together. Soon enough, he found the turning into the regional landfill, and took the Humvee along the trash-laden track, past a huge scar on the landscape filled with the detritus of their former civilization. Al had told him that if he followed the dirt road that ran alongside the Great Pit, he'd eventually end up at a small pond, beside which there was a parking lot for hunters and fishers, and the road that led from that lot would take them into the outskirts of Elizabeth. Al was a sly old fox. He'd plainly worked out an escape route that in the end he hadn't needed himself. Solly left the Humvee beside a rusting wreck in the parking lot. They locked it and checked that they were both armed with spare magazines. "We've got to stay out of sight, Viv," he said. "If we're discovered, then even if we do get away, any chance of surprise goes out the window." She rolled her eyes at him. "I know, Sol. You told me like 100 times. Ghost mode, that's what we gotta use. I've come along to help get your ex-wife out of here, so that's what I'm gonna do. Don't you worry about me." "Sorry," he said. Truth to tell, he was worried about her. She was a young woman, with a hidden vein of anger that was a sight to behold when it was exposed. Though she'd proven more than capable of handling herself, he'd have been a whole lot happier if Kaczynski was here. But Kaczynski wasn't, so he patted her on the arm and said, "Come on then." The track into town was barely visible beneath a thick layer of leaves, but they picked their way through to a metal barrier that had been left open. As they came out from under the cover of the trees, they emerged onto a road lined with ranch houses on either side. A basketball hoop stood outside one, a ride-on toy car beside it, both looking as though they were waiting for children to run out of the house and play with them again. Solly and Vivian kept to the sides of the road, using the trees which had been planted at regular intervals for cover. It would be a mile or so until they'd reach the town proper, so they took a break halfway along, enjoying the shelter of a veranda, and trying not to think about whether anyone had been left inside all those months ago. None of the houses they'd passed had been occupied by the living in months, probably since the long dark. Presumably, those who'd survived had moved into town in the hopes of finding others. An hour later, they were near the end of the tree-lined road when Solly noticed a woman emerging from the woods. She immediately stiffened and went to run, but stopped at Solly's urgent call. "We don't mean you any harm," he hissed. "Please help us." She turned to face them both. "This ain't the way into town. If you're newcomers, you gotta take the main road from the west." "Do you know what happened to the mayor?" Solly asked. The woman looked from one to the other. "So, you are from around here? Been away?" "Well, the old mayor is back." "What do you mean?" She was examining them closely as she spoke. "Tell me first what you thought of Mayor Kennedy." "In for a penny." "She was a psycho," Solly responded, watching as the old woman's features relaxed. "Now what happened? Where's Bella Masters?" "Who wants to know?" "I'm her husband, Solly Masters." The woman looked puzzled. "No, that can't be right. She's hanging out with that fella. The one with the skull tattoo." "Okay. I'm her ex-husband," Solly sighed. A smile broke the woman's face and 20 years seemed to drop from her. "Now that's kinda sweet. And who's this? Your new girl?" "No." Vivian erupted. "We're mates. He's old enough to be my father." The woman shrugged. "Wouldn't be the first time." "Won't be the last," she said before turning back to Solly. "To answer your question, the old mayor is being held in the supplies warehouse with the others she was caught with, or at least those who haven't turned against her and gone to work for the old witch. I said at the time, I said she should have hanged Kennedy as soon as she caught her. Soft-hearted, that's your wife's trouble." Solly smiled. "Ex-wife, I should say." The smile disappeared. What's going to happen to them? And now the years returned to the old woman's face. "They're building the scaffold now, my boy. If you want to help your Bella, you'd best do it quick, for they're to hang soon." Chapter 16. That's insane. Vivian paced around the little parking lot next to the fishing pond as Solly leaned against the Humvee watching her let off steam. I don't like it any more than you do, but if you've got a better idea, I'm all ears. She stopped in front of him, hands on hips, strands of curly hair that had escaped from her military cap framing her round chestnut face, wearing an expression of indignant frustration. How about I go instead of you? Solly shook his head. You don't know what Bella looks like, and you can hardly ask for directions to the former mayor. It was a weak excuse, but Solly wasn't about to have his plans changed now that he'd decided on his course. Bella had often accused him of inflexibility, never understanding why he reacted so badly when anything unexpected happened, however trivial. Well, the long dark had gone a long way to curing that particular foible, but he retained a stubborn streak and wasn't backing down in face of Vivian's anger. So, you're just gonna walk into the town, find that warehouse, and then I'm supposed to find you? Am I right? Sure, that's about it. I'm taking a smoke grenade. As soon as you get my call, you need to get to me fast. He sighed as she glared at him. Look, we can't just drive into town in a Humvee and cruise around looking for this warehouse, can we? We know the Lee Corporation's here, and in any case, we'd attract too much attention. I'll get myself in position, then you come rescue me, rescue us. I'm relying on you, Viv. He watched her face soften as she realized she couldn't come up with a better plan. If they'd known exactly where the warehouse was, they could have gone in all guns blazing in the hope of being in and out before the Lee Corporation or local law enforcement could stop them. But though the woman they'd met the previous day had told them roughly where it was, they were strangers in a strange town. He would have to go in alone. Solly walked at a steady pace along a narrow country lane, eyes scanning the trees and bushes for any sign of people. Tiny houses in big fields lined the road, giving way to larger ranch houses with long driveways covered in deep piles of rotting leaves. No one had been here for a long time, that much was obvious, and Solly relaxed his guard so much that he had to force himself to keep moving forward as quickly as possible. It was a bright sunny day in early spring, and he could have been the only human alive. The burned-out gas station erased this brief superficial contentment. The pumps were blackened shells surrounded by blobs of plastic that had solidified in multicolored pools. Beyond, the remains of the shop, all broken glass and twisted metal, sat open to the sky, a monument to the impotence of civilization in the afterdays. Solly took the next right after the gas station, as the woman had directed. There was still no sign of recent human activity, but he could sense that he was getting closer to the inhabited part of the town, as the houses were getting closer together, though no less disheveled. Rusting bikes and toppled basketball hoops, collapsed swing sets and broken windows. Somehow, Solly found this even more depressing than the dead streets of New York because it reminded him much more keenly of his house in Texas. He thought of Maddie, waiting nervously for him to return, and he thought of Bella. What was she thinking? One thing was certain, the Bella he'd last seen on his last visit home was no more the woman he'd known than he was the Solly she'd divorced. It was impossible to bend his mind to accept a reality in which she was the mayor of a town, and even less that she'd headed a coup against the previous incumbent. He half expected to break into the warehouse to find that he was rescuing another person called Bella Masters, and yet he knew this was ridiculous. The apocalypse had changed her as much as it had changed him, it seemed, and he wondered what that would mean for the two of them. Movement. Solly put his hand on the gun hidden inside his coat, but breathed out again, as an elderly dog emerged from a hedge and walked arthritically in his direction. Solly reached into his pack and pulled out a stick of jerky. I wouldn't give him none of that if I were you. A man who looked as old in human years as the dog approached from a gate farther along the hedge. He sits there and waits for someone to walk by, then he plays his "I'm a poor little doggy" card in hopes of a treat. He ain't hungry, not really. But he does have a delicate gut. I'm Chester, by the way. Pleased to meet a fellow dog lover. Solly got up, ignoring the disappointed expression on the mutt's long gray-tinged face. Solly, he said, extending his hand. Stranger here. Solly nodded. Yeah, just passing through. Chester looked behind himself before leaning in close. You might just want to reconsider that, friend. All of a sudden, Elizabeth isn't so welcoming as it was, especially for folks coming from the north. How did you get here? I came through the forest, Solly said. Beautiful place, though not much to eat. But what's wrong here? I'd heard this was a good town to head for. Chester lowered his voice even further. It was, but we've had a change of administration, and the new folks have closed off the town. And there's a curfew, so even those who was here before can't go about their business no more. But I didn't say any of that, do you hear me? I hear you, Solly said with a grim smile. All the same, I think I'll take my chances. I can be pretty inconspicuous when I want to be. Eyes narrowing, Chester regarded Solly with a mixture of suspicion and admiration. Aha. Seems to me there's more to this than just a stranger walking along a lane outside my house. But, he said as Solly went to respond, you don't need to tell me nothing you haven't a mind to. I'm a pretty good judge of character, and Finn seems to have taken to you. Maybe you're here to stir things up a little, but whether you are or not, I'll give you a little help. Follow me. He lived in a ranch house made of white-painted wood that had been kept spotlessly clean, and inside it was like an oasis of calm, or a shrine to the 1970s, depending on the viewer's taste. Chester went to a cabinet in the hallway and opened a drawer. Here, he said, his hand emerging with a small sheaf of green bills. I traded for these, but don't have much use for them. They were dollar bills, but each had an ornate letter E stamped on it. What are they? Elizabeth dollars, Lizzie's, our local currency. If you get into a sticky situation, show them these. Bribery? He shrugged. Maybe, but it's also good evidence that you're from the town. These notes are pretty new, so only townsfolk have them. And $1 goes a long way in Elizabeth, so you should be able to get whatever you need in the market with these. I can't accept them, Solly said, attempting to hand them back. Chester shook his head and raised his hands. Take it. I told you, I don't need much. Me and Finn see to each other, and we got plenty of supplies laid down. Solly thanked him. Why do you live out here on your own? Because it's my home, Solly. I lived here for 50 years before Judgment Day. Got married, raised a family. All gone now. The old man shook his head sadly. No, I'll stay here. But you go find what you're looking for, son, and if you can cause a little mischief in the town, then I'll be all the happier. Solly trudged along, Lizzie's in his pocket, thinking about the old man and his dog. Judgment Day, he'd called it. Well, if that was true, the human race had committed some pretty serious crimes. But it was just shorthand for something most people couldn't explain. There had, after all, been no justice in Judgment Day. Too many good folks had died, too many bad people had survived. As he walked, he began to encounter people going about their routine business. Most of them walked with eyes cast down, determined, it seemed, to get to their destination as quickly as possible without seeing anything. And so, as he entered more urbanized areas, he was ignored, and yet felt more and more as though, if anyone did look up, he'd be known for a stranger instantly. The old woman had told him to look for a Walmart, and, just as he was beginning to wonder whether he'd taken a wrong turn, he saw it. He knew it was guarded, and in his mind's eye, he saw Landon again standing in the booth at the barrier of that depot near the farmhouse. Another good person lost. Solly took a side road so he could skirt around the Walmart. The warehouse, he'd been told, was just beyond it beside a park. As he passed the rear of the grocery store, he found a small copse of trees and decided to stop for a comfort break and to eat something before scouting the warehouse. As he leaned against a tree, he heard voices approaching. 3 men were walking along the path he'd just gotten off. He snuck a look. A deputy and 2 cops. Now just you shut or mouth, Jonas Suggs, one of the police officers was saying as he jabbed a finger at the deputy. You cut a deal when they let you out, and you can't go back on it now. I ain't talking about going back on nothing, Suggs was saying. I just ain't happy that the mayor's gonna hang. The other cop joined in. She ain't the mayor no more, and don't you forget it. And what did you think was gonna happen to her? Kennedy's not a pussycat like she was. She's gonna get rid of all troublemakers just like that. So you'd better make sure you ain't one of them when the reckoning comes. Well, I just hope I'm not on duty that day. I sure don't want to see it happen. Solly's heart was racing as the voices passed his hiding place. One of these three had clearly been taken with Bella, but was then released when he changed sides. So, he was a potential ally, if also an unreliable one. If Solly could surprise them and disable his colleagues, then this Suggs character could be very useful. He would know exactly where Bella was being held. These thoughts raced through his mind in moments, and he found himself leaping out from cover. Raise your hands. The three spun around. One went for his sidearm. Last warning. Solly yelled. The man's hand lifted into the air. The mayor will have your guts for pantyhose, one of them said. You Suggs, you know my wife, I believe. The man in the deputy's uniform went pale, his eyes wide in panic. I never touched her, I swear. I never knowed she was your wife. For a moment, Solly didn't know how to respond. Who are you talking about? Suggs blinked, realizing he might have spoken too quickly. I dunno, who did you mean? Bella Masters. What are you talking about? One of the cops said, sneering. The old mayor ain't married. She was. To me. And I hear she's in trouble. The sneering cop laughed, as if the humor of the situation had made him forget that he was being held at gunpoint. Ah. How cute. How romantic. Well, you're too late, Romeo. She's gonna hang tomorrow, and I aim to be there to see it done. For 2 cents, Solly would have shot him then and there, but that would also be the end of his mission. And Bella would still die in the morning. So he kept his cool and focused his attention on Suggs, a short rat-faced man with an unshaved face. You will help me, he said. Now cuff these two and we'll find somewhere to stow them. If you do it, Suggs, the sneering cop said, you'll be a dead man tomorrow. And if you don't, you'll be a dead man today, Solly said. After a moment's hesitation, Suggs nodded and, at Solly's direction, removed the weapons from his companions and dropped them to the floor. He then took their own handcuffs and restrained them as they cursed him. The cursing stopped once Solly and Suggs gagged them, and then bundled their prisoners into an empty workshop that lay beside the path. She'll kill me for this, Suggs said as they shut the door on the 2 police officers who'd been attached to an iron radiator by a third set of handcuffs. Solly, who'd kept the man covered throughout, shrugged. You did it at gunpoint, you had no choice. She won't care, and they won't back me up neither, he said, gesturing at the workshop as they returned to the path. I'm sorry, but I came to rescue my wife, my ex-wife, and that's what I plan to do. Come with us if you want. Suggs, who'd been walking slightly ahead of Solly, stopped suddenly and turned around. Really? Where are you going? No idea. I honestly haven't thought about it beyond getting her out. If you're planning on hightailing it on foot, then I got some bad news for you. Solly gestured for Suggs to start moving again. I've got transportation, he said. Though the Humvee only took 4 people comfortably, so getting any more out of here would mean getting to know each other real well. Now, where is she being held? Right over there, Suggs said, pointing. The path led to a small park surrounded by trees, and on the other side was a rectangular steel warehouse. I don't see any guards, Solly said, as he chose a path that kept as close to the trees as possible. They keep watch from inside. See those windows? That's the upper level. It's got a walkway all the way around. Want my advice? Wait till dark. If you don't, they'll see you a mile away. Solly halted beneath a stand of trees facing the warehouse, and the 2 men crouched in the shadows. Now what in the world is going on? Suggs said, squinting at the area outside the entrance to the warehouse. A van was parked there and 2 men in black uniforms stood outside. The building door opened and someone walked out, shielding their eyes with bound hands. They're doing it today, Suggs hissed. Either that or they're moving them into town. Panic coursed through Solly's veins. He had to act now or it would be too late. He handed one of the sidearms he'd taken from the cops to Suggs. "Here. Either help me or make a run for it. It's up to you. But I'm going in." "Are you crazy? They'll shoot you like a dog." But Solly had retreated, pulled the gas canister out of his pack and set it off. Red smoke rose to the tree line and then, caught by the wind, it floated away. It would be seen soon enough by the security forces at the warehouse, so Solly drew the other spare sidearm and ran across the space between park and building, a pistol in each hand like a white-collar Rambo. Chapter 17. Bella. Bella sat in the little office that had become her jail cell and tried to make the tears come. She knew that a toxic mix of terror, grief and anger was fomenting within her, and yet she felt nothing. Absolutely nothing. And her greatest fear as she sat and contemplated the next hours was that the dam would break and she would shame herself in public. So she tried to lance the boil. Cry now so she wouldn't be humiliated later. But she was a dry husk. She thought of Maddie. At least she was safe along with Bella's father. She could be sure of that, because if they'd also been caught, Mayor Kennedy would have taken great pleasure in torturing Bella with the news. No, they were probably halfway to D.C. by now. But she would see neither of them ever again. And still the tears would not come. Jake's situation was like a festering wound on her heart. She'd entrusted his safety to Nathan Woods but had received no news since then. This wasn't surprising as neither Jake nor Nathan would know where she was, but still she yearned for at least some indication that he was safe. Solly was almost certainly dead. She'd last communicated with him on the night it all happened, and he'd suddenly been cut off. A woman had been looking after him, it seemed, but that was now 5 months ago, and surely Solly would have come to find his family by now. She'd hurt him badly, certainly, but that wouldn't lessen his love for his children. He'd look for them, wouldn't he? She felt another surge of guilt as she realized she'd barely given another thought to Todd, the man she'd left Solly for, since he'd died in the long dark. At first, she had been focusing entirely on the survival of her children and father. Then, when grief should have come, it didn't. What sort of emotionally stunted bitch was she that a man she'd professed to love hadn't merited so much as a second thought in the past weeks? What did it say about Steve? She couldn't call him Skulls anymore. It was okay when the attraction was almost entirely physical, but she could no longer claim that. She loved him, but she found herself wondering whether she truly knew what love was. Her love for her children was unquestioned, and she'd thought she understood what love for a man felt like, but she'd been wrong with Solly and wrong with Todd. She'd loved her ex-husband as a companion or even a brother, more than as a man. With Todd it was lust on the rebound. After years in a passionless marriage, here was a man who wanted her, who found her chubby mousiness irresistible. And Steve? He seemed to love her for her mind and her body. And she felt the same way. What a pity, having finally found the right person for her, she wouldn't have the opportunity to enjoy it. Tomorrow, she would be hanged. The door flew open. A man in a black uniform stood there. He saw her as she sat in the corner. "Get up, prisoner." She got unsteadily to her feet. "What's going on?" The man strode into the room and ordered her to turn around. She felt the handcuffs cold on her wrists and tried to ignore where his hands went afterwards before he spun her around, grabbed her arm and marched her to the door. Other doors had been opened, and other people were being dragged from their makeshift cells. "Steve," she called as he shambled past. So it had been his cries she'd heard over the past days. She'd been left largely to herself, but others had been tortured, though she couldn't imagine for what purpose other than perhaps revenge. Mayor Kennedy would have a particular hatred of Skulls, as it had been his rescue of Father O'Rourke that had set in motion the sequence of events that had led to her downfall. If only Bella had possessed Kennedy's ruthlessness. None of this would have happened. He smiled at her as he was dragged past. The bruised and beaten smile of an unbent soul. So this was what love felt like. The guard pulled on her arm, and she followed the others out into the daylight, screwing her eyes against the sudden brightness. Mayor Kennedy stood there, clearly enjoying every moment of her triumph. What's happening? Bella managed. Ah, Bella Masters, the usurper, Kennedy said. I trust you have found your accommodations satisfactory? Bella managed a scowl. Don't you have an original thought in your head? You're a walking cliché. You know nothing about me, traitor, Kennedy snarled, as the guard who still held on to Bella's arm tugged hard on it. But one thing you can be certain of is that I will be alive this time tomorrow and you will not. You are being taken to a holding cell in town for your final night. It has a fine view of the gallows. So that was it. Another twist of the knife. Those condemned to hang would spend their last hours in sight of the means of their public execution. Well, Bella wasn't going to give Kennedy the satisfaction of reacting to this. Facing her adversary and seeing Steve had strengthened her resolve, and so she shut down her emotions and stared back at her tormentor, her head held high. The mayor looked away, and Bella glanced at the others lined up with her. Steve was to her right. She imagined she could feel the warmth of his body from here, and alongside him stood a handful of others. She recognized Father O'Rourke, who stood unsteadily at the end of the line, and between him and Skulls were 2 or 3 more. Either some had been left in the cells for some reason, or they'd defected back to the mayor's side. She couldn't find it in her heart to blame them. She didn't want anyone to die alongside her. She didn't want to die. What's that? One of the guards was pointing across the parking lot to where a faint stream of red smoke was drifting in the wind. A sound like popping corn, and the guard fell to the floor. The grip on her arm was gone, and Bella flung herself backwards against the wall of the warehouse, trying to find any cover against the shots that were punching into the steel all around her. Stay where you are, a guard was bellowing as Skulls made to move. The other guards were taking up defensive positions, as Bella glanced across the parking lot to see 2 men running towards them, discharging their weapons as they came. One guard fell as the others began returning fire, and the men darted behind a parked car. Damn it, they were pinned down. What sort of an idiot attacks a group of 10 or so armed fighters by running at them with a handgun in each hand and only one person backing him up? And it was a him, she was certain of that at least. Then she realized that the red smoke must have been a signal. Perhaps the town had risen up against its new regime and the Lee Corporation that was propping it up. Hope flared in her heart for a moment, but then, as no reinforcements arrived and the commander of the defenders began to organize his forces, she knew that these fools were outgunned and outthought. Her newfound hope died as 2 pairs of guards ran to outflank the attackers. And then Skulls threw himself at the guard watching the prisoners. What sort of an idiot attacks a squad of trained guards with 3 handguns and no plan whatsoever? Solly cursed himself as he sheltered behind the pockmarked Ford, as it vibrated from the staccato impacts of the defenders' sidearms. He should have waited for Viv to arrive in the Humvee, but he'd seen Bella emerge and knew that within moments she'd have been bundled into the minivan, and any hope he'd had of rescuing her would have vanished. They're trying to get around us, Suggs hissed. I can't believe I went along with this. What'll we do? Solly slid beneath the chassis of the car and took careful aim. He pulled the trigger, went deaf for a moment, and his target disappeared. Another life gone, but there was no time for regret. It was him or Solly. Or it might have been her, but he didn't allow his mind to go down that particular rabbit hole. A volley impacted the asphalt around him, and he scrambled back. We've got no choice. We're dead if we surrender, you know that. Suggs nodded sadly. Yeah. She don't take prisoners, unless it's to torture them. A cry went up from out front of the warehouse. Solly risked looking over the trunk of the car. One of the prisoners had attacked a guard. Fat. Rounds hit the car and Solly ducked back. It's now or never, he said. You coming? Without waiting for an answer, Solly darted out and headed, not for the warehouse, but almost sideways to a vehicle parked just a little closer. The defenders responded late, and he made it. Then another volley, and he watched Suggs going in the opposite direction towards another car. Was he going to try to escape in it? No, he'd hidden behind it before starting to fire on the defenders. So, he was tying some of them up, and others were dealing with the prisoner. This was going to be the only opportunity. Bella threw herself onto the guard wrestling with skulls, and tried to pull him off, but just as she felt his grip lessen, she felt something hard pressing into the back of her skull. "Get off him, or I'll blow your brains out, and to hell with the public spectacle." Bella rolled away and looked up into the merciless face of Caitlin Kennedy. She swung her handgun along the line of broken people, daring any of them to move. None did. With a roar, Skulls flipped the guard onto his back and wrapped his hands around the man's neck. Kennedy brought her gun around and pointed it directly at the head of Skulls, who was so intent on throttling his adversary he hadn't seen her. Bella saw her finger contract and she leapt. The gun spoke just as Skulls, alerted by the noise, leaned sideways and the guard's head disappeared in a shower of red. The gun swung around as Kennedy stumbled and Bella reeled from the impact, blood filling her mouth as she yelled. She flailed at her opponent, wrapping her arm around her neck, trying desperately to bring her down to the floor where her height advantage would mean nothing. She heard Skulls shouting and the sounds of brutal fighting all around her, but her world had focused in on Kennedy, who was desperately trying to bring her gun to bear as Bella fought to keep it away from her. The gunfire was getting closer, and she was peripherally aware of the sound of a revving vehicle. Reinforcements were arriving, and if she was to deal with this monster, it had to be now. She screamed as she sat astride Kennedy, grateful for the first time in her life for the extra pounds she carried on her hips, and while holding her pinned down with one hand, grabbed Kennedy's wrist with the other and inch by inch forced it away. Kennedy hissed and spat like a cat. "No, you don't. You are going to die, you traitorous bitch." Bella felt renewed strength in her opponent's arm, fueled as it was by sheer animal hatred. With inexorable force it moved back, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. In moments it would be pointing at her head, and all the effort, all the struggle would be over in abject defeat. With a yell of triumph, Kennedy gave a final push, and Bella brought her other hand round to grab her wrist. Released, Kennedy twisted and kicked out, rolling onto her side as Bella fell to the ground in a heap, then looked up into the barrel of the gun. "Die," Kennedy hissed, her face contorted in rage. In that final moment, Bella's nose was overwhelmed with the rich aroma of fake perfume as she waited for the end. A shape appeared behind Kennedy as a hand wrenched the gun out of her hand before turning it on her. "Enjoy hell," Father O'Rourke said before pulling the trigger. Kennedy's body fell from Bella as she was showered with blood, and there, where her tormentor had been, stood an unfamiliar shape. "Oh my God," it said. "Belle, are you okay? Have you been shot? Was she dead? They said you met your departed relatives when you arrived at Olam Haba, but she didn't feel as though she'd gone anywhere." She wiped the blood from her eyes and reached up for the hand held out to her. "Oh, Belle. Thank God." She fell into a warm embrace. A familiar hug she'd thought she'd never feel again. She pushed gently away and dared to open her eyes. It was him. "Solly? Solly?" They threw themselves together again, and surrounded by death, her tears finally came. "Bella, we gotta go." She separated from Solly, this new, thinner, tougher, braver Solly, and looked up at Skulls. He didn't erase the obvious pain he'd felt watching the reunion quickly enough. She saw it, and her heart bled. The tears came again, and she pulled Skulls' no Steve to her. She held his bloodied head in her bloodied hands. "I love you, Steve." She heard the rattle of an old diesel engine as it revved up. "We don't have time for this," Solly said, and she pulled away from Steve to see a Humvee waiting there. "This is yours," she said. Always the tone of surprise, Solly said with a smile. "Who's coming with us?" Solly sat next to Vivian in the front of the Humvee as she picked her way north out of Elizabeth. The man with the skull tattoo sat in one seat at the back, Bella in the other. They were following a pockmarked station wagon being driven by Suggs with the priest and two other survivors as he led them along the back roads to the least secure roadblock. "Thanks, Viv," he said. "You arrived in the nick of time. I didn't think you'd make it." "Yeah, well, I followed you, didn't I?" Solly turned to her, wiping the sweat and blood from his forehead as she flashed a bright smile. "What?" You were supposed to stay at that fishing pond until you saw the smoke. And if I'd done that, you would be dead now. Ain't that right? She said with a chuckle. I followed you at a distance, and then I met the old man with his dog, and he told me the best place to hide, so I sat and waited for you to kick the wasp's nest. And here we are, Solly. Mission accomplished. Solly reached across and took her unresistant hand from the steering wheel. Bringing it to his lips, he kissed it gently before releasing it as they hit a bend. Thank you, he said. You're welcome, she responded with a dazzling smile. Now hold on to your seat, I'm gonna floor it. Chapter 18. Ross. Ross sat in the half-shadow of a tree and brooded on Solly's betrayal. He and Vivian had driven off yesterday, leaving him feeling discarded and useless, and he'd spent most of the hours since then talking to no one and rejecting any attempts by Al and Maddie to engage him in conversation. He knew he was being childish. What other choice could Solly have made? His mission was risky enough without being encumbered by a cripple. But being aware of how juvenile his feelings were and doing something about them were two different things entirely. And so his shame at his behavior grew and his mood darkened further. Here. He recognized Maddie's voice, but took the offered mug of coffee without looking up. The bitter tang of the cheap Joe mixed with the earthier aroma of the misty wood and the floral bouquet of Maddie's deodorant. Despite himself, Ross found his heart lighten a little as she pulled up a folding stool and sat beside him. Thanks, he muttered. She sipped her coffee, fog erupting from her mouth and rising into the still air as she breathed. They'll be okay. Dad'll be back soon. He didn't answer, didn't want to engage, didn't want to let go of his misery. It was safe here, wallowing in a black cauldron of self-pity. You probably know my father better than I do now, she continued. He said you've been together almost since the beginning. He found you in New York. Still, Ross didn't reply. He remembered well enough the first time Solly had seen him. He'd been an idiot boy who was complicit in the assault on a captured woman, Janice. He'd never reconciled himself entirely with the actions, or lack of them, that had led to him being a member of a gang led by a vicious brute. He liked to think that this Ross, the one sitting here, was the real person, not the gullible fool Solly had rescued. This Ross. The cripple. He felt Maddie's touch on his arm. You're a second son to him, you know. He told me. Ross dropped his head. He left me behind. He left me behind too, she said, before taking another sip of coffee and producing another plume of smoke. It's this waiting I can't stand. I only got my dad back 2 days ago, and for all I know, I'll never see him again. The dark fog began to lift a little from Ross's mind. He'd been so entirely focused on his own anger and worry, he hadn't considered the torture Maddie must have endured. Her long-missing father unexpectedly returns, and then almost immediately leaves again. One night of happiness followed by hours of terrified uncertainty. It wasn't as if her grandfather had been much comfort. He'd spent his time tinkering with the cylinder that had formerly contained Allison. At least it's kept the silly old fool off my back, thought Ross. He felt Maddie move down his arm until her hand found his. I don't think I could bear to lose him again. And Mom must be in deep trouble, or we would have seen her before now or gotten a message. Can I sit with you and wait? Ross turned to her and saw tears running down her face. For the first time, he noticed how pretty she was. Brown wavy hair and deep hazel eyes gave her a Mediterranean appearance, but her cheeks were red and her eyes puffy. He squeezed her hand, and they sat beneath the trees listening for the return of their father. It was an unseasonably warm day in early spring, and exhaustion finally overcame Ross and Maddie as they slept in the shelter of the tree, hand in hand. Ross dreamed of the things that had happened since that awful night when his life had gone from bad to dreadful. Then he'd met Solly, and slowly they'd built a new family together with Janice. Now she was gone and he was missing. Their family was shattered. He heard Allison's voice weaving in and out of his dream. Wake up. Wake up now. Ross jerked in his chair and pulled in a deep breath as Maddie stirred beside him. What is it? He could hear a high-pitched whine coming from the RV. Moments later, Al appeared, jogging towards them with the cylinder in his hands. "I fixed it," he called. "But I think I've set off some kind of alarm. I can't shut the thing off." Ross heaved himself upright and balanced on his good leg as he took the cylinder from the old man. Instantly, the blaring alarm stopped, and after a moment, the familiar cyan eye rolled into view. "Hello, Ross. Where am I? Where is Father? What on earth is that?" Maddie said. "It's an AI. Solly believes it's the key to beating the Lee Corporation. We thought it was dead. How did you fix it?" The cylinder vibrated in his hands. "There is no time. Where am I? Where is Father? He'll be back soon. We're at a campsite near a place called Elizabeth. Where is my sheath?" With a flood of shock that almost unbalanced him, Ross realized. Oh my God. They can track her when she's not in the sheath. Then he looked back down at the cylinder. "I'm going to have to shut you down until we're somewhere safe. I don't wish to sleep again. It's so dark and lonely." "I'm sorry, Allison," Ross said, sliding his hand to the deactivation switch. He'd never done it before, but he'd watched Solly closely. The cyan light went out. Ross looked up at the old man who'd stood with jaw wide open ever since Allison had started speaking. "How did you get her working?" "What?" "Oh. Turned out to be simple enough in the end. The only compartment I could open with my tools was the power cell, though I tried every other way to get in," Al said, reaching over and rotating the cylinder in Ross's hands. Turned out one of the terminals had been cut. Ross looked at the old man. "No, that can't be right. Scott said her consciousness was probably transferred to a Reaper and didn't make it back." "Well, son, I don't know what a Reaper is, and I don't suppose I want to know, but I can tell a cut wire when I see one." Ross shook his head. This was a mystery for another time. "We need to get out of here," he said. "Now." All the time she was powered on but not in her sheath, the Lee Corporation could track her. I don't really know whether that applies out here, but we can't take the chance. They mustn't get their hands on Allison, Al. "Why is it so important to them?" Maddie asked, her warm hands on his arm. Ross shrugged. "Honestly, I dunno. Solly and Scott Lee talked." "Scott Lee? Isn't that Annabelle? Annabelle Lee's husband?" "Yep. And no, he didn't die that night. It was fake. We need to get Allison back to him. He built her. He knows how to use her." Al shook his head. "We can't go nowhere. We were told to wait here. This is where Solly and my daughter expect us to be." "We haven't got a choice," Ross said, frustrated as they waited like sitting ducks. "If they find us here, they'll kill the three of us and take Allison. That'll be it, for everyone." "What's that?" Maddie gasped. The roar of a diesel engine emerged from the trees in the direction of the RV park entrance. Maddie went to move, but Ross grabbed her arm. "That's Dad." "It might not be," he said. "Here, take the cylinder and find somewhere you can see what happens without being seen. If it's men in black uniforms, then run and hide until Solly gets back. Go. You can run a lot faster than me." They locked eyes for a moment, and Maddie reluctantly took the cylinder. She reached up and gave him a peck on the cheek. "You remind me of Luke," she said. Ross watched her run off, wondering at the sudden, overwhelming jealousy he felt as she disappeared into the trees. He and Al moved back to the van, and the old man pulled out a shotgun from beneath the passenger seat. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Ross asked as he leaned on the open driver's door. "If it's Lee Corp, they'll be heavily armed." Al gave a dismissive grunt. "Maybe they will, but I ain't schmendrick enough to face them without a weapon in my hand." Seconds later, a black SUV powered around a bend in the country track and skidded to a halt, blocking the RV's exit. Doors swung open and three black uniformed figures jumped out of the SUV, taking cover while they brought their assault rifles to bear. Al swept his shotgun from side to side and Ross, who'd drawn his Glock, was sheltering behind the open door. One of the attackers called out from behind a car door. "Put down your weapons and show yourself." "No way," Al called. "I don't hand over my weapons to bandits. We are official law enforcement officers." Al managed to conjure up a convincing laugh. "Right, and I'm the last king of Egypt. No, if you want to talk to us, put down your weapon and we'll talk. Your goons can stay where they are." After a few moments of silence as the sounds of the forest reimposed themselves, the voice said, "Agreed. I am standing up now." The figure rose, hands held high, and walked slowly out from behind the car door before approaching Al. Ross could see the old man as he stood on the other side of the cab. He didn't drop his guard. "Now what is it you want?" "We are looking for a device that was recently activated here. Do you have it?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't move," Ross called. One of the other black uniformed figures had made to come out from behind the cover of a rear door. It froze. "Tell your boys to stay where they are," Al said. The leader shrugged. "Hand the device over and we will leave you in peace. Otherwise, we will be forced to search the area." "I told you, I don't know what you're talking about." "Drop your weapons," the voice came from the right. "Do it or we shoot," another voice from the left. Al shot a poisonous glance at the triumphant leader and looked to where the muzzle of a rifle was pointing at him. Ross could see its twin on the other side. He dropped his handgun and Al followed suit with a muttered curse. At a gesture from the gunman, Ross limped around to stand unsteadily beside Al, head bowed. The two figures hiding behind the car doors ran out as their colleagues closed in from the trees. It had been nicely done. The leader had kept them talking for long enough to allow his soldiers to get into position. 4 of them ransacked the RV while their leader watched Al and Ross. "You could make this a lot easier if you told us where it was," he said lazily. He was a tall young man of African appearance and possessed a relaxed confidence that bordered on arrogance. Al simply shrugged, and Ross ignored the man entirely. One of the searchers descended the steps of the RV and said, "No sign of it, Lieutenant." In a single, smooth motion, the officer drew a handgun from behind his back and forced it against Ross's temple. "We do not have time for this," he said, his accent suddenly thick. "Tell me where it is or the boy dies." "I don't know," Al cried. "Liar." The lieutenant swung out with his free arm and caught Al on the jaw. The old man fell to the ground. "Here. I've got it. Don't shoot." Ross forced his head around to see Maddie stagger out of the bushes with the cylinder held high in one hand. The other hand contained a pistol that she pointed directly at Allison. "Back off or I shoot it." The lieutenant stepped back, his eyes widening in shock and fear. "Do not destroy it," he called. "Back away," he hissed to the man on the steps. "You must hand it over," he said as Maddie got closer. "We will not leave without it." "Get back in the car and I'll leave it on the track," Maddie said. Ross marveled to hear how calm she was, facing down half a dozen armed figures, though he couldn't imagine what her plan was. At best, the Lee Corp would have the cylinder, and at worst, they'd shoot the 3 of them as soon as they had it. She turned to Ross as she drew level with him and Al. "You get into the RV and start the engine. If they open fire, ram them." "Are you crazy?" Ross hissed. "They'll shoot you." "Do it," she snapped. "Get Pop inside now." Ross did as he was told, if only because it felt as though he had no choice. Slowly, her eyes on the SUV, Maddie knelt and placed the cylinder a few feet from its hood. She stood and stepped slowly backwards, watching as the lieutenant opened the car door and, sidearm aimed at her, bent down to pick Allison up. "No," Ross called. He brought his Glock up and felled the lieutenant before he could respond. "Run." Maddie sprinted back to where the cylinder lay, grabbed it, and then ran towards the RV as figures jumped from the car, raising rifles as they came. She jumped inside. "Idiot. Go." Ross had already started up the engine, so he pushed the shift to drive and stabbed his good leg down on the gas. The windshield exploded in a hail of shattered glass, and Ross cried out as something tore into his ear. They had no chance. The next volley would kill them both. He saw them raise their rifles as the RV careened towards them, and then, quite suddenly, the SUV exploded, and he swerved to one side as a fireball rolled out of the spasming vehicle. There, behind the wrecked SUV, stood another military vehicle, and from it came 3 running figures. And one of them was Solly. Chapter 19. Solly. Solly snoozed as the countryside rushed by, finally giving in to the exhaustion that had haunted him for days. Every now and again, he'd be awoken by a sudden change of direction or the thump of the Humvee's wheels as they ran over a piece of stray debris, but he always fell asleep again, content for the first time in months. Ross was in the back of the Humvee with Maddie sitting alongside him, while Bella, Al, and Steve followed them in a rusty station wagon they'd found on the outskirts of Memphis. The windshield of the RV had been smashed to pieces and its bodywork riddled with bullet holes, so they'd transferred their fuel into the station wagon and loaded as many of their possessions as they could fit into its trunk before beginning their journey north again. They were heading for the farmhouse. When he, Viv, Bella, and Steve had returned to the camping site to find Al and the others under attack, he'd assumed they were facing bandits. He'd been stunned and horrified to learn that the Lee Corporation had found them, and even more amazed to discover that Al had fixed Allison, though he couldn't understand why Scott Lee had disabled the power cell. And it could only have been him. Bella had told Solly more about Jake joining the TLX military on their short journey from Elizabeth, but a full reunion had to wait until they'd gotten far enough away that they could hole up for the night in some safety. And what a long night that had been. Solly heard Bella's brief account of the months since the world had been turned upside down, and he barely recognized the woman she'd become. For a couple of decades they had been a partnership. Solly, the unambitious nerd, the quiet man in the corner at parties and family events, and Bella, the extroverted decision-maker, the driving force. The chaos of the last months had been a crucible for them both, but whereas Bella had blossomed into a better, stronger, faster version of her existing personality, Solly had transformed entirely. At least, that was what she'd told him, and he was forced to agree. He'd looked back at the man sitting in a bar in Manhattan, fuming over his string of bad luck, and didn't see himself, the Solly of today, at all. So now Solly sat as Viv led them north, his mind exhausted but his soul churning. He'd been in love only weeks ago, and in falling for Janice, he'd discovered what it truly meant to find the one. He'd never felt for Bella the way he'd loved Janice. He had loved Bella, but it was an attachment that had grown out of immaturity and insecurity, and had morphed into something approaching dependence, until she packed him off to New York like an adult child who stayed in the family home for too long. He had loved her, though, and he still did. He'd experienced a flash of jealousy when he saw how she was with Steve, or Skulls, as he was known to everyone but her. He seemed to be everything Solly was not, a big, bald, powerful man with a yellow beard and a tattoo on his head. He was certainly a contrast to the old Solly, but perhaps not so much to Solomon Masters version 2.0. But once he'd gotten over the high emotion of the rescue and the hours that followed as they'd escaped from Elizabeth and returned to Maddie, Ross, and Al, he'd discovered that this initial reaction had settled down into relief, tinged with sadness. He'd watched Bella with her new man, and they had a connection Solly had never experienced with her. He loved her, but not as a wife. The loss of Janice was still far too raw to allow him to make any new emotional connections of that sort, or to rekindle an old one. He was awake now, watching the countryside change into an endless procession of single-story commercial units, restaurants, and gas stations. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, Vivian showed no signs of tiredness. She sat erect and alert, guiding them safely along the highway. The roads were clear, except for the occasional group of people walking northeast towards, presumably D.C. He wondered what was happening there. Had the Lee Corporation taken over yet, or was President Blaze still resisting them? His mind began to whir again, as it tried to desperately assemble all the disparate elements into some sort of cohesive whole. Bella had told him how the TLX had taken control in the South, and of how it was itself now under attack. The involvement of North Korean and perhaps Chinese forces had floored him. As if they didn't have enough on their plate dealing with the Lees, without a superpower, and their medieval neighbor grabbing land on the west coast. There had to be a connection between them, but he couldn't quite bring himself to believe that Lee Corp was a proxy for the Chinese, even though this was the obvious conclusion to draw. He brought his focus back to what he'd learned in the past few days. Deal with your nearest enemy first, that was the only way to proceed. Like tackling only a small part of a much larger task, instead of stepping back and seeing how much was to be done overall. That would lead to nothing but hopelessness and desperation. Solly rolled the window down a little, to allow a fresh spring breeze to play across his face. Though they were surrounded by enemies, he was heading to the place he felt safest, and he had the beginnings of a plan. Though the roads were now much clearer than they had been, the roadblocks were also much more common. The route from Elizabeth to the farmhouse was the best part of 1,000 miles, and Solly was in no mood for them to pick their way across country. But if there was any sign of the Lee Corporation or heavily armed guards, whoever was driving at the time was instructed to immediately find a way off the road and go around. The Humvee was powerful enough to intimidate most local bandits, but it was no match for some of the more organized forces now springing up. The first of these was outside Nashville, and the barrier across I-65 was upon them before they could choose to leave the road. It was positioned ahead of the bridge over the Cumberland River, and was made up of what looked like salvaged railway sleepers piled up into two walls, one on each side of the road, with a gap wide enough for a single vehicle to pass. Solly was driving, and he cursed himself for not seeing the barricade in time. Ross reached down for his sidearm, passing another across to Solly, who left it in the driver's door pocket. Vivian awoke instantly from sleep, looked around and slunk back into the shadows behind Solly, double-checking her weapon. Maddie looked behind them to see Skulls being handed a shotgun by Al as he drove. A woman emerged from behind the barrier, followed by a man carrying an assault rifle. She put her hand up, and Solly brought the Humvee to a halt alongside her, winding down the window. "Oh, y'all not military," she said. She was dressed in a high-vis jacket, and the black bags under her eyes suggested she was on the point of exhaustion. "No, we're regular folks traveling northeast," Solly said, relaxing a little. She smiled at that, taking 10 years off her apparent age. "Regular folks in a Humvee? Well, I guess we all have our stories to tell. Why are you stopping traffic?" Her face darkened. "Me and Jaden here, we're warning folks not to go into town," she said, before signaling to her companion to begin opening the gap. "Why?" "We got a sickness, back around the turn of the year. Spread like a plague from the Bible," she said, shaking her head. "And then, when we thought we'd seen the last of it, a new boss came into town, rounded up the survivors. Now they're no more than prisoners. So Jaden and me, we come up here to stop anyone fixin' to head into Ville. They'll find nothing but death and slavery down there." Solly watched as Skulls got out of the car behind and, leaving his shotgun inside, went to help Jaden move the shorter blocks of wood. He was an impressive man, that was for sure. Though as heterosexual as it was possible to be, Solly could see what Bella saw in him. "Well, I truly appreciate the warning," Solly said. "And I'm sorry for your loss and suffering. I guess your new boss works for the Lee Corporation, and my best advice is to keep as far away as possible. My name's Solly, by the way, Solly Masters." He held out his hand and she took it, her fingers feeling clammy under Solly's firm grip. "Stacy Robbins," she said. "Good luck." As soon as the gap had been widened enough for the Humvee to get through, Solly waved to Robbins and guided the vehicle beyond the barrier. As they headed northeast, he wondered how many cities the Lee Corporation had either destroyed or now had under their control, and for a few moments he wallowed in despair. They carried on driving that night, only pulling over once they were 50 miles north of Nashville. Finally, as even Vivian began to nod in the driver's seat, they found an abandoned motel and took a block of rooms. Solly and Ross shared, as did Bella and Steve, with Viv and Maddie in together and Al on his own. The old man had been subdued since the attack on the RV park, believing he'd brought that death down on them. He was right, but he'd also unlocked Allison, and though Solly didn't dare to activate her, he was as convinced as ever that she was the key. And he was finally beginning to get an inkling as to how that might come about. The following morning they set off, aiming to skirt the south of Louisville. Solly decided not to risk communicating with Oscar Weinstein, but he wanted to conduct a test, so they pulled into an abandoned forecourt, and while Skulls and the others scavenged for fuel, Solly pulled out the portable transmitter and diagnostic tool McBride had equipped him with and connected them to the Humvee's 12-volt power. "What are you doing?" Ross asked. He could climb down from the cab unassisted now, and though his left leg was still practically useless, he'd become so proficient with his staff and right leg he could move as quickly as anyone else. Solly suspected he was motivated by making sure he was never left behind again. "You remember I said there was a Lee Corp transmitter on top of that building," he said. "I just want to check they haven't found ours." Ross watched as Solly placed the aerial on the roof and activated his scanner. "Yep, it's still working," he said before adjusting the controls. "And there's the Lee signal." "You're hacking into their communications?" Ross said, suddenly all attention. Solly chuckled. "No, I'm listening," he said, as he adjusted the volume of the speaker so the blips and chirps emerging from it didn't hurt their ears. "It's an encrypted signal, as you'd expect. Military encryption, I imagine. Practically uncrackable without some sort of supercomputer." "What's the point then?" Solly shut down the equipment and looked across at Ross. "No point. Not until Al fixed Allison." "Yes," Ross cried, his face more animated than it had been in a long time. "She can crack the code." Solly nodded. "If anyone or anything can do it, she can. But we can't check without giving away our position. That's why I want to get back to the farmhouse, then I'll visit Colonel McBride and see how we can use Allison." "What will we be able to do if she cracks the code?" "You know how wars are won, son? Not by soldiers and weapons, though of course those are important, but by information. If you know where your enemy is going to be and when, you have a massive advantage. But first we've got to get back home and find Scott Lee." It took 3 days to make their way home. 3 days during which Bella and Solly got to know each other again, or at least got to know the new versions of each other. Solly found that all the bitterness he'd carried with him for the past months had evaporated, and they were both left with a feeling of supreme comfort in each other's company. He'd also lost any sense of jealousy regarding her obvious affection for Steve. It felt good to him that she had someone, even if he didn't. Jake's absence was the shadow that hung over them both, however, and this was something Steve couldn't really help Bella with, aside from offering support. Jake was Solly's son, and desperate though he was to head north, he felt the tug of guilt as it took him farther away from where Jake was last known to be. They were placing their faith in a man Solly had never met. And into all of this came the war that was brewing to the west of Texas. Solly comforted himself by spending as much time with Maddie as he could. She'd also changed. The girl he'd last seen more than 6 months ago was now a young woman. She was in love with another missing person, and though she was obviously close to Ross, there was no room in her heart for anyone else. Ross. Solly knew that this reunification had taken a heavy toll on his adopted son. However much he reassured the kid, that insecurity lurked in the background as Ross watched Solly and his genetic family become reacquainted. And the truth was that his feelings for Ross were subtly different from how he thought of Jake, not least because Solly's relationship with his natural son was longer, deeper, and tainted by far more guilt. Maddie's obvious affection for Ross, however, tempered his dark mood, though it was clear enough that Ross would prefer that affection to be more than that of siblings. The irony was not lost on Solly, though he didn't press the point. The familiar crunch of tires on gravel and the homey aroma of growing things welcomed the Humvee back to the lane that led to the farm. Solly felt tears moistening the corners of his eyes as he caught sight of the farmhouse and, running up the lane as the Humvee waited at the barrier, Jackson, his smile wide with delight. Solly didn't recognize the soldier on guard duty, but at a word from Jackson, the barrier was rolled back, and the Humvee rolled into the farmyard. The station wagon had run out of fuel 50 miles away, and so was towed behind the larger vehicle, coming to a stop with a sigh as children poured out of the farmhouse. Jumping out, Solly embraced Jackson and reflexively looked up, before remembering that Janice wouldn't be here to greet him. She was gone. He swallowed hard and slapped Jackson on the shoulder. "Where's Scott?" he said. "I've got an idea." Ross limped around the front of the Humvee, and Jackson roared with surprise and delight to see his friend walking. "Come on, Sol, we've only just got here." "Can't it wait?" "I've spent the past 900 miles thinking about this, Ross," Solly said. "I think I've found a way we can fight back, but we need Scott's help." Jackson released himself from the embrace of Ross, his face clouding. "Sorry, Solly? He's gone." "Where?" Jackson shrugged. "Dunno. Just walked off one day. Said he was going into town for supplies. Never came back." And just like that, the sun went out. Solly couldn't hope to go up against the Lee Corporation without the help of its co-founder and technological genius. He would have to go after Lee. But for now, he was home. And for now, his family was with him. He pulled Bella and Maddie to him as his daughter put her arm around Ross and introduced his old family to his new one.